Tonight, my little potatoes, we will be looking into ancient conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. So let's snuggle up, because you'll discover how dismissed legends and scorned theories eventually revealed themselves as genuine chapters of human achievement. Before we begin, joining the community is super easy. Just tap subscribe, like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now get comfortable, and let's sleep with the hidden truths that our ancestors protected, lost, and ultimately shared with us across the millennia. You're standing in a library in 1871, running your fingers along leather-bound volumes that smell of must and possibility. Outside, gaslight flickers against London's fog, but here in this quiet corner you've stumbled upon something that makes your pulse quicken just slightly. A German businessman named Heinrich Schliemann has published claims so outrageous that scholars dismiss them with barely concealed contempt. He insists that Troy, the legendary city from Homer's ancient poems, actually existed as a real place you could visit, touch and excavate from Turkish soil. The academic establishment considers this laughable. Troy belongs to mythology, they insist. No more real than unicorns or dragons. Homer's epic tales served as entertainment, moral instruction perhaps, but certainly not as geographical guidebooks. You can almost hear the scoffing echoes through university halls as professors wave away Schliemann's theories with the same casual dismissal they'd give to claims of Atlantis or El Dorado. But Schliemann possesses something more valuable than academic credentials. He has Homer's text, a fortune from his business ventures, and an unshakable conviction that stories preserve truth. While others read the Iliad as pure fiction, he notices the specific details, the descriptions of landscape features, the mentions of distances between locations, and the careful accounting of geographical markers that seem too precise for pure invention. You follow his journey in your mind's eye. He arrives at a hill called Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey, where local farmers graze their sheep across what appears to be nothing more than unremarkable terrain. The soil feels ordinary beneath his boots. The wind carries the same salt smell from the nearby Dardanelles Strait that it has carried for thousands of years. Nothing announces itself as extraordinary. Yet he begins to dig. The first days yield pottery shards and broken walls that could belong to any forgotten settlement. The workers he's hired probably wonder about this foreigner's obsession with their dusty hillside, but as the excavation deepens, layers reveal themselves like pages in a book written in soil and stone. Each stratum tells a story of habitation, destruction, and rebuilding. The hill contains not one city but many, stacked atop each other in archaeological succession. When Schliemann's team uncovers fortification walls of massive limestone blocks, fitted together with techniques that speak of significant engineering knowledge, the shape of something magnificent begins to emerge. These aren't the modest remains of a simple farming village. The defensive structures suggest a city that expected attack, that prepared for siege, and that mattered enough to defend with substantial resources. You can imagine running your hands along those ancient stones, feeling the tool marks left by Bronze Age masons who shaped each block with patient precision. The walls curve and angle according to strategic military principles that wouldn't feel out of place in much later fortifications. Someone designed these defences with careful thought about sightlines, defensive positions, and the psychology of attackers facing seemingly impenetrable barriers. The discovery of a massive treasure trove, golden diadems, silver vessels, copper shields, creates an international sensation, though Schliemann's methods of removing these artefacts would make modern archaeologists wince. But the treasure itself matters less than what it represents. Proof that this location housed a wealthy, significant city during exactly the period when Homer's Troy would have flourished. Critics scramble to explain away the findings. Perhaps this is a city, they concede, but surely not the Troy of legend. The connection to Homer's epic remains speculation, they insist, even as more evidence accumulates. The site's location matches Homer's descriptions with eerie accuracy. The strategic importance of controlling the Dardanelles, the narrow strait connecting the Mediterranean to the Black Sea, explains why such a city would have existed here, and why others might have waged war to control it. As you settle deeper into your imaginary exploration of these discoveries, you realise that Schliemann's vindication teaches something profound about the relationship between story and truth. Legends don't materialize from nothing. They emerge from real events, real places, and real people whose accomplishments impressed their contemporaries so deeply that the tales survived centuries of retelling. The conspiracy wasn't really about Troy's existence. The real hidden truth was that oral traditions and epic poetry could preserve accurate geographical and historical information across vast stretches of time, something that scholarly convention insisted was impossible. Ancient storytellers weren't simply entertaining their audiences with fanciful tales. They were encoding and transmitting genuine knowledge about their world, wrapping facts in narratives so compelling that people would remember and repeat them for generations. Later excavations would reveal even more layers, more complexity, and more confirmation that this site witnessed the rise and fall of significant civilizations. Modern archaeologists, working with better techniques and more careful documentation than Schliemann employed, continue to uncover evidence that makes the connection between this Turkish hillside and Homer's descriptions increasingly difficult to dismiss. You can almost smell the dust of excavation, that particular scent of disturbed earth that hasn't felt sunlight in millennia. The workers' tools scrape against stone and pottery, each sound potentially announcing another revelation. The patient work of archaeology proceeds in careful increments, brushing away dirt to expose what previous generations tried to preserve or simply left behind when circumstances forced them to abandon their homes. The story of Troy's rediscovery reminds you that sometimes the wildest sounding theories deserve serious consideration. The conspiracy theorists of Schliemann's era, those who insisted that legends contained historical kernels worth investigating, turned out to understand something that conventional wisdom missed. Ancient people weren't primitive fabulists. They were sophisticated observers who encoded their knowledge of the world into stories designed to survive. Now you're hiking through dense Peruvian jungle, machete in hand, pushing aside vegetation that seems determined to reclaim every inch of ground from human intrusion. The year is 1915, and you're following rumours that most serious scholars consider beneath their attention. Local people speak of ancient roads running through impossible terrain, connecting distant sites in the Andes with engineering that supposedly rivals anything modern civilization has achieved. The academic consensus dismisses these stories. Yes, the Inca built some impressive structures, experts acknowledge, but the claims about vast road networks spanning thousands of miles strain credulity. The terrain in this part of South America presents challenges that would defeat even contemporary engineers. Mountains rise so steeply that constructing sustained routes seems physically impossible. Jungles grow so thick that maintaining any kind of pathway would require constant, exhausting labour. But Hiram Bingham, the explorer whose footsteps you're retracing, keeps hearing consistent stories from people who live in these mountains. They describe pathways that run from Ecuador to Chile, crossing some of the most hostile landscape on Earth. They mention bridges spanning gorges so deep that you couldn't see the bottom even on the clearest day. They talk about rest stations positioned at precise intervals, allowing travellers to make predictable progress through terrain that should have been impassable. You're climbing now, following what looks like nothing more than a slightly elevated ridge through the forest. Then you notice that the slope beneath your feet feels too consistent, too carefully graded to be natural. Pushing aside centuries of plant growth, your fingers encounter carefully fitted stones, forming a surface designed for travel. The road emerges from its camouflage of vegetation, like a secret revealing itself reluctantly. The construction technique makes you pause in admiration. These builders didn't simply pile stones randomly. They selected each piece for specific characteristics, shape, size, and weight distribution, and fitted them together so precisely that mortar became unnecessary. The road surface drains water effectively, preventing the erosion that would have destroyed lesser construction centuries ago. The grade never exceeds certain limits, suggesting that the engineers understood the relationship between slope and sustainable travel. As you continue following this route, the full scope of the achievement becomes apparent. This isn't a crude path worn by repeated foot traffic. It's an intentionally designed transportation infrastructure that required surveying, planning, and organised labour on a scale that challenges assumptions about pre-Columbian American civilizations. The road adjusts to terrain changes with sophisticated solutions. Staircases carved into cliff faces where slopes become too steep, retaining walls preventing landslides, and drainage systems channeling water away from the travel surface. You reach a section where the road clings to a mountainside suspended above a valley floor so far below that it disappears into haze. Looking at the engineering required to create this passage makes you slightly dizzy. Workers would have needed to secure themselves with ropes while chiseling foundations into solid rock. They would have hauled massive stones up slopes that exhaust you even without carrying anything. They achieved this without wheels, without draft animals larger than llamas, and without iron tools to cut through stone. The conspiracy theory that scholars mocked was simple. Indigenous American civilizations had developed sophisticated engineering knowledge and organizational capacity without European influence. The conventional wisdom of the early 20th century couldn't accommodate this possibility. It seemed more reasonable to attribute any impressive pre-Columbian achievements to lost European visitors or even extraterrestrial intervention than to accept that Andean peoples had independently developed advanced technical skills. You're resting now at one of the way stations the locals mentioned. The structure still stands, partially ruined but recognizable, positioned exactly one day's travel from the previous station. The spacing reveals careful planning based on realistic assessments of human endurance in high-altitude conditions. Travelers could rely on finding shelter at predictable intervals, transforming a potentially deadly journey through hostile terrain into a manageable expedition. The road network you're discovering stretches approximately 25,000 miles at its maximum extent, connecting regions as climatically different as tropical coastal areas and frigid mountain passes above 14,000 feet. The Inca didn't merely build paths between nearby settlements. They created an integrated system that united an empire spanning much of western South America, allowing rapid communication, military deployment and economic exchange across distances that would have taken months to traverse through unimproved terrain. Running your hands along the stone surface worn smooth by countless feet over centuries, you can almost feel the history embedded in these rocks. Messengers called chasqui once sprinted along these routes, carrying information through a relay system that could transmit news faster than seemed physically possible. Armies marched these roads, their footsteps echoing against mountain walls. Merchants transported goods, salt from coastal areas, potatoes from highland farms, and tropical fruits from jungle regions, creating economic integration that wouldn't exist again in South America until the modern era. The bridges prove even more impressive than the roads themselves. The Inca engineers mastered suspension bridge construction, weaving cables from grass fibers that could support significant weight, while spanning distances that stone construction couldn't achieve. You encounter the remains of one such crossing, where anchor points carved into cliff faces once held cables, stretching across a gap that makes your stomach tighten just looking at it. Modern testing of reconstructed Inca bridges reveals engineering principles that wouldn't feel out of place in contemporary textbooks. The cables distribute weight efficiently. The deck design provides stability against wind that whips through these mountain passes with terrifying force. The whole structure flexes rather than resisting movement, allowing it to survive stresses that would snap more rigid constructions. The conspiracy wasn't about roads existing. Every society creates paths between settlements. The hidden truth was that pre-Columbian American civilizations had achieved engineering sophistication that European scholars insisted required knowledge transmitted from the Old World. The roads proved that indigenous peoples had independently developed technical skills, organizational methods, and scientific understanding that conventional wisdom refused to acknowledge. As you continue your journey along these ancient routes, you notice smaller details that reveal the depth of planning involved. The Inca positioned their roads to minimize exposure to landslides and avalanches. They routed paths to take advantage of natural shelter where possible. They created drainage systems that still function after 5 centuries of neglect. Every decision reflected accumulated knowledge about how to build infrastructure that could survive in some of Earth's most challenging environments. You're descending now, following switchbacks that demonstrate another aspect of the engineer's skill. Rather than attempting impossibly steep grades, The road zigzags down the mountainside in a pattern that makes the descent manageable for travellers and cargo carriers. The turns bank slightly, like curves on a modern highway, reducing the risk of losing footing on corners. Even the width of the road varies strategically, wider on straight sections where multiple travellers might pass each other, narrower through difficult terrain where construction costs mattered more than convenience. The discovery of these road networks didn't just reveal impressive engineering, it demonstrated that the Americas before European contact hosted complex organised societies capable of sustained large-scale projects requiring planning across generations. The roads couldn't have been built quickly by small populations. They required centralised authority that could mobilise labour, engineers who could solve technical problems, and societies stable enough to invest resources in infrastructure that might take decades to complete. You're sitting in a monastery library in 16th century Spain, examining manuscripts that monks have carefully preserved from the burning and destruction that followed conquest. The leather-bound pages smell of age and secrets. Outside, the Inquisition's influence still shapes what knowledge people dare to pursue and what questions they risk asking. But here, in this quiet room, you're looking at evidence that challenges everything Europe believes about mathematical sophistication. The documents before you contain Mayan astronomical calculations that predict celestial events with accuracy that European science won't match for centuries. You trace your finger along columns of dots and bars, the elegant Mayan number system that includes a concept European mathematics still struggles to fully embrace. 0 as a placeholder and number in its own right. The conspiracy theory that most Europeans wouldn't accept was straightforward. People in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics, astronomy, and calendar systems without any influence from European, Asian, or African civilizations. The conventional wisdom insisted that such sophisticated intellectual achievements must have spread from a single source, presumably somewhere in the Mediterranean or Middle East, because surely humanity couldn't have discovered these concepts multiple times in isolation. But the evidence before you tells a different story. The Mayan number system works in base 20, rather than the base 10 that dominates European counting. This wasn't a primitive choice or a sign of mathematical confusion. It represented a different but equally valid approach to representing quantities, one that actually offers certain advantages for specific types of calculations. You're examining a calendar calculation now, watching how the Mayan system tracks multiple overlapping cycles with precision that makes your head spin slightly. They maintained a sacred calendar of 260 days, a solar calendar of 365 days, and a long count that could track dates across thousands of years. The mathematical sophistication required to keep these systems synchronized while using them for practical purposes, agricultural planning, religious ceremonies, political events, reveals minds as sharp as any in European universities. The astronomical observations prove even more impressive. Mayan mathematicians calculated the lunar month to within seconds of what modern instruments reveal. They predicted solar eclipses with accuracy that European astronomers couldn't match until they gained access to better tools and techniques centuries later. They tracked Venus's movement through the sky so precisely that their calculations remain useful to contemporary astronomers studying that planet's cycles. You can imagine Mayan observers on pyramid platforms, watching the night sky with patient attention across generations. They didn't have telescopes, but they had time, dedication, and sophisticated mathematical tools for analysing what they observed. Each generation refined the previous generation's observations, accumulating knowledge that eventually allowed them to predict celestial events years in advance. The conspiracy extended beyond mathematics into writing systems. European scholars initially refused to accept that Mayan glyphs represented a true writing system, rather than simple pictographs. The idea that indigenous Americans had independently invented complex written language, complete with phonetic elements, grammatical structures, and the ability to express abstract concepts, contradicted assumptions about the unique brilliance of old, world civilizations, but the glyphs clearly functioned as genuine writing. You're looking at a text that records historical events, royal genealogies, and mythological narratives with the same sophistication that Latin or Greek achieved. The writing system combines logographic and phonetic elements, allowing it to represent both concrete objects and abstract ideas with equal facility. Scribes could record sounds, meanings, and subtle grammatical distinctions that turned their language into permanent readable form. The mathematical achievements embedded in Mayan construction provide another layer of evidence. You're examining architectural drawings now, or rather, proportions preserved in surviving structures that reveal the mathematical principles underlying their design. Mayan builders used sophisticated geometry to create buildings aligned to astronomical events. Pyramids oriented so that sunlight creates specific shadow effects during equinoxes. Doorways positioned to frame particular stars at significant dates. The conspiracy theorists of the colonial period, those few Europeans who insisted on taking Mayan intellectual achievements seriously, faced ridicule and professional consequences, acknowledging that people in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics and astronomy, challenged theological certainties about human origins and dispersal. It complicated narratives about European cultural superiority. It raised uncomfortable questions about what else indigenous peoples might have discovered that conquest and disease are destroyed before it could be properly documented. You're examining a mathematical text dealing with what we'd call calculus, the mathematics of continuous change. Mayan mathematicians didn't develop this exactly as Europeans would centuries later, but they clearly grasped concepts about tracking changing quantities over time, calculating areas under curves, and understanding accumulation in ways that anticipate later mathematical developments. The zero itself deserves special attention. Mayan mathematicians developed this concept independently, using it both as a placeholder, making positional notation work, and as a number in its own right. European mathematics wouldn't fully embrace zero until well after contact with Arabic mathematical traditions. Yet here it functions naturally in a system developed in complete isolation from Old World influences. You can almost hear the scratch of a Mayan scribe's brush against paper made from tree bark, carefully recording calculations that would preserve astronomical knowledge for future generations. The concentration required for this work and the understanding that you're contributing to an accumulating body of knowledge that transcends individual lifetimes creates a connection across centuries. Those scribes knew they were building something that mattered, preserving discoveries that took generations to accumulate. The architectural evidence speaks to practical applications of this mathematical knowledge. Mayan builders created structures that still stand centuries after construction, despite earthquakes, hurricanes, and the weight of jungle vegetation trying to pull them down. The proportions of these buildings reflect a sophisticated understanding of structural engineering, load distribution, and the relationship between form and function. You're studying the remains of an astronomical observatory now, or what scholars have identified as such based on alignments that couldn't have occurred by chance. The structure tracks solar and lunar cycles with precision that required both mathematical sophistication and patient observation across many years. The builders positioned windows and doorways to frame specific celestial events, turning architecture into a permanent record of astronomical knowledge. The conspiracy wasn't just about mathematics existing in isolation from European influence. The deeper hidden truth was that human intelligence develops sophisticated solutions to complex problems wherever people have time, resources, and motivation to pursue knowledge systematically. The Mayan mathematical achievements demonstrated that intellectual advancement doesn't require specific cultural lineages or divine inspiration limited to particular regions. It emerges from human capacity to observe patterns, test ideas, and build on previous generations' discoveries. You're walking through a rainforest in the Amazon basin, your boots squelching through mud that smells of decomposition and growth occurring simultaneously. The air wraps around you like a warm, damp blanket carrying 1,000 different plant scents. Indigenous guides lead you to trees and vines that European-trained doctors insist couldn't possibly contain the medicinal properties that local people claim. The medical establishment in the early 20th century maintains firm positions about indigenous knowledge. Native peoples might have stumbled upon a few useful plants through trial and error, doctors acknowledge grudgingly, but the sophisticated pharmacological understanding they claim seems implausible. Real medicine requires laboratory research, controlled testing, and scientific rigour that supposedly couldn't exist in cultures without formal academic institutions, but your guides demonstrate knowledge that makes you question these dismissive assumptions. They identify specific plants for particular ailments with confidence born from generations of careful observation. They explain preparation methods, which parts of a plant to use, how to extract active compounds, and what dosages prove effective without causing harm. They discuss contraindications and interactions between different medicines with the same careful attention to detail that European pharmacists claim as their exclusive domain. You're examining cinchona bark now, the source of quinine that European doctors reluctantly admitted could treat malaria after centuries of indigenous use in South America. Your guide explains how our ancestors identified this particular tree species among thousands in the forest, how they discovered that bark from specific elevations proved more effective than others, and how they developed extraction techniques that maximize the active compound's concentration. The conspiracy theory that medical professionals refused to accept was that indigenous peoples had developed genuine pharmacological knowledge through systematic observation and experimentation. The conventional wisdom insisted that effective medicine required written records, formal education, and scientific methodology that supposedly didn't exist in oral cultures. Therefore, any effective indigenous remedies must represent lucky accidents rather than true medical science. But the evidence suggests otherwise. You're learning about ayahuasca now, not the recreational substance that would later attract tourists, but the medicinal compound that indigenous healers developed for specific therapeutic purposes. The preparation requires combining two plants that separately don't produce the desired effects. Together, they create a substance whose mechanism of action involves chemical interactions that European pharmacology couldn't fully explain for decades after Western scientists first encountered it. The sophistication required to discover this combination makes your head spin slightly. The Amazon contains approximately 80,000 plant species. The probability of randomly combining these two specific plants in the right proportions seems astronomically small. Yet indigenous healers not only made this discovery but also understood the conditions under which the medicine worked most effectively, who should receive it and who shouldn't, and how to manage the experience to achieve therapeutic rather than merely disorienting effects. You can imagine the generations of careful observation this knowledge required. Someone noticed that particular plants produced specific effects. Others experimented with different preparations, different combinations, and different dosages. Knowledge accumulated as people compared experiences, refined techniques, and developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of how these medicines interacted with human physiology. The guides are showing you wound treatment techniques now using plants that prevent infection with effectiveness that European medicine wouldn't match until antibiotics became available in the mid-20th century. They explain how to identify the right plants even when they're not flowering, how to prepare poultices that prevent bacterial growth, and how to assess whether a wound requires additional intervention beyond botanical treatment. The conspiracy extended to surgical knowledge. Indigenous peoples in several regions performed trepanation, drilling holes in skulls to relieve pressure or treat head injuries, with survival rates that wouldn't shame modern neurosurgery. Archaeological evidence shows healed skulls demonstrating that patients survived these procedures and recovered sufficiently for bone to regrow around the surgical opening. This requires understanding of sterility, pain management, and post-operative care that supposedly didn't exist outside European medical traditions. You're examining coca leaves now, which your guide chews to manage altitude sickness during mountain travel. She explains the difference between traditional use of the leaf, which provides mild stimulation and altitude adaptation, and concentrated extraction that creates problematic compounds. The knowledge embedded in this distinction reveals a sophisticated understanding of pharmacology. Indigenous peoples recognize that route of administration, dosage, and preparation method all affect a substance's impact on human physiology. The medical knowledge encompasses more than just pharmaceutical plants. You're learning about dietary treatments for specific conditions, physical therapy techniques for injuries, and mental health interventions that modern psychology is only beginning to appreciate. Indigenous healers understood that treating patients required addressing physical, psychological and social dimensions of illness simultaneously, a holistic approach that Western medicine would eventually rediscover and rebrand as integrative healthcare. The guides discuss diagnostic techniques that involve observing subtle signs that European-trained doctors would dismiss as superstition. But when you watch carefully, you notice they're tracking real physiological indicators, changes in skin colour that suggest circulatory problems, alterations in breathing patterns that indicate respiratory issues, and behavioural shifts that signal neurological concerns. They've simply developed observational skills so refined that their conclusions seem intuitive rather than analytical. You can almost smell the bitter alkaloids in the plant your guide is preparing now, explaining its use for digestive complaints. The preparation involves specific timing, harvesting at particular seasons, processing within certain timeframes, and storing under controlled conditions. This level of detail demonstrates empirical testing across generations, careful documentation through oral tradition, and systematic knowledge accumulation that deserves recognition as genuine scientific methodology, even if it didn't involve written records or laboratory equipment. The conspiracy wasn't about whether indigenous peoples use plants as medicine. Even the most dismissive European doctors acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that indigenous cultures had developed sophisticated medical knowledge through rigorous observation and testing, creating pharmacological understanding that rivaled and sometimes exceeded what European science had achieved through supposedly superior academic methods. You're standing on a dock in the Mediterranean, watching divers prepare equipment for an expedition that most archaeologists consider a waste of time and resources. The year is 1953, and conventional wisdom insists that underwater archaeology represents a contradiction in terms. Anything truly important wouldn't have ended up at the bottom of the sea, experts argue, and even if significant artefacts did sink, the saltwater environment would have destroyed them centuries ago. But the divers preparing to descend don't share this pessimism. They've heard stories from sponge fishermen and local sailors about shipwrecks containing amphorae, the clay jars ancient peoples used for transporting wine, oil and other goods. These humble containers might reveal information about ancient trade routes, economic systems, and cultural connections that written records never captured because they seem too mundane to document. You watch as the first diver disappears beneath the surface, following bubbles that mark his descent. The water here is remarkably clear, allowing visibility that makes underwater exploration feasible if not exactly comfortable. Minutes pass with the peculiar slowness that waiting always creates. Then the diver surfaces, excitement evident even through his breathing apparatus. He's found something, not just scattered pottery shards, but an organised shipwreck with cargo still arranged as it was when the vessel sank perhaps 2,000 years ago. The conspiracy theory that underwater exploration would eventually prove was that ancient maritime trade operated on a much larger scale than historical records suggested. Conventional wisdom held that ancient shipping was limited, risky, and confined to coastal waters where sailors could keep land in sight. The idea that regular trade routes crisscrossed the Mediterranean, that ships routinely carried massive cargoes across open water, that maritime commerce formed the backbone of ancient economies, all this seemed like romantic exaggeration rather than historical fact, but the shipwrecks tell a different story. You're examining the first recovery now, a bronze statue so perfectly preserved by the marine environment that it looks like it could have been submerged last week rather than millennia ago. The copper in the alloy created chemical conditions that prevented bacterial degradation. The statue spent 2,000 years at the bottom of the sea and emerged in better condition than bronzes that survived above ground, exposed to air, water cycles, and human handling. The cargo itself reveals the scope of ancient trade. This single ship carried wine from one region, olive oil from another, and manufactured goods from a third location. The amphorae bear stamps identifying their origins, creating a map of commercial connections that stretched across the entire Mediterranean world. Some jars travelled thousands of miles from their production sites, suggesting regular trade routes that connected diverse cultures in sustained economic relationships. You're diving now yourself, following the archaeologists who are mapping the wreck site with careful precision. The ship's remains rest on the seabed like a time capsule, preserving a moment from ancient commerce. The wooden hull is mostly decayed, but the cargo that survived shows you how merchants organised their vessels, heavy items low in the hold for stability, fragile goods packed with protective materials, everything arranged to maximise the space, available while maintaining seaworthiness. The conspiracy extended beyond simple trade routes. Underwater archaeology revealed that ancient peoples built harbour facilities far more sophisticated than textual sources suggested. You're swimming over the remains of a Roman port now, seeing underwater construction that demonstrates advanced engineering knowledge. Stone blocks fitted together with waterproof cement, breakwaters positioned to protect ships from storms, and mooring systems designed for vessels much larger than the modest craft that historical accounts described. The preservation underwater often exceeds what survives on land. Organic materials that would have rotted away in terrestrial conditions, wood, rope, and leather, remain intact enough to study their construction. You're examining wooden parts of the ship's hull that show the techniques ancient shipwrights used to create vessels capable of crossing open water while carrying enormous loads. The planking reveals a sophisticated understanding of how wood flexes under stress, how to join pieces to create waterproof seams, and how to design hulls that balance cargo capacity against sailing performance. The hidden truth that underwater archaeology exposed was that ancient maritime technology was far more advanced than conventional histories acknowledged. Ships didn't simply hug coastlines, limiting themselves to short journeys with frequent stops. Navigators developed techniques for crossing open water using celestial navigation, seasonal wind patterns, and accumulated knowledge about currents and weather. Shipbuilders created vessels that could survive storms powerful enough to sink modern craft. Merchants established trade networks that functioned with impressive efficiency despite the absence of modern communication technology. You're surfacing now, lungs grateful for fresh air after breathing through the apparatus underwater. The afternoon sun sparkles on wavelets, and you can see the support vessel, where archaeologists are cataloguing the morning's discoveries. Each artifact recovered tells part of a larger story about ancient commerce, about the movement of goods, ideas, and people across distances that supposedly represented impossible barriers to regular contact. The ships themselves demonstrate technological sophistication that rewrites understanding of ancient capabilities. You're examining technical drawings now based on hull remains recovered from multiple wrecks. The designs incorporate principles that wouldn't be rediscovered until the age of sail. Hull shapes that minimize drag, keel configurations that improve stability, and rigging systems that allow sailing against the wind through careful tacking. Later discoveries would reveal even more impressive finds. Ships carrying bronze computers, the Antikythera mechanism, that demonstrated mechanical sophistication centuries ahead of what historians thought possible. Wrecks from the Bronze Age containing tin from Cornwall and amber from the Baltic, proving that trade routes spanned Europe millennia before written records documented such connections. Underwater cities show that ancient peoples built permanent structures in shallow marine environments, creating harbour facilities that served as commercial hubs for centuries. The conspiracy wasn't about denying that ancient peoples travelled by sea. Everyone acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that maritime technology, navigation knowledge, and commercial organisation had reached levels of sophistication that challenged narratives about primitive ancients, slowly developing capabilities that modern societies perfected. Ancient mariners weren't cautious coastal sailors making tentative journeys along familiar shores. They were confident navigators who crossed open water regularly, carrying commercial cargoes that sustained complex economic systems spanning entire seas. You're in a map collection in Istanbul, carefully unrolling a document that cartography experts insist must be a fraud or a curiosity rather than evidence of anything historically significant. The Piri Reis map, created in 1513, shows details of coastlines that European explorers supposedly hadn't discovered yet. But what really makes scholars uncomfortable is how accurate it appears in places where accuracy shouldn't have been possible. With the tools and knowledge available to 16th century cartographers, the conspiracy theory that makes the academic establishment so uncomfortable is simple. ancient civilizations possessed geographical knowledge far more extensive than conventional histories acknowledge. Someone, somewhere, had accurately mapped coastlines, and perhaps even portions of continents that Europeans wouldn't officially explore for centuries. This knowledge somehow survived. Fragmentary, corrupted, but recognizable, in maps that later cartographers created using sources they claimed derived from antiquity. You're examining Antarctica's coastline on the Piri Reis map now. The shape matches the land underneath the ice sheets with unsettling accuracy. Land that modern science didn't map until the mid-20th century, using sonar and ice-penetrating radar. How could a 16th century Ottoman admiral have depicted this coastline as it appeared before glaciation? The conventional explanation that it's a distorted representation of South America's coast doesn't quite satisfy when you look at the specific features that seem to match subglacial Antarctica. The map contains notes explaining that Piri Reis compiled it from approximately 20 source maps, some of which he claimed dated to the time of Alexander the Great. Most historians dismiss this claim as exaggeration or misunderstanding, but the accuracy of certain sections makes you wonder what those source materials actually showed. You're studying the African coastline now, traced with precision that European navigators supposedly didn't achieve until after decades of exploration and surveying. The rivers appear in correct positions. The coastal features match reality more closely than maps that European sources created during the same period. Someone clearly had better information about African geography than official exploration records suggest should have been available. The conspiracy extends to other maps from the same general period. You're examining the Orontius Phineus map from 1531 now, which shows Antarctica centred at the South Pole with a remarkably accurate shape and size, again depicting the continent as it would appear without ice coverage. The mountain ranges correspond to subglacial features that modern geology identifies through methods unavailable to Renaissance cartographers. The conventional explanations for these maps feel increasingly strained the more you study them. Yes, cartographers sometimes copied errors from previous maps, creating persistent inaccuracies. Yes, map makers occasionally invented features to fill empty spaces, but the specific accuracies, the precise positions of geographical features that remained unknown to European explorers, suggest something more interesting than random luck or artistic license. You can imagine ancient mariners carefully recording coastlines as they explored, creating charts that later generations copied and recopied, introducing errors while preserving enough accurate detail that Renaissance cartographers could create surprisingly precise composite maps. Perhaps Phoenician sailors ranged farther than classical sources recorded. Perhaps Polynesian navigators shared geographical knowledge with traders who carried it westward. Perhaps civilizations that left no written records nevertheless mapped their discoveries with sufficient skill that fragments survived into historical periods. The hidden truth isn't necessarily that ancient explorers circumnavigated the globe, or that lost civilizations possessed technology rivaling modern capabilities. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom couldn't accept was simpler. Human geographical knowledge before European exploration was far more extensive than the historical record preserves, and this knowledge survived in fragmentary form through oral traditions, copied maps, and cultural memory that official histories dismissed as legend. You're examining Chinese maps now, showing maritime routes across the Indian Ocean that supposedly didn't exist before European contact, but the detail suggests regular travel between Asia and Africa, established trade routes, and geographical knowledge accumulated across centuries of navigation. The maps contain practical information, locations of harbours, notation of dangerous reefs, indication of seasonal wind patterns that only comes from actual experience sailing these waters repeatedly. The Polynesian navigators provide perhaps the most convincing evidence that pre-modern peoples achieved geographical knowledge on par with anything European exploration accomplished. Their maps, made from sticks and shells, encoding information about currents, wave patterns, and island locations, demonstrate sophisticated understanding of ocean navigation. They crossed thousands of miles of open Pacific, settling islands from Hawaii to Easter Island to New Zealand, using navigational techniques that didn't require written records or complex instruments, but nevertheless worked with impressive reliability. You're sitting in a university library on a quiet evening, watching the last sunlight fade from windows that overlook a campus much changed from its founding centuries. Around you, books contain knowledge that was once lost, then recovered, then sometimes lost again before finally finding secure homes in academic institutions that preserve and share it. The story of how humanity rediscovered forgotten truths creates its own narrative of persistence, curiosity, and the slow accumulation of understanding. The pattern repeats across civilizations and centuries. Knowledge emerges through careful observation and testing. Disasters, natural or human-caused, destroy the institutions that preserve this knowledge. Fragments survive in odd places. Copies that scholars saved, oral traditions that communities maintained, and practical applications that people continued using, even after theoretical understanding disappeared. Eventually someone notices the fragments, recognizes their significance, and begins the patient work of reconstructing what was lost. You're reading about the recovery of Greek mathematical and philosophical texts now, how Islamic scholars preserved works that Christian Europe had lost or destroyed during chaotic periods following Rome's collapse. These scholars didn't merely preserve the texts, they added their own commentaries and discoveries, advancing knowledge that European institutions would later reclaim and develop further. The transmission of knowledge followed complex paths, crossing cultural and religious boundaries, surviving periods when certain ideas seemed dangerous or irrelevant to the societies that held them. The rediscovery of ancient medical knowledge followed similar patterns. You're examining a medieval manuscript now that shows surgical techniques derived from Roman sources, but preserved through Arabic translation. The original Latin texts had been lost when libraries burned, when monasteries dissolved, and when warfare scattered collections that represented centuries of accumulated learning. But the knowledge survived its wanderings, eventually returning to European medical practice enriched by the contributions of every culture it passed through. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom resisted was that knowledge doesn't develop linearly, always advancing, never retreating. Understanding accumulates, but it also disappears. Civilizations achieve sophisticated insights, then lose them when circumstances change. Other societies independently develop similar ideas, or they recover lost knowledge from fragments that survive destruction. The actual history of human learning involves advances, retreats, parallel development, recovery, and synthesis in patterns far more complex than simple narratives of progressive improvement. You can feel the weight of all these books around you, each one containing knowledge that someone fought to preserve, that survived periods when it seemed destined for permanent loss, and that returned to human awareness through persistence and often accident. The library represents not just current understanding, but the accumulated effort of countless individuals who believed knowledge mattered enough to protect, copy, translate, and transmit despite obstacles and dangers. The environmental wisdom of indigenous peoples provides another example of lost and recovered knowledge. You're reading ecological studies now that confirm practices indigenous communities maintained for centuries, controlled burning that prevents catastrophic wildfires, crop rotation systems that preserve soil fertility, and water management techniques that sustain agriculture in marginal environments. For generations, European agricultural science dismissed these practices as primitive. Then, ecological research revealed that they embodied sophisticated understanding of ecosystem dynamics, often proving more sustainable than the methods that replaced them. The recovery continues in your own time. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that requires revising historical narratives. Linguists decode writing systems that preserve knowledge from cultures that disappeared. Scientists discover that traditional medicines contain compounds with genuine therapeutic value. Each discovery confirms that human achievement extends deeper into the past than any single generation realizes, and that knowledge develops in more places and times than conventional histories acknowledge. You're thinking about the Antikythera mechanism now, the ancient Greek computing device recovered from a shipwreck, showing that mechanical sophistication existed centuries before historians thought such technology possible. For decades after its recovery, scholars couldn't explain how it worked. The device sat in museums, recognized as important but not understood, until modern imaging technology allowed detailed examination of its gears and mechanisms. Even then, recreating it required sophisticated engineering knowledge, demonstrating that ancient craftspeople possessed skills that their society valued enough to support, but not to document in text that survived. The pattern teaches humility. Every generation thinks it understands the past, that it knows what ancient peoples could and couldn't achieve and what knowledge they possessed or lacked. Then new discoveries arrive, forcing revisions, revealing that the past was more complex, more sophisticated, and more interesting than simplified narratives suggested. The conspiracy theorists who insisted that ancient peoples deserved more credit than conventional wisdom granted often proved correct, though sometimes for reasons different than they imagined. As you prepare to leave the library, you notice the comfortable weight of knowledge accumulated around you. These books, these preserved fragments of human learning, represent victories against entropy and chaos. Someone cared enough to write this information down. Others preserved it when easier options involved letting it disappear. Still others translated, transmitted, and eventually printed it in forms that could survive across centuries and continents. The knowledge available to you represents countless small acts of preservation, each one affirming that understanding matters, that truth deserves protection, and that the effort to maintain and transmit knowledge serves purposes more important than any individual lifetime. The slow rediscovery continues. Somewhere tonight, someone is examining evidence that will revise understanding of what ancient peoples achieved. Somewhere, a fragment of lost knowledge is being decoded, translated, or recognized for its significance. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true remind you that healthy skepticism about conventional wisdom serves truth better than unquestioned acceptance of what authorities claim. The past keeps revealing itself to be more sophisticated, more accomplished, and more interesting than any single narrative can fully capture. You're walking home now through evening air that carries hints of approaching autumn. Above you, stars shine with the same light that ancient astronomers observed, mapped, and predicted with tools that seemed impossibly primitive yet somehow worked. The Mayan mathematicians were seeing these same constellations, calculating their movements with precision that rivals modern instruments. The Polynesian navigators used these stars to cross oceans, encoding knowledge in songs and sticks and stories that European science initially dismissed as primitive. The ancient engineers whose roads and cities and harbours still function centuries after their creators died, proving that sophistication doesn't require the specific technologies that our era takes for granted. The real lesson isn't that ancient peoples possessed mysterious lost technology or secret knowledge that modern science hasn't rediscovered. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true teach something subtler. Human intelligence, given time and motivation, develops sophisticated solutions to complex problems regardless of specific cultural circumstances. Knowledge accumulates wherever people pay attention to their environment, test their ideas against reality, and pass their discoveries to future generations. The diversity of human achievement across cultures and centuries demonstrates that there are many paths to understanding, many methods that work, and many ways of being sophisticated that conventional wisdom in any particular era might fail to recognize or appreciate. You're home now, settling into familiar comfort with the satisfaction of a journey completed. The stories you've travelled through tonight, lost cities that weren't myths, ancient knowledge that deserved respect, civilizations that achieved more than history's initially credited, remind you that reality often proves more interesting than either skeptics or enthusiasts imagine. The truth resides somewhere between absolute dismissal and uncritical acceptance, in the patient work of examining evidence, revising theories, and acknowledging when conventional wisdom needs updating. As you drift towards sleep, you're thinking about all the knowledge still waiting to be recovered, all the evidence not yet discovered, and all the conventional wisdom that future generations will revise as they uncover truths that this era's conspiracies only hint at. The investigation continues, as it always has, as it always will. Somewhere, someone is examining a fragment of the past that will eventually reshape understanding of human achievement. The slow work of rediscovery proceeds, one careful observation at a time, building toward insights that won't fully emerge for years or decades. but that will eventually add to the accumulated understanding that each generation inherits, revises, and passes along. The past remains alive in its influence on the present, in the knowledge that survived to shape current understanding, and in the mysteries that still wait for explanation. The conspiracy theories that prove true remind you that humility about what you think you know serves truth better than certainty. The human story keeps revealing itself to be more complex, more accomplished, and more surprising than any simplified narrative can capture, and that complexity, that persistent ability of the past to surprise and teach, provides its own quiet comfort as you settle into rest, knowing that tomorrow will bring new opportunities to learn, revise, and appreciate the sophisticated achievements of people who came before, people whose names are lost but whose discoveries, encoded in monuments and maps and mathematical systems, continue to speak across the centuries if you're willing to listen carefully to what they're saying. Sweet dreams, my friends. Paul Revere's name evokes images of a midnight ride, urgent calls for militias, and the onset of the American Revolution. Yet few realise the full scope of the man behind that iconic alarm. He was a silversmith, engraver, early industrialist, and a shrewd networker who navigated Boston's circles of artisans, merchants, and political agitators. Born on January 1st, 1735, Old Style, to Apollos Revere, a French Huguenot immigrant, and Deborah Hitchborn, a Boston native. Revere was destined to bridge cultures and communities at a time when colonial society seethed with discontent under British rule. Apollos Revere, who soon anglicised his name to Paul Revere, taught his son the art of silverwork. This trade anchored the younger Paul's fortunes. He grew up in Boston's North End, surrounded by wharves, taverns, and religious meeting houses, absorbing the rhythms of a busy port city. While modern retellings jumped straight to his patriotic escapades, his formative years shaped his destiny in more subtle ways. By age 15, the death of his father thrust him into the role of family provider. The teenage apprentice had to complete his training, manage the family's affairs, and forge connections with established silversmiths and merchants during the 1750s. Revere served briefly in the provincial army in the French and Indian War, an experience that gave him a glimpse of Britain's broader colonial entanglements. Upon returning to Boston, he embraced the trade of silversmithing wholeheartedly, creating not just decorative pieces, but also practical items like buckles and utensils. He prided himself on detail, marketing his wares to a clientele that spanned from modest craftsmen to the colony's rising middle class. Invoices preserved from this period reveal that Revere offered credit, advanced new designs, and constantly hustled for commissions. That brand of entrepreneurial spirit would later fuel his ability to mobilize networks for revolutionary purposes. By the early 1760s, tensions simmered throughout Massachusetts. The Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, and subsequent taxes outraged merchants and tradespeople alike. Revere found himself among a group of Boston artisans who gathered at local taverns to vent frustrations. These enclaves brewed the earliest forms of organised protest. Revere soon discovered he possessed a knack for articulating grievances through his engravings. It was not only an art form but also a political tool, effectively circulating ideas and stoking public sentiment against perceived British overreach. His iconic engravings of the Boston Massacre, albeit dramatised, helped radicalise many colonists. Apart from engraving, Revere proved versatile in forging social bonds. He was active in the Masonic Lodge of St Andrew, where he crossed paths with influential figures like Joseph Warren. He joined local fire clubs, an essential community fixture at a time when wooden buildings posed constant fire hazards. The same network that helped keep Boston safe from flames also functioned as a communication hub when secrecy was paramount. Revere's involvement in such clubs honed his skills at organising committees and planning contingencies. Revere witnessed the growing tension between the British authorities and colonial protesters as the decade progressed. He witnessed the formation of the Sons of Liberty, a loosely knit group bent on resisting British policy through boycotts, demonstrations, and occasionally more aggressive tactics. While Samuel Adams and John Hancock garnered the spotlight, Revere operated just beneath it, linking tradesmen, printers, and mariners to the cause. He carried messages across town, utilised his network to fundraise for boycotts, and orchestrated covert gatherings. In summary, the man played a significant role in the turbulent events that preceded the revolution. His silver shop bustled by day, forging items for well-to-do patrons, while by night he frequently huddled with patriots in back rooms. This dual existence, both an honest craftsman in broad daylight and a clandestine activist in the twilight, gave Revere an uncommon vantage point. He understood the grievances of merchants taxed by Parliament and the resentments of sailors harassed by British naval patrols. He also grasped the precarious existence of apprentices who found themselves jobless whenever tensions flared. In the early 1770s, Revere faced a crucial decision. He could either maintain his status as a respected craftsman and avoid radical elements, or he could fully dedicate himself to the resistance that was forming around him. That choice would define his role in the uncertain months ahead, as Britain tightened its grip and Boston braced for confrontation. His decision to lean into activism would soon thrust him into history's pages, though he never guessed that a single midnight ride would overshadow decades of other contributions. As Britain stepped up the enforcement of colonial policies, Revere and his compatriots adapted. No single figure commanded the burgeoning movement. Instead, it operated through committees, correspondences, and loosely affiliated networks of tradesmen, small merchants, and outspoken patriots. Revere proved instrumental in bridging these circles. He was neither the wealthiest merchant nor the most fiery orator, but his profound knowledge of Boston's geography and his wide array of personal relationships made him indispensable. He played a key role in the intelligence game that developed as tensions rose. The British, suspecting the colonies of seditious intent, planted informants and seized letters. Meanwhile, Patriot leaders formed committees of correspondence in every town, forging a parallel information network that bypassed royal officials. Revere often served as a courier, riding to distant towns, Worcester, Salem, even Portsmouth, to update them on the latest developments. These journeys were not glamorous. Winter roads were treacherous, lodgings minimal. But Revere's skill at travelling incognito, changing routes unpredictably, and winning trust at local taverns kept the chain of communication robust. Beyond his courier work, he continued engraving political cartoons. His depiction of the Boston Tea Party, for instance, circulated widely, capturing the moment when patriots dumped British tea into the harbour. The incident itself was more chaotic than Revere's engraving suggested. He presented it as a unified, disciplined act, an image that bolstered the patriots' claim of moral high ground. He also contributed subtly altered prints of the governor or British officers, turning them into caricatures for distribution among sympathisers. These images, pinned up in print shops or posted in meeting halls, served as rallying symbols. One lesser-known chapter in Revere's life involved the Suffolk Resolves, drafted in 1774 by Boston leaders. These resolutions rejected the coercive acts and called for civil disobedience. Revere was entrusted with delivering a copy to the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The journey south exposed him to a broader colonial landscape, forging connections with delegators from other colonies. He returned more convinced than ever that Massachusetts was not alone in protesting. Meanwhile, his reliability as a messenger soared in the eyes of figures like John Adams. Yet Revere was not purely a political operative. He had a family. His first wife, Sarah Orne, had borne him several children before passing away in 1773, and he later married Rachel Walker, who also became part of the extended Revere clan. Balancing domestic life with clandestine patriot activity proved stressful. Friends recalled that Revere's silver shop sometimes functioned as an unofficial meeting site, though it remained primarily a commercial venture. He might sit at his workbench, forging spoons or teapots, while patriots gathered in a small side room to whisper about British troop movements. By 1775, British authorities began to suspect that Boston's artisans played a larger role in the unrest than previously assumed. Regular army officers roamed the city, searching for hidden arms depots. Rumours swirled of British plans to arrest key rebel leaders, particularly John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who had left Boston for the relative safety in Lexington and Concord. Meanwhile, Massachusetts patriots had stored gunpowder in Concord, a small town west of Boston, anticipating a confrontation. As both sides prepared for the potential next move, tensions escalated. During this turbulent period, the Patriot leadership developed a signal system. Should the British launch a sudden strike, watchers at the Old North Church would hang lanterns to indicate whether the troops moved by land or by boat across the Charles River. Revere was part of the group that set this plan in motion, but to reduce risk, it was a friend, Robert Newman, who would hang the lanterns. Revere himself would undertake the hazardous ride to warn Hancock and Adams and rouse the militias along the route. In the days leading to that famous night, Revere scarcely slept. He conferred with Dr. Joseph Warren, who was privy to fresh intelligence suggesting British movements were imminent. The plan was bold, the stakes enormous. If the British discovered it, Revere faced imprisonment or worse. But he recognised that a swift warning might unify thousands of militiamen before the royal troops could seize arms or arrest leaders. No single courier could accomplish the entire job alone. Others, like William Dawes, shared the load. Still, Revere's role would become legendary, overshadowing the fact that a network, not one man, fueled that night's alert. Hence, as April 1775 dawned, Revere stood on a precipice. All the clandestine work, the rides to scattered towns and the coded signals at church steeples led to this juncture. The next hours would test his resourcefulness, bravery, and knack for quiet coordination, traits honed over years, now culminating in a midnight dash that would echo through American lore. On the evening of April 18th, 1775, Paul Revere prepared to leave Boston. British officers had become conspicuous near the docks, though many Bostonians, loyalists included, believed the troops would attempt to show a force the next day. Revere, however, suspected otherwise. He navigated through dark streets to the Charles River's edge, where a small boat awaited. Two friends rowed him quietly across, muffling oarlocks with cloth to avoid drawing the attention of the British warship anchored to nearby. Revere reached the Charlestown side and found a borrowed horse waiting. Simultaneously, Robert Newman stood at the Old North Church Tower, prepared to hoist 2 lanterns in the event of British troops launching from the water. Those signals would inform watchers in Charlestown, who would then spread the alarm by alternative routes. Revere's task was to ride directly to Lexington, rousing the countryside as he went. Another rider, William Dawes, would take a separate path, ensuring that if one was stopped, the other might succeed. Mounting his horse, Revere began the journey. At first, the roads lay eerily quiet, lit only by moonlight or the occasional lantern in a window. He knocked on farmhouse doors, calling to sleeping patriots, "The regulars are on the move," or words to that effect. He never actually shouted, "The British are coming," since many colonists still considered themselves British. Instead, he typically used phrases like, "The regulars are out," to alert local militias. Families woke groggily but recognised Revere by name or from prior visits. Swiftly they dressed, collected muskets, began passing word to neighbours further inland. The ride was not free of peril. At one point, Revere spotted 2 British officers on horseback. Fearing capture, he evaded them by dashing off on a side path, relying on his memory of the terrain. The near encounter heightened his urgency. Every minute counted. If the British marched swiftly, they could seize the arms in Concord or intercept Hancock and Adams before local militias mustered. Arriving in Lexington around midnight, Revere found Hancock and Adams lodging at the home of Reverend Jonas Clark. He delivered his news. British forces would soon move to confiscate colonial weapons and possibly arrest Patriot leaders. The 2 men hesitated, uncertain whether the threat was immediate. Meanwhile, locals debated the best course. Having done his duty of warning them, Revere prepared to continue on to Concord to spread the alarm further. By coincidence, Dawes arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere, having navigated a separate route. They connected with another rider, Dr. Samuel Prescott, who agreed to guide them to Concord, being intimately familiar with the area. The trio set off, determined to alert the entire region. Not far along, a British patrol lay in wait. The redcoats tried to block them on a narrow road. Dawes managed to slip away, though he lost his horse soon after. Prescott, an agile rider, vaulted a fence into the woods and escaped captivity, successfully reaching Concord. Revere, however, was detained. The officers interrogated Revere, suspecting he carried vital intelligence. He admitted British troops were heading to Concord, but did not conceal that the militias had been forewarned. Stunned by his candour, the officers tried to hustle him along to figure out the scope of the Patriot plan. They soon heard gunfire in the distance, the sound of militiamen already mobilising. Alarmed that their mission was compromised, the officers let Revere go. He found his way back to Lexington on foot, arriving just in time to witness the earliest skirmishes on Lexington Green at dawn. Thus ended Revere's ride, and thus began open conflict in the war that would shape a nation. The militias converged as intended. Though the British pressed on to Concord, they encountered a growing throng of armed colonists. The day ended in a chaotic retreat for the Redcoats, an event that echoed far beyond Massachusetts. News of this standoff would spark the colony's transformation from scattered protests into a full-blown revolution. Paul Revere's role on that pivotal night was merely one component of a larger chain. Others, Dawes, Prescott, local watchers, played equally critical roles. Yet over time, popular mythology spotlighted Revere as the lone hero, galloping through the countryside. Decades later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, which condensed the story into a stirring call to arms, greatly contributed to Revere's fame. In reality, Revere's ride was but one expression of a complex strategy. However, it was sufficient to permanently inscribe him in America's collective consciousness as the individual who raised the alarm, thereby altering the course of history. Once the battles at Lexington and Concord ignited warfare, Paul Revere's story did not pause. He continued serving the revolutionary cause in myriad ways, some unsung, others overshadowed by the flash of his midnight ride. In the following months, Boston became a hotbed of tension. The British held the city, while colonial forces encircled it. Revere worked on intelligence and logistical tasks, using his expertise in messaging and in crowd coordination to keep patriots informed. One key project saw him turning from silver to metal of another kind. Massachusetts needed cannon, shot, and other munitions. As a skilled artisan, Revere adapted his workshop for manufacturing. Though not a large-scale operation, his foundry contributed metal fittings and small arms components. He tinkered with the ways to produce gunpowder, though that challenge required specialized mills. Meanwhile, Revere participated in local committees that governed the region in the absence of British authority, ensuring daily life continued amid chaos. Amid these labours, tragedy struck. Dr. Joseph Warren, Revere's friend and fellow patriot, was killed in June 1775 at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Warren's death hit Revere hard. The two had collaborated closely in mobilizing the earliest resistance, and Warren's medical skill had saved countless lives in prior skirmishes. The heartbreak sharpened Revere's resolve. The cost of independence was high, yet men like Warren believed in it passionately. Revere channeled that sorrow into further commitments, travelling frequently between revolutionary committees in Cambridge and outlying towns. The British finally evacuated Boston in March 1776, a turning point that caused jubilation among the patriots. Revere moved back into the city, reclaiming his silver shop, but found it in disarray after months of occupation. Repairs were needed before normal business could resume. However, normal business had become a distant memory by that point. The war had shifted to other colonies, and Revere's skill set remained valuable. He volunteered for militia service and was appointed a lieutenant colonel of artillery in the Massachusetts militia. This role combined administrative oversight, ensuring troops had supplies and equipment, with strategic input, drawing on his knowledge of local fortifications. In 1778, Revere participated in the ill-fated Penobscot expedition, an attempt by the Massachusetts militia to oust British forces in present-day Maine. The expedition ended in disaster, with the colonial fleet scuttled and troops forced to retreat through the wilderness. Revere faced criticism for his actions there, especially regarding disputes over the chain of command. A court-martial ensued, questioning whether he had disobeyed orders or abandoned his post. While eventually exonerated, the incident left a sour note in his military career, contrasting sharply with the heroic aura of his earlier ride. Undeterred, he continued assisting in local defences, forging new connections with revolutionary leaders. In the final years of the war, Revere balanced militia duties with attempts to stabilise his personal livelihood. The prolonged conflict had disrupted normal commerce, and craftsmen across the colonies struggled. Revere's adaptability shone once more. He introduced new techniques, such as rolling copper sheets for naval use, precursor to his later achievements in metalworking that would flourish post-war. Throughout these years, Revere also engaged in the social fabric of the budding republic. He joined societies discussing ways to structure the new nation's governance. He was active in the movement that eventually produced the Massachusetts Constitution. Among his lesser-known efforts was involvement with the local intelligence apparatus to verify rumours of British espionage or infiltration. He was not a central spy master, but he knew the city intimately and could trace suspicious activity. The same street smarts that fueled his 1775 ride aided him once again. When the Treaty of Paris finally ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Revere was approaching 50. He had served as craftsman, courier, militia officer, and community organiser, roles overshadowed by that single night's gallop into legend. Yet he emerged from the war with a moderate standing, his workshop battered, but not ruined. Boston's economy was in flux, but Revere saw opportunities ahead. He recognised that the new United States, short on domestic manufacturing, would need local industries to replace imports once supplied by Britain. Thus, as the guns fell silent, Revere pivoted from the chaos of war to the prospect of peace. He had learned about large-scale metalwork from wartime demands. Now he sought to parlay that knowledge into a business advantage. He opened new ventures, such as a hardware store and a foundry capable of casting bells and cannons. This transformation signalled his next chapter, a shift from revolutionary operative to pioneering industrialist. Despite everything, he held on to the memory of Bunker Hill, lost friends, and that ride on a moonlit night, which shaped him into a man determined to help forge a stable, prosperous future for the Republic he helped birth. In the post-war era, Paul Revere harnessed his entrepreneurial spirit to elevate Boston's manufacturing capabilities. While many Americans clung to small-scale artisanal methods, he envisioned something grander, an industrial growth that could rival Europe's established foundries. His experiences rolling copper for naval uses and casting small cannons during the war primed him for expansions. Through determined trial and error, Revere built a thriving copper works enterprise. It began with smaller tasks, producing copper bolts, spikes, and fittings for local shipyards. Boston, a bustling maritime hub, offered a ready market. Over time, Revere realised the potential for roofing large buildings with copper sheets, a technique popular in European cathedrals but rare in the young United States. He also recognised the possibility of sheathing the hulls of wooden ships with copper to prevent wood-boring pests and reduce marine growth. If widely adopted, copper sheathing could dramatically enhance a vessel's speed and lifespan, improving profitability for shipping companies. Yet capital was scarce. Revere searched for partners or backers, but often found scepticism. Most believed large-scale metalwork too risky. Unfazed, Revere used his personal savings, accumulated from decades of silver work, taking on loans at high interest. He arranged shipments of raw copper from mines in Connecticut or further afield. By the late 1780s, he operated a modest rolling mill, though it struggled to match the consistency of British imports. Undeterred, he laboured to refine techniques, tinkering with furnace temperatures and rolling machinery designs. Alongside forging a copper empire, Revere remained active in civic life. He joined the Massachusetts Charitable Mechanic Association, which championed tradesmen's rights and advanced mechanical innovations. In addition, he oversaw community initiatives aimed at improving infrastructure, Boston's roads, bridges, and fire services. This synergy of public service and private enterprise mirrored the developing ethos of the New Republic, where personal success and collective well-being intertwined. His family also expanded, father to a large brood. Revere expected his children to learn a trade or assist in the family businesses. Sons began helping in the foundry, learning practical skills from their father. Daughters were often educated enough to maintain household finances and even dabble in commercial tasks. The Revere clan became a microcosm of the emergent middle class, part tradition-bound, part forward-looking. At times, dinner discussions likely encompassed everything from forging techniques to local politics. During this period, the new federal government sought to strengthen America's naval capacity. Threats loomed off the Barbary coast, where pirates seized merchant ships. The US Navy needed warships, and Revere saw his chance. He pitched his copper sheathing to the government, arguing that adopting homegrown manufacturing would reduce dependence on foreign supplies. Despite initial reservations, officials recognized the strategic advantage. By the mid-1790s, Revere's copper found its way onto the USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides, a famed frigate built in Boston. This success was huge. It demonstrated that domestic production could match or exceed British quality. With pride, Revere marched his workers to the Charlestown Navy Yard to see the Constitution outfitted. The event symbolized the synergy of industrial progress and national defense. In an era when many still saw the US as an agrarian confederation, Revere's pursuits hinted at a more industrial future. He began receiving more orders for bell casting too. Churches across New England wanted bells that combined pleasing acoustics with durability. Revere's foundry delivered. Some of these bells still ring today. Even as Revere's renown grew in manufacturing circles, he remained surprisingly modest about the famed midnight ride. He occasionally recounted it for new acquaintances, especially if they recognised his name from rumours. But he never wrote a grand memoir or boasted publicly. He seemed more captivated by forging new wares and improving his foundry's output. The ride that would define him for posterity was just one chapter in his own eyes. By the early 1800s, Paul Revere was recognised as a leading industrial innovator in Massachusetts. The aging patriot was no longer the lean courier bounding off into the night. Instead, he was a solid figure with greying hair, strolling through a noisy foundry, checking the quality of molten copper, and guiding younger craftsmen. He remained engaged in local politics, advocating for a balanced approach to commerce. Occasionally, he accepted invitations to speak at associations of mechanics or veterans groups, though these gatherings rarely matched the grandeur of modern rallies. He kept the focus on practical improvements and communal responsibilities, values forged in a life that bridged revolution and the forging of a new economic order. Thus, Paul Revere advanced from revolutionary messenger to full-fledged industrial pioneer. Where once he had hammered silver teapots, he now shaped the nation's naval might. The drive for independence, which once motivated him to ride overnight, now fueled an economic vision for a stable, self-reliant America, an ambition that amply demonstrated the synergy between enterprise and patriotism. Paul Revere's final decades saw him celebrated in local circles as an accomplished businessman and stalwart voice in civic affairs. Yet, ironically, his renown as a revolutionary hero was comparatively subdued during his lifetime. Public commemorations of the war typically highlighted generals like Washington or statesmen like Franklin. The intricacies of Revere's midnight ride were known among certain Bostonians, but no single poem or widely circulated account yet enshrined his role. As the 19th century dawned, Revere watched Boston transform. The city's population swelled. New commercial opportunities arose along the waterfront. He kept pace with these changes, updating his foundry's techniques and occasionally patenting innovations. He also mentored younger artisans, passing along the same ethos of diligence and community-mindedness that guided him. In quiet moments, he reflected on friends lost or scattered by war, on how an unassuming silversmith like him once walked a perilous line between colonial law and rebellion. His personal life remained anchored in family. By now, multiple children assisted in the foundry. Grandchildren scampered through the workshop yard, occasionally mesmerized by glowing furnaces. Revere, though stern about safety, allowed them glimpses of the molten copper, hoping to spark curiosity rather than fear. Letters from this period reveal a man juggling paternal pride, financial concerns, and deep gratitude for living to see an independent republic flourish. He occasionally travelled to observe new industrial sites. One visit to Philadelphia's ironworks fascinated him. He swapped notes with other entrepreneurs about scale, costs, and workforce management. Everywhere he went, people recognized him as that Boston craftsman who had helped found an American manufacturing base. At dinners or tavern gatherings, he sometimes heard recollections of the Revolution, with others praising famous generals, while Revere politely listened. If asked directly about April 18th, 1775, he'd share details, but mostly he avoided embellishment. He never sought to overshadow the memory of the many patriots who fought and fell after that fateful night. In 1811, Revere decided to retire officially from daily management, handing control of the foundry to his sons and other trusted associates. By that point, his name carried weight in commercial contracts. The Revere brand, as it were, gave assurance of quality. Freed from the grind of business, he spent more time reflecting on the young nation's political evolution. The War of 1812 erupted soon after, pitting the US again against Britain. From his vantage, Revere found it both disheartening and validating. Disheartening that conflict re-emerged, yet validating because it underscored the importance of domestic industry in times of strife. Despite his advanced age, Revere occasionally wrote letters of encouragement to militia officers, reminding them of the vital role local defence played during the earlier revolution. He also supported volunteer committees raising funds for fortifications. Not being active on the front lines, he remembered the lessons of 1775 local preparedness could significantly influence the outcome. Some historians note that behind the scenes, Revere's foundry contributed cannon parts for the war effort, though on a smaller scale than before. Paul Revere died on May 10th, 1818, at the age of 83. Obituaries in Boston newspapers praised him as a master silversmith, an industrious founder, and a patriot of the Revolution, but they offered only cursory mention of his midnight ride. Instead of mourning a legendary figure, the city mourned a respected community pillar. Indeed, Revere's funeral was a modest affair attended by family, friends, and fellow artisans. To them, he was old Mr. Revere, wise in counsel, unwavering in principles. Over the ensuing decades, memories of the Revolution consolidated into a national myth. Monumental events overshadowed the gritty day-to-day contributions of ordinary patriots. Then, in 1860, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow published Paul Revere's Ride, immortalising Revere as the lone hero who raised the alarm. The poem, while stirring, took liberties, omitting the network of compatriots and crediting Revere with feats shared among multiple riders. Its dramatic lines, though historically imprecise, resonated with Americans on the brink of civil war, reminding them of the unity once forged in crisis. Thus, ironically, Revere's posthumous fame soared to heights he never experienced while alive. Statues rose, textbooks proclaimed him the prime instigator of the Revolution's opening salvo. The complexities of his broader life, his industrial ventures, his engravings, his lesser-known military fiascos, often faded behind the single story of a midnight dash. Yet Revere's life exemplifies more than an iconic ride. It reflects the synergy of craft, commerce, activism, and civic responsibility in shaping a fledgling nation. That synergy, perhaps, is the greatest testament to the man who ended. As an unassuming, elderly industrialist, yet endures in collective memory astride a galloping horse. Long after Paul Revere's passing, historians pieced together a fuller portrait of his life, transcending the narrow lens of that famous ride. Documents emerged, shop ledgers, personal letters, court-martial records from the Penobscot expedition, showcasing a man constantly evolving with the times. Such evidence clarified that Revere's significance lay not in one heroic night, but in a sustained commitment to building community ties, forging new industries, and championing a cause he believed just. In modern Boston, tourists throng the Freedom Trail, winding past sites like the Old North Church, where docents recount the signal lanterns. Revere's house, painstakingly preserved, stands as an example of 17th century architecture adapted by an 18th century craftsman. Visitors marvel at the cramped rooms where children must have crowded together, and at the workshop space out back where Revere chased creative ideas that shaped silver into everything from teapots to intricate buckles. In the yard, one can almost imagine him conferring with secret committees, or stepping out at dusk for a quiet conversation with a fellow Sons of Liberty member. Revere's industrial legacy also lingers. The copper-clad USS Constitution still floats in the Charlestown Navy Yard, a testament to his metallurgical foresight. Bells cast in his foundry continue to ring in churches across New England. These artifacts speak to a principle Revere championed, that self-sufficiency and local craftsmanship buttress freedom. In a young republic uncertain of its future, he demonstrated that Made in America was not a pipe dream, but a workable reality, given enough ingenuity and perseverance. Academic discourse has also refined Revere's place in revolutionary history. While Longfellow's poem romanticised a lone rider, scholarship highlights a broader network known as the intelligence and alarm system. Dozens of riders, watchers and committee members made that April 1775 night a success. Revere's role was crucial but not singular. Even so, the poem's popularity stuck, capturing the hearts of generations who found inspiration in the notion that one person, fueled by conviction, might rouse a people to defend liberty. Some argue that the legend's simplicity overshadowed the truth of collective action, while others contend it provided a rallying symbol more powerful than any purely factual account. Contemporary portrayals, whether in children's books or historical dramas, balance the factual Paul Revere with the mythic figure. They mention his silver shop, his involvement in the Boston Tea Party, and his lesser-known feats beyond the famed ride. They note how he bridged multiple roles: artisan, father, activist, soldier, and entrepreneur. Teachers use his story to illustrate how revolutions depend on everyday citizens stepping forward, not just charismatic generals. In this sense, Revere embodies the idea that significant change is fueled by many hands, each contributing specialised talents. Revere's transformation into a national icon carries lessons about how history and memory intersect. He left behind no bombastic diaries. Rather, his records were pragmatic: receipts for silver items, letters about shipments of copper, brief notes on local militia tasks. The shift from modest business documents to mythic status suggests that once a narrative resonates with national sentiment, it acquires a life of its own. Paul Revere thus stands as both a historical figure, verifiable, multifaceted, and a cultural emblem shaped by poetry, public monuments, and retellings that emphasise drama over nuance. For people reflecting on the Revere's life today, he offers a model of adaptability. He was not locked into a single path. Facing challenges, whether paternal loss in adolescence, British crackdowns, or post-war economic chaos, he recalibrated. That adaptability underscores a universal truth. The capacity to pivot in crises fosters resilience, whether in the forging of a new nation or in personal life transitions. Ultimately, the Paul Revere story is more than an evening dash. It's a tapestry of craftsmanship, activism, community building, and industrial ambition. Each thread adds depth to the revolutionary narrative. And while the phrase "one if by land, two if by sea" rings through the ages, the real Revere thrived on forging alliances and relentlessly solving problems. His memory endures in hammered silver, in the echoes of church bells, and in the forging of a collective identity that transcends any single heroic moment. In that sense, Revere's life exemplifies how a determined citizen can indeed shape history, quietly weaving purpose into every role he fills, leaving behind an imprint that resonates well beyond the midnight calls of war. In the hushed darkness of a 13th century manor house, as the last embers in the central hearth faded to soft orange glows, the lord of the manor would not retire alone. Around him, in the enormous hall, lay his household staff, family members, and perhaps even trusted servants, all arranged in a careful choreography of medieval sleep. This collective slumber, so foreign to our modern sensibilities, represents one of history's most misunderstood phenomena: the medieval relationship with sleep. Contrary to popular assumptions about the discomforts of pre-industrial life, medieval Europeans may have enjoyed sleep patterns more aligned with human biology than our current regimens. The sleep of the Middle Ages wasn't merely a functional necessity squeezed between brutal days of toil. It was an elaborate practice infused with ritual, social significance, and a profound understanding of human needs that modern science is only now rediscovering. The medieval night began not with the flick of a light switch, but with the gradual recession of daylight. As twilight descended across Europe's countryside and burgs, a natural wind-down period commenced. Without the harsh blue light of electronic devices to disrupt melatonin production, medieval bodies responded naturally to environmental cues. The dimming of the day triggered sleep hormones in perfect synchronicity with the body's circadian rhythm. Evidence from medieval household accounts, monastic records, and medical manuscripts reveals that medieval people practiced what sleep researchers now call sleep hygiene, not through scientific understanding, but through customs evolved over centuries. Families would gather around fires in the hours before bed, engaging in what one 14th century English text called the gentle telling of tales. This storytelling tradition served multiple purposes: reinforcing community bonds, passing down cultural knowledge, and, crucially, allowing the brain to transition from the active demands of daytime to the receptive state conducive to sleep. Inventories from noble households across Europe list specialised items for sleep comfort that defy our image of medieval discomfort. While commoners might sleep on straw-filled mattresses, regularly refreshed with aromatic herbs like lavender and chamomile, natural sleep aids, the wealthy invested heavily in sleep quality. Featherbeds, documented in the 1380s household accounts of John of Gaunt, could contain up to 60 pounds of down. These were topped with linen sheets, woolen blankets in winter, and lightweight coverlets in summer, seasonal adaptations showing a sophisticated understanding of sleep temperature regulation. The medieval bed itself evolved into an architectural feature in its own right. Far from a simple platform, the bed became what historian Sasha Handley calls a micro-environment for sleep. High bedsteads kept sleepers above drafts, while bed curtains created microclimates that preserved body heat. Particularly in northern regions, these enclosed bed spaces maintained optimal sleeping temperatures through bitter winters without central heating. Perhaps most notably, medieval people organised their sleep around natural human ultradian rhythms. Medical texts from Salerno's famed medical school advise sleeping with the head slightly elevated, and on the right side initially for proper digestion. Then turning to the left side in deep sleep, advice that echoes modern recommendations for optimizing airway positioning during sleep. Despite the absence of memory foam or adjustable bases, medieval sleepers customized their experience through ingenious means. Illuminated manuscripts show various pillow configurations, from cylindrical bolsters supporting the neck to smaller cushions tucked under elbows or knees. Personalized comfort adaptations we've rediscovered through ergonomic design. Archaeological findings from cesspits in London and York have revealed remains of medicinal herbs commonly used for sleep, including valerian root and passion flower, showing sophisticated pharmacological approaches to sleep management. The physical arrangements for sleep extended beyond beds. Manor houses and even modest dwellings were designed with sleeping areas positioned to maximize morning light exposure. An architectural feature that modern chronobiologists recognize for its importance in maintaining healthy circadian rhythms. East-facing bedchambers allowed sleepers to wake naturally with the sunrise, reinforcing their internal body clocks in ways that modern blackout curtains and alarm clocks disrupt. What truly distinguished medieval sleep, however, was its social nature. Unlike our privatized, individualized approach to sleep, medieval slumber was communal. This behavior wasn't merely for practical reasons like shared warmth or protection, although these benefits were real, but reflected a fundamentally different conception of sleep as a vulnerable yet shared human experience. Even kings were rarely alone while sleeping, attended by trusted chamberlains who slept at the foot of the royal bed, creating a sleep culture where the boundaries between private and public were permeable in ways we might find uncomfortable, but that provided unique psychological benefits. People didn't expect to sleep all night in medieval Europe when darkness fell. The idea that people should sleep 8 hours is post-industrial. Medieval medical records, diaries, household histories, and literary sources show a quite distinct pattern. First sleep and second sleep, separated by a nighttime wakeful quiet. This biphasic sleep pattern was common throughout social strata. After going to bed at nightfall, medieval people had a 4-hour first sleep or dead sleep. After waking up naturally for 1 to 2 hours, they went back to second sleep until daybreak. Medieval folks used this midnight awakening as a natural window of consciousness, not sleeplessness. European monastery church records provide some of the best evidence of this interval. The monastic rule of St. Benedict scheduled midnight prayers, matindis, during the wakeful hour to accommodate this natural sleep divide. Instead of fighting their biology to stay awake for devotions, monks synchronized their spiritual practices with human sleep architecture. The significance of midnight awakening goes beyond religion. Medical manuscripts from Salerno and Montpellier, Europe's top medical schools, show that doctors believed midnight waking was crucial for health. The 13th century physician Aldebrandon of Siena said that this wakeful period allowed the vapours of food to be properly distributed through the body, a pre-scientific knowledge of how sleep stages affect digestion and metabolism. This nightly waking gave regular households an unusual opportunity. It was common for homeowners to check on their property, bank fires for the second sleep, and examine their security. The 14th century guide for parish priests recommends middle night marital intercourse because the body is rested but the mind clear. The recommendation implies a profound awareness of how restful sleep influences mood and physical receptivity. Interestingly, this wakeful interlude produced various types of consciousness that current neuroscience has only recently learned to detect. Neurologists call the state between first and second sleep hypnopompic consciousness, which boosts creativity, imagery, and emotional processing. Medieval folks innately understood and practiced this distinct mental condition. Court records and diaries show how midnight wakers considered legal issues. A 15th century Ghent judge said he made his toughest decisions after consulting his thoughts in the watch between sleeps, believing it provided deeper moral insight than daylight deliberation. Craftspeople conceived new designs, farmers planned seasonal rotations, and merchants planned business initiatives during this contemplative period. Wakefulness had emotional and social benefits. Larger medieval households described night talking, intimate chats during midnight waking. These nighttime conversations allowed for exceptional emotional honesty, unlike daytime contacts confined by societal hierarchy and public presentation. A 14th century English noblewoman's diary says she learned her husband's innermost worries only in the watch between sleeps, when souls speak more truly. This split sleep pattern boosted creativity. Chaucer writes poetry during his watching times, and illuminated manuscripts often state they were written in the midnight thinking time. Medieval dream interpretation guides distinguished between dreams during first sleep, processing daily events, and those during second sleep, prophetic or insight-bearing, due to the quality of thoughts during this period. Archaeology confirms this practice's prevalence. Medieval home excavations sometimes reveal little oil lamps for nighttime activities. In household inventories across social classes, night tables with writing tools, miniature prayer books, and meditation tools are common. When modern researchers removed artificial light from test subject settings for several weeks, they automatically reverted to biphasic sleep. Strong proof that segmented sleep is our biological rhythm. Medieval people honoured this cycle rather than pushing continuous sleep, aligning with their evolved sleep architecture in ways modern civilization rarely allows. Psychological benefits make segmented sleep valuable. The midnight wake-up allowed memory consolidation and emotional processing. Modern sleep science shows that disrupted sleep can improve memory formation. A 15th century French physician advised pupils to reread difficult material before bed and allow the mind to work upon it in the midnight watching. Medieval folks knew the value of this processing time. Medieval sleep environments were more complex and deliberate than popular belief. Medieval sleeping arrangements were frequently utilitarian marvels that represented considerable household investments and years of comfort technology, unlike the crude, unpleasant platforms depicted in modern media. Archaeology from intact medieval households shows that sleep quality was important. Excavated 13th century merchant homes in London showed specialised floor designs with insulating materials packed beneath sleeping areas, including wool, straw, and even feathers in wealthier homes, to block the cold from stone or packed earth floors. This intelligent underfloor insulation shows heat transmission concepts that affect sleep quality. Medieval sleep revolved around the bed, which evolved quickly. Bed technology improved by the 13th century from simple raised platforms. Estate inventories from around Europe reveal more sophisticated bed designs with specialised comfort components. The bed's hardwood frame, termed the bedstock, has mortise and tenon joints allowing minor flexibility without squeaking, which 14th century Florence Carpenter Guild laws required for undisturbed rest. Medieval mattress technology improved constantly. Peasant homes still use straw-filled beds, although they were more advanced. Traditional European farming groups using medieval methods used straw beds, not loose straw piled into sacks. Specially selected straw, oat straw, was recommended for its softness. Completely dried to prevent mould and broken to provide a springier texture was used. Most homes emptied and refilled these beds seasonally. For the wealthy, mattress technology evolved. By the 14th century, merchants and artists used wool-filled mattresses, while feather beds were the height of medieval sleep luxury. These were constructed sleep surfaces, not feather sacks. Guild regulations from 14th century Paris required feather beds to be built with particular weights of different feather varieties piled for compression and rebound. The most sumptuous examples had goose down on top and stiffer feathers underneath for stability, similar to modern high-end mattresses. Medieval pillows are often forgotten sleep technologies. Modern pillows are uniform, whereas medieval pillows were individualized. Archaeological evidence and household inventories show at least 4 pillow types: neck bolsters for spinal alignment, softer head pillows for comfort, wedge pillows for medical conditions, particularly respiratory issues, and smaller support pillows for positioning. Salerno medical writings advise lifting the head for digestion disorders and supporting the legs for back pain. Bed sheets were also designed for sleep comfort. Linen sheets were valued for their breathability and moisture-wicking capacity. Even small houses had many sets of linens and regular laundry records. In winter, woolen blankets provided insulation, while silk or light wool coverlets gave summer warmth. Seasonal bedding rotation shows a profound awareness of how ambient temperature influences sleep quality. Equally inventive was sleeping room climate control. Bed curtains were attractive and microclimatic. Fully enclosed bed curtains conserved body heat in winter. Large medieval houses recorded various curtain weights for different seasons, with summer curtains blocking insects, allowing airflow. This seasonal sleep environment adaptation shows a comprehensive awareness of how ambient variables affect rest quality. Medieval dwellings also showed excellent sleep management. Sound-dampening interior shutters were common in metropolitan bedrooms. In intact York and Bruges homes, archaeologists found woven rush mats put on walls near public streets as early sound insulation. Medieval folks recognized noise pollution as a sleep disruptor and addressed it with intentional design. Medieval sleep was influenced by aromatherapy. Domestic and archaeological records show aromatic herbs in bedding. These were lavender and chamomile for relaxation, mint and rosemary for insect repellent, and dried rose petals for fragrance. For decades, home manuals have recommended inserting little herb-filled sachets into pillowcases to improve sleep. Researchers even reviewed illumination for its impact on sleep quality. Medieval dwellings used candles or rushlights in bedrooms for specific purposes. When affordable, beeswax candles were recommended near beds because they smoke less than tallow. Rushlights, manufactured by immersing river rushes in fat, burned longer and dimmed to help people fall asleep. These thoughtful evening light selections follow recent advice to avoid bright light before bed. Medieval sleep environments were sophisticated enough to regulate nighttime temperature. Bed warming technologies improved in Northern Europe. Early medieval hot stones evolved into warming pans equipped with adjustable handles and ventilated lids, which diffused heat evenly without causing burns. These gadgets were used in houses of all social strata, demonstrating the importance of ideal sleeping temperatures. Medieval Europe saw a number of systematic sleep hygiene activities when the sun set. These were centuries-old practices that prepared body and mind for repose. The intricacy of these pre-sleep practices undermines the idea that scientific sleep optimization is new. The transition to night began with day-shutting rituals that separated waking and sleeping. Closing shutters or drawing curtains were symbolic thresholds. Even humble 14th century French households had practices for closing the day, typically with brief spoken phrases or prayers to signal that labour was over and rest could begin. Medieval Europeans intuitively knew the necessity of light reduction before sleep, according to archaeology. Medieval dwelling excavations reveal clever shutter designs that blocked light more completely. Rich urban homes had exterior shutters for security and inside fabric hangings to exclude remaining light by the 15th century. These dark generation investments showed how much society valued sleep. Staged light reduction was notable in medieval times. As darkness approached, homes switched from brilliant central fireplaces to dim lights. Church and monastic records show that different candle types were used for different evening activities, leading to rush dips at bedtime. Our modern abrupt shifts from brightness to darkness impede melatonin production, but this progressive dimming naturally signaled sleep. Evening meals were part of sleep preparation. Despite expectations about primitive medieval diets, household records and medical writings show sophisticated sleep nutrition. Evening meals were eaten at least 2 hours before bed to allow for partial digestion. In the evening, Salerno medical books advise lighter diets like lettuce, almonds, and warm dairy liquids mixed with mildly sedative spices to promote sleep. Physical sleep preparation was also deliberate. Cleaning before bed highlighted psychological shifts as well as cleanliness. Even in simple families without bathing facilities, people washed their hands, face, and feet before bed and for its relaxing benefits, according to housekeeping manuals. Some 15th century manor buildings had evening bathing chambers next to bedrooms for more extensive pre-sleep bathing procedures. Medieval sleep habits for stress reduction and brain clearing were unique. Monastic and household texts suggested evening reflection and concern control that mirrors modern mindfulness. 14th century merchant advice advocated examining the day's transactions and resolving mental issues before bed, since unresolved matters will otherwise disturb rest. The early observation that cognitive stimulation reduces sleep quality is extraordinary psychological insight. Bedtime prayer sequences were both spiritual practice and sleep induction. These were systematic mental activities that diverted attention from daily worries, not just religious observances. Popular nighttime prayers alternated between simple, repetitive elements, relaxing, and brief narrative segments, focusing the attention. This advanced structure naturally induced tiredness from active thought, Even bed-making was ritualized. According to household sources, medieval folks of all classes made beds each night. It was common to shake and turn mattresses to rejuvenate their loft, arrange bedding for best warmth distribution, and sweep the area around the bed to remove dirt and symbolically clear the space for rest. Social interactions were manipulated to aid sleep transitions. Manurial records required quiet time in the evening. Sleep preparation began with specific phrases or little customs in some households. For quieter, more introspective conversation, a 15th century housekeeping manual encouraged the head of the home to say, "The day is now put away." Most notably, medieval sleep rituals addressed sleep onset insomnia. Medical manuscripts provide advanced sleep treatments. They comprise mental tracing of patterns, rhythmic breathing, and progressive muscle relaxation expressed in language that resembles modern approaches. A 14th century Montpellier medical treatise discusses body scan meditation, similar to that taught in sleep clinics. Medieval sleep literature emphasized posture. Medical texts outlined ideal sleep postures for different body types and health issues. Modern understanding of how body position influences digestive processes during sleep suggests commencing sleep on the right side to help digestion before turning to the left. This was not common wisdom, but scientific observation of sleep quality. Auditory practices helped wakefulness transition. Night watch calls the hours in villages and cities, providing temporal grounding. These repetitive sound patterns may have helped maintain sleep rather than disrupt it. People say the familiar calls comforted and oriented them during brief overnight awakenings without disturbing sleep architecture. The social structure of sleep may be the biggest distinction between medieval and modern sleep. Medieval sleep was a shared, vulnerable state entrenched in well-arranged social ties that offered distinct psychological benefits not found in modern, isolated sleep. European household archaeology shows sleep arrangements that challenge privacy notions. From humble farmhouses to royal palaces, medieval sleeping places were shared. This sharing wasn't just for economic reasons, it represented attitudes about sleep vulnerability and communal protection. It started in childhood. Medieval children slept with family, unlike modern Westerners. Household inventories and architectural evidence demonstrate that wealthy people rarely had separate nurseries until the late medieval period. Young children usually slept on communal beds near parents or caregivers. This arrangement provided physical warmth and safety as well as auditory and olfactory cues from trusted people to promote sleep. Children continued to sleep together as they grew. Household and guild records show service children, apprentices, and biological children sleeping together by age. Young people slept 2 or 3 to a bed, clustered by gender and age, establishing sleep communities, groups that share sleep vulnerability and build sleep standards. The psychological benefits of these arrangements were significant. Medieval medical literature says youngsters who sleep together have fewer night terrors and sleep disturbance. Medieval folks intuitively knew that trusted persons' sensory awareness triggers parasympathetic nerve system reactions that deepen sleep. Modern sleep science has just lately recognized this. Adults slept together beyond family. Medieval residences had a central hall where servants, apprentices, and extended family slept. This setup gave psychological security rather than disrupting sleep. Household accounts provide methods for grouping sleepers to accommodate individual needs and relationships. Even the rich, who could afford separate sleeping chambers by the later medieval period, rarely slept alone. Noble household chamber accounts show that servants lay on pallets at the foot of the bed with their masters. Medieval nobility preferred reliable companions during vulnerable sleep phases over loneliness. This communal sleep design had several psychological benefits that modern sleep experts are now recognizing. Shared sleep rooms corrected sleep patterns, reducing anxiety over perceived sleep anomalies. When brief nightly awakenings occurred, the noises and presence of other sleepers reassured and reduced anxiety-induced sleeplessness. Medieval travel tales show how rooted these communal sleep obligations were. One 15th century merchant called private sleeping unnatural and disquieting to the mind. Inn regulations across Europe required tourists to share beds with strangers of the same gender until the early modern period, demonstrating how common shared sleep vulnerability was deemed. The intimacy of communal sleep areas encouraged unusual social bonds. Medieval stories emphasize pre-sleep discussions for resolving conflicts and improving relationships. Before bed, a 14th century family manual encourages settling disputes because harmony before rest brings better health to all. This incorporation of dispute resolution into sleep habits provided regular relationship healing that standalone sleep arrangements rarely do. Medieval sleep's communality improved safety. Before modern locks and security measures, numerous sleepers were protected by collective vigilance. Medieval households generally placed younger, lighter sleepers, usually apprentices or younger servants, near doorways, establishing a natural surveillance system. Household accounts recommend having different grades of sleepers with different awakening thresholds across the sleeping area. Social levelling was also achieved through sleep vulnerability. Daytime activities were hierarchical, but sleep momentarily lowered status. Snoring, shifting postures, and the universal weakness of unconsciousness made even high-status people seem more real to their subordinates, according to historical reports. This periodic reminder of shared humanity softened medieval social hierarchies. The communal sleep environment helped vulnerable populations more than our private sleep arrangements. Shared sleeping arrangements helped new mothers care for their babies at night. Village records and household narratives show that nursing mothers slept near other women who could help with evening feedings and child calming. Instead of being separated, older people were included in home sleeping arrangements, allowing the collective to adapt their natural sleep habits. Community sleep normalized nightly distress, which was important for psychological wellness. Nightmares and anxiousness were immediately relieved. Medical writings from the time prescribe a trusted sleeping companion's voice to comfort people awakening from terrible dreams, which is easier in shared sleep places than in our secluded bedrooms. Sleep historians now recognize the shift from communal to privatized sleeping, which began among the wealthy in the late medieval period, but didn't reach most communities until much later. This shift had mixed effects on human psychology. While privatizing sleep increased individual control, it eliminated many of the security and social benefits of communal sleep. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Medieval understanding of dreams and nighttime consciousness was highly developed, predicting modern findings concerning dreams' effects on emotion, creativity, and problem-solving. Medieval civilization developed intricate frameworks for identifying dream varieties and promoting positive dream experiences. Medieval dream theory classified dreams by psychological cause and meaning. Medical books from Salerno and Montpellier distinguished digestive dreams, those influenced by nutrition and physical conditions, from spirit dreams, those originating from deeper psychic processes. This distinction acknowledges dreams' psychological purposes and modern awareness of how physical variables affect dream content. Medieval understanding of how sleep absorbed everyday events was sophisticated. The 13th century encyclopedist Bartholomeus Anglicus observed that the mind sorts through the day's events while the body rests, foreshadowing REM sleep memory consolidation research. Household instructions advise quickly revisiting important daily events before bed to aid this processing function, which sleep researchers now know improves memory integration. Medieval dream notebooks show that people actively engaged with their dreams. Several preserved monastic and noble household dream diaries document dream content with attention to repeating themes and emotional patterns. A 14th century Florentine merchant kept a thorough book about how he tracked dream symbols, linking them to his waking concerns and using dreams to make commercial decisions. Medieval dream practice used complex dream incubation techniques to actively influence dream material to answer specific inquiries or difficulties. The monastic records describe focusing on certain questions before sleep and utilizing visualization to bring them into dream consciousness. This goal was practical cognitive training, not just spiritual. Multiple craft guild records mention masters telling trainees to consult their dreams when designing. Archaeology supports medieval dream practice. Excavations found dream-related objects near beds. These include modest religious artifacts, symbolic emblems, and written queries or issues under pillows, physical expressions of medieval belief that sleep consciousness might address waking difficulties. Medieval nightmare treatment was centuries ahead of modern methods. Medieval dream guides advised dealing with nightmares rather than suppressing them. One 14th century physician guide advocates helping patients achieve dream re-entry, returning to terrifying dream scenes while waking and imagining altering them. This method is similar to nightmare disorder treatments that rewrite distressing content. Due to historical changes in sleep interactions, medieval Europeans' excellent sleep quality slowly declined. Understanding this decline helps us apply medieval sleep advice today. Late medieval European towns installed public mechanical clocks, changing sleep patterns. Early watches didn't affect sleep, but they did change the attention from environmental cues to time. Town records from the 15th century show the gradual adoption of clock time instead of sunrise and sunset as daily reference points, the first step toward divorcing human timetables from natural light cycles. Archaeology shows this window design change. Later medieval homes prioritized privacy and heat retention over natural light, although early medieval bedrooms contained windows that let in morning light. This architectural change devalues sleep-natural light alignment, which is increasingly critical for circadian rhythms. Industrialization and artificial lighting most affected medieval sleep. Although early 19th century gas illumination extended productive hours into the evening, industry schedules demanded standardized waking times unaffected by seasonal light. Early industrial society documents reveal plant owners fighting inefficient sleep patterns. In 1883, a factory manual warned against workers' persistent habit of night waking between sleep phases due to industrial schedules eliminating biphasic sleep. Sleep conditions changed. The 18th and 19th centuries saw single-family residences and individual beds replace medieval communal slumber. The architectural change increased solitude but removed shared sleep's social security and closeness. Medical records from this transitional era show rising claims of sleep difficulties due to unusual solitude at night from the new sleeping arrangements. Changes in labour habits eroded medieval notions of sleep as a transition. Natural cycles and moderate activity shifts characterised pre-industrial work. Industrial time discipline destroyed the natural wind-down time of medieval sleep patterns. Industrial and office timetables created guillotine waking, sharp, alarm-driven transitions. Many found sleep uncomfortable during this change. Early mass production homogenized sleeping surfaces without regard for comfort. Yet medieval people of all classes had devised sophisticated bedding systems that met bodily demands. Historical records indicate that workshop dwellings had crude beds, unlike medieval peasants. Over centuries, sleep comfort technologies would improve. These changes lead to consolidated sleep culture, the idea that normal sleep is a single, unbroken period rather than the centuries-old biphasic pattern. Medical texts of the late 19th century pathologized nocturnal waking as a disorder. This medical reinterpretation replaced medieval sleep wisdom with modern norms. This historical transformation goes beyond discomfort. Medieval sleep practice was physically and psychologically advantageous, according to modern studies. With unprecedented rates of insomnia, sleep-disordered breathing, and circadian rhythm issues, sleep professionals call the global sleep crisis caused by suppression of natural sleep patterns. The loss of medieval sleep's midnight waking period is notable. A normal sleep break was essential biologically and psychologically. Neurological research found this interval had brainwave patterns that supported creativity and emotional processing. Industrial and post-industrial sleep practices eliminated this cognitive state by requiring continuous sleep. Medieval slumber societies offered psychological stability that modern ones lack. Modern sleep experts have established that trusted people reduce sleep delay and stress hormones. Modern sleep arrangements eliminate these benefits, creating anxiety-related sleep disruptions. Even in medieval times, seasonal sleep duration fluctuations were biologically good. Pre-industrial civilizations and historical sources show that medieval people slept longer in winter due to natural melatonin synthesis. Modern sleep schedules ignore seasonal changes, creating winter circadian misalignment. Medieval and pre-industrial sleep traditions are being rediscovered despite these losses. Sleep medicine now admits that medieval sleep practice was sophisticated and biologically sound, so we should revisit it. New sleep transition. Understanding is the best rehabilitation. After centuries of alarm clocks disrupting sleep, sleep professionals emphasize pre-sleep wind-down, reclaiming the medieval idea of sleep as a transitional activity. Modern sleep hygiene follows medieval practices of gradually reducing light exposure, quieter evening activities, and systematic pre-sleep routines. Modern technology harms and helps sleep. Screen usage influences melatonin production, yet apps and devices measure sleep and support circadian cycles. There are programs that regulate lighting throughout the day to approximate natural light progression, and alarm systems that pinpoint optimal awakening points throughout sleep cycles to recreate medieval sleep patterns. Architecture honors sleep wisdom. After decades of decreasing natural light in bedrooms, modern sleep-focused architecture prioritizes eastern exposure for morning wake-ups, reverting to medieval design. Some creative neighborhoods are investigating communal sleep solutions for uneasy sleepers. Researchers and sleep experts studied medieval segmented sleep. Biphasic sleep patterns like first and second sleep improve sleep, mood, and cognition in long-term studies. Sleep clinics increasingly recommend this routine for insomniacs who believe their sleep disorder is their body re-establishing its natural cycle. Medieval sleep surroundings were rediscovered. Modern designers emphasize natural materials, temperature regulation, and personalized support similar to those used in medieval bedding systems, following years dominated by artificial sleep environments. Adjustable firmness mattresses and weighted blankets are inadvertent homages to medieval sleepers' custom bedding. Medieval sleep still affects psychology and spirituality. Sleep experts recommend medieval home evening contemplation style mindfulness. Increasing interest in dream work and creative dream engagement rediscovers medieval ideas of dreams as valuable sources of knowledge and creativity. The rising recognition that sleep is a cultural habit motivated by societal values and goals is positive. Medieval people valued sleep quality and built social norms to protect it, unlike modern production cultures. The slow sleep movement promotes workplace and societal practices that respect natural sleep patterns. A key paradigm change is realizing that societal institutions mismatch human nature and create numerous sleep disorders. Modern companies are experimenting with flexible timetables that match natural chronotypes and seasonal changes, like medieval civilizations did. Workers were organized around seasonal light shifts and human energy cycles. These strategies apply medieval wisdom to modern conditions. Medieval sleep reminds current sleepers that many human sleep features are neither infinitely adaptable nor flawless to copy. Human nature operates best when aligned with rhythms our medieval ancestors intuitively recognized and honored. Despite great pressure to conform to industrial and post-industrial sleep demands, medieval sleep teaches us to examine whose pre-industrial sleep expertise remains physically, and psychologically helpful, not to reject comfort or technical progress. Current knowledge and rediscovered old customs may help us create sleep patterns that match evolutionary and current needs. Researchers say medieval people didn't understand the neurochemistry of sleep, but they recognized its patterns and respected its requirements in ways we're only now beginning to appreciate. That appreciation can solve our sleep crisis without drugs or technology by restoring decades of pre-industrial sleep practice. Medieval sleep advice is more than just history. It offers ways to sleep better and honour our natural heritage. As research validates medieval sleep patterns and practices, we may find that rediscovering our ancestors' centuries-old knowledge of natural sleep is the best sleep advancement. The rooster's crow pierced the pre-dawn darkness of 13th century England, but Edith had been awake for an hour already. Her stomach's hollow ache served as a more reliable timekeeper than any church bell. She stirred the embers in her hearth, coaxing life back into the dying fire with practiced efficiency born of necessity, not choice. What awaited her wasn't breakfast as we understand it today. The very concept of 3 square meals was a luxury beyond imagination for someone whose entire existence revolved around the brutal mathematics of caloric survival. Instead, Edith encountered what peasants referred to as the first hunger, a gnawing emptiness that required attention before the day's arduous labour could commence. Her morning sustenance came in the form of ale, weak, watery, but crucially safe to drink in an era when water could kill faster than starvation. The beer wasn't the robust brew enjoyed by nobility, but a thin concoction called small ale that contained just enough alcohol to kill the bacteria lurking in medieval water sources. For Edith and her family, the drink represented both hydration and nutrition, providing essential calories that would fuel the first hours of their day. Should fortune favour them, the ale was accompanied by a generous portion of bread, but the food wasn't the fluffy white loaves that graced noble tables. Peasant bread was a dense, dark amalgamation of whatever grains could be scraped together: barley, oats, rye, and in desperate times ground acorns, bean flour, or even sawdust. The wealthy consumed bread made from carefully sifted wheat flour, producing the coveted white bread that symbolised purity and status. For peasants, bread colour told a story of social hierarchy. The darker the loaf, the lower your station. This hierarchy of grain reflected a fundamental truth about medieval society that extended far beyond mere sustenance. Your social status was determined by the quality of your bread, even before you spoke. While lords dined on manchet bread made from the finest wheat flour, peasants subsisted on maslin, a mixed grain bread that was both nutritionally superior and socially stigmatized. The irony wasn't lost on those who understood nutrition, though such knowledge was rare in an age where medical theory was dominated by the 4 humours. Edith's morning routine revealed the complex connections between food and survival that defined peasant existence. Every crumb was accounted for, every drop of precious ale measured against the uncertainty of tomorrow's provisions. A communal oven baked the bread she ate, one of the few luxuries shared among the village peasants. Individual families couldn't afford the fuel required for private ovens, so bread making became a community endeavour that reinforced social bonds while serving practical needs. The timing of this morning meal aligned with the natural rhythms that governed peasant life. Dawn brought the first opportunity to assess the night's damage. Had frost killed the sprouting crops? Had wolves or wild boars breached the meagre fencing around their vegetable plots? The weak ale and coarse bread provided just enough energy to begin the day's survey of their precarious agricultural enterprise. But perhaps most revealing was what didn't appear on Edith's dawn table. No meat except on the rarest occasions. They had no access to dairy products, except for the occasional cup of thin milk from their lone, struggling cow. They had no access to fruits or vegetables, except during the limited harvest seasons when they were available. The absence of these foods wasn't simply about poverty. It reflected a complex web of legal restrictions, seasonal limitations, and social conventions that shaped every aspect of peasant nutrition. The first meal of the day also established the rhythm of hunger that would dominate the next 16 hours. Medieval peasants didn't eat when hungry, they ate when the food was available and when their labour schedule permitted. This practice created a psychological relationship with sustenance that modern people struggle to comprehend. Food wasn't pleasure or comfort, but fuel for survival, rationed and precious beyond measure. By midday, When the sun reached its zenith and cast short shadows across the muddy village streets, Edith faced her second great challenge: creating something resembling a meal from virtually nothing. The moment was when the true genius of peasant cuisine revealed itself, not in exotic spices or elaborate preparations, but in the alchemical transformation of scraps into sustenance. Enter pottage, the unsung hero of medieval peasant survival. This wasn't a dish in any recognisable sense, but rather a constantly evolving cauldron of possibility that bubbled over the hearth from dawn until dusk. Modern food historians often dismiss pottage as peasant gruel, but their interpretation misses the sophisticated understanding of nutrition and resource management that made it the cornerstone of survival for millions. The base of any pottage began with water, precious, potentially dangerous water that had to be boiled to safety. Into this broth went whatever grains could be spared: oats, barley, and sometimes rye if the harvest had been generous. However, the true artistry began with what peasants referred to as the stretching, the careful addition of ingredients that would transform a pot of grain mush into something resembling nourishment. Edith would add herbs foraged from the woods, nettle leaves that provided iron and vitamins, wild garlic that added flavour and fought infection, and dandelion greens that supplied essential nutrients during the lean months when other vegetables weren't available. These weren't gourmet touches, they were medical necessities disguised as seasoning. Medieval peasants possessed an intuitive understanding of nutritional balance that wouldn't be scientifically validated for centuries. The transformation of pottage throughout the day revealed the sophisticated food management systems that peasant households developed. Morning pottage was thin and watery, designed to fill empty stomachs and provide quick energy for morning labour. By afternoon, it had thickened into something more substantial, with the addition of root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, or the occasional precious onion. Evening pottage achieved an almost stew-like consistency, incorporating any protein that could be obtained, a handful of dried beans, perhaps some eggs if the chickens were productive, or, in moments of celebration, actual meat. This constant evolution of the same basic dish reflected the peasants' understanding of thermodynamics long before anyone knew what it was. A single fire, carefully maintained throughout the day, could provide continuous cooking without the massive fuel expenditure required for multiple separate meals. The pottage pot became a kind of slow-cooking technology that maximised nutritional extraction from minimal ingredients. But pottage also served a psychological function that historians often overlook. In a world where most peasants often went to bed hungry, the constant presence of cooking provided them with emotional comfort. The aroma of herbs and simmering grains created an olfactory illusion of abundance even when actual food was scarce. This psychological dimension of peasant cuisine was crucial to mental survival during the long, brutal winters when actual starvation was a real possibility. The social aspects of pottage preparation revealed another layer of peasant survival strategy. Neighbours would borrow ingredients from each other, a turnip here, a handful of barley there, under the understanding that they would repay these loans when fortune reverted. These practices created a complex web of food-based social obligations that helped communities survive periods when individual families faced shortages. Different regions developed distinct pottage traditions that reflected local agricultural conditions and cultural preferences. Northern English peasants favoured oat-based pottages that provided the dense calories needed for harsh winters. Southern French peasants incorporated more legumes, taking advantage of longer growing seasons and different soil conditions. These regional variations were not a matter of taste, but rather of adaptation. Each represented generations of experimentation in the pursuit of optimal survival nutrition. The preparation of pottage also revealed the gender dynamics of medieval peasant households. While men dominated agricultural labour and interactions with the outside world, women controlled the domestic food systems, which made a crucial difference between survival and starvation. The knowledge of which wild plants were edible, which combinations of ingredients provided the best nutrition, and how to stretch limited resources through careful cooking techniques was passed down through maternal lineages like precious family secrets. When hunger clawed at their bellies with particular ferocity, medieval peasants faced a terrible choice: obey the law and starve, or risk death to feed their families. This wasn't melodrama, it was the stark reality of a legal system that criminalised survival itself. The forests that surrounded every medieval village, teeming with game and wild foods, were forbidden territory, where a desperate parent's attempt to feed hungry children could result in hanging. The Norman conquest of 1066 had brought with it the concept of forest law. A legal framework that claimed vast tracts of land exclusively for the king and nobility. These weren't just wooded areas, but entire ecosystems, including fields, streams and villages where peasants had foraged for generations. Suddenly the act of gathering nuts, berries or mushrooms, foods that had sustained communities for centuries, was deemed a crime punishable by death, mutilation or massive fines that could devastate entire families. Yet peasants developed an elaborate underground network of survival that operated in the shadows of these draconian laws. They created a parallel food system based on intimate knowledge of forest cycles, animal behaviour, and the movement patterns of forest officials. This wasn't random poaching, it was a sophisticated form of ecological management that required more skill and knowledge than most modern hunters possess. Consider the seasonal rhythms that governed illegal foraging. Spring brought the first edible greens, wild onions, young nettle shoots and early berries that could supplement the depleted winter stores. Peasants learned to identify dozens of edible plants and their optimal harvesting times. They understood which mushrooms were safe, which tree bark could be ground into flour during famines, and which roots could be processed into emergency carbohydrates. The pursuit of protein required even greater skill and courage. Rabbits, abundant in the medieval countryside, were legally the property of landowners, but their warren systems were mapped and understood by peasant communities with military precision. Poachers developed silent trapping methods that left no trace. Snares made from human hair that wouldn't reflect moonlight, deadfall traps constructed from natural materials that appeared accidental, and complex tracking systems that allowed them to monitor game movement without detection. Rivers and streams presented another battlefield in the war between survival and law. Fish were considered royal property, but peasant communities developed ingenious methods for catching them without leaving evidence. Night fishing with makeshift nets, the construction of temporary fish traps that could be quickly dismantled if officials approached, and the use of natural toxins that would stun fish without permanently harming the water supply. All of these techniques required knowledge passed down through generations of desperate families. But perhaps the most dangerous and sophisticated form of illegal food acquisition was organised deer poaching. Venison wasn't just meat, it was a symbol of nobility, legally reserved for the upper classes. The punishment for killing a deer could be death, yet organised poaching rings operated throughout medieval England and France. These weren't bands of desperate individuals, but carefully structured organisations with lookouts, specialised hunters, and distribution networks that could process and hide large quantities of meat. The social dynamics of illegal food acquisition revealed fascinating aspects of peasant community structure. Information about forest official movements was shared through subtle signals, the placement of stones on paths, specific bird calls, or messages embedded in seemingly innocent conversations at market. Women played crucial roles as lookouts and information gatherers, since their presence in villages was less suspicious than men disappearing into forests. Children were trained from an early age in the arts of silent movement and quick escape. They learned to identify edible plants and safe hiding places, becoming essential components of family survival strategies. These practices facilitated the generational transfer of illicit knowledge, which paralleled the formal education systems of the upper classes, but this knowledge was crucial for survival. The psychological toll of living constantly on the edge of legal disaster shaped peasant consciousness in profound ways. Every meal obtained through illegal means carried the flavour of potential doom. Families developed elaborate rituals for consuming forbidden foods, meals eaten in darkness, bones buried in secret locations, and evidence destroyed with methodical care. Such behaviour wasn't paranoia, but a rational response to a system where survival itself was criminalised. Weather patterns became essential information for the survival strategies of peasants. Stormy nights provided cover for risky foraging expeditions. Heavy snow might allow access to previously dangerous areas while covering tracks. The phases of the moon determined when certain activities were possible or suicidal. These variables created a complex calendar of opportunity and danger that governed the rhythm of illegal food acquisition. Summer's brief abundance presented medieval peasants with their greatest opportunity and most critical challenge, transforming a few precious months of plenty into fuel for survival through the dark, barren winter ahead. The task wasn't simply about storing food, it was about mastering the complex chemistry of preservation using techniques that represented centuries of accumulated wisdom about battling time, bacteria, and decay. The race against spoilage began with the earliest crops. Peasants understood that timing was everything. Harvest too early and you lost precious calories, too late and you lost everything to rot. They developed an intuitive grasp of plant chemistry that wouldn't be formally understood. Until modern times, it was important to know precisely when fruits reached their peak sugar content for optimal preservation, when vegetables achieved maximum nutritional density, and when grains contained the appropriate moisture levels for long-term storage. Salt was the gold standard of preservation, but for peasants it was nearly as precious as actual gold. The few pounds of salt a family could afford annually had to be allocated with mathematical precision. They developed elaborate hierarchies of preservation, which foods deserved precious salt treatment, which could be preserved through other methods, and which had to be consumed immediately despite their seasonal abundance. The salting process itself was an art form. Peasants created specialized salt boxes with precise ratios of salt to food, understanding that too little salt meant spoilage while too much meant waste of their most precious commodity. They learned to pack meat and fish in specific patterns that maximize preservation while minimizing salt usage. Different cuts of meat required different salting techniques, knowledge passed down through generations of families who understood that a mistake in preservation could mean starvation months later. However, peasants also developed preservation techniques that did not require expensive materials. Smoking was the most common alternative, though it demanded constant attention and fuel. They built sophisticated smokehouses using locally available materials, understanding which woods produced the best preservative smoke and which combinations of temperature and humidity achieved optimal results. Applewood, oak and beech were prized for their antimicrobial properties and subtle flavours, while pine and other resinous woods were avoided for their bitter taste and potential toxicity. The construction of smokehouses revealed the collective nature of peasant preservation efforts. Individual families rarely had enough fuel or food to justify a complete smoking operation, so communities pooled resources. This created complex social arrangements where families contributed different elements. One provided the structure, another the fuel, and a third the technical knowledge, and shared the results according to elaborate formulas that ensured fairness while maximizing efficiency. Drying represented another crucial preservation technology that peasants refined to scientific precision. They understood the relationship between air circulation, temperature, and humidity that determined successful drying versus dangerous spoilage. Vegetables were cut into specific shapes and sizes that maximized surface area while maintaining structural integrity. Combinations of salt water and honey treated the fruits, preventing browning and accelerating moisture loss. The physical infrastructure of drying required sophisticated understanding of architecture and meteorology. Peasant homes incorporated specialized drying areas, attic spaces with controlled ventilation, outdoor structures that could be adjusted for seasonal wind patterns, and indoor systems that took advantage of hearth heat without creating fire hazards. Despite their seemingly accidental appearance, these features are the result of meticulous planning and generations of accumulated engineering knowledge. Fermentation was perhaps the most sophisticated preservation technique available to peasants, though they didn't understand the scientific principles that made it work. They knew that certain combinations of vegetables, salt, and controlled environments produced foods that not only lasted through winter, but actually improved in flavor and nutritional value. Sauerkraut, pickled vegetables, and fermented grain products weren't luxuries but survival necessities. The process of fermentation required precise control of variables that peasants managed through careful observation and inherited wisdom. They understood which vessels produced the best results, which ambient temperatures were optimal, and which signs indicated successful fermentation versus dangerous spoilage. This knowledge was closely guarded and carefully transmitted, since a family's fermentation skills could mean the difference between survival and starvation. Storage technology represented another area where peasants demonstrated remarkable sophistication. Root cellars weren't simple holes in the ground, but carefully engineered systems that maintained optimal temperature and humidity for different types of preserved foods. They understood the principle of thermal mass, using stone and earth to create stable environments that protected food from both freezing and excessive heat. The organization of stored food revealed the mathematical precision that governed peasant survival calculations. Families developed elaborate inventory systems that tracked not just what food was stored, but when it would spoil, which items needed to be consumed first, and how to rotate stocks to minimize waste. The result wasn't casual organization, but life or death resource management that required constant attention and precise calculation. Food in medieval society wasn't just sustenance, It was a complex language that communicated social status, legal rights, and political power with ruthless precision. Every meal consumed, every ingredient accessed, and every cooking method employed carried messages about social hierarchy that were as clearly understood as any written law. For peasants, navigating this edible caste system meant understanding not just what they could eat, but what they were allowed to eat, as well as the severe consequences of transgressing these unwritten but strictly enforced boundaries. The medieval concept of sumptuary laws extended far beyond clothing regulations to encompass detailed restrictions on food consumption. These weren't suggestion, but legal requirements backed by the full force of feudal authority. Peasants were forbidden from consuming white bread, fresh meat from large game, imported spices, or refined sugar. Not. These items were unavailable, and consuming them represented an illegal attempt to assume the privileges of higher social classes. Consider the complex hierarchy of bread, which served as the most visible symbol of social stratification. At the pinnacle sat man-shaped bread, made from twice-sifted wheat flour so refined it achieved an almost ethereal whiteness. This was reserved exclusively for the highest nobility and clergy. Below those ranks came cheat bread, made from wheat flour sifted once, acceptable for lesser nobles and wealthy merchants. Peasants were legally restricted to maslin bread made from mixed grains or horse bread made from beans, oats, and whatever other grains could be scraped together. The enforcement of these bread laws was both systematic and brutal. Bakers who sold white bread to peasants faced severe penalties, including public humiliation, massive fines, or even imprisonment. Peasants caught consuming bread above their station could face accusations of theft, fraud, or attempting to falsely represent their social status, crimes that carried severe punishments in a society obsessed with maintaining rigid hierarchical boundaries. Meat consumption presented an even more complex web of legal and social restrictions. Law and custom carefully regulated the great slaughter that occurred each autumn. Nobles were entitled to the best cuts, such as the haunches, loins, and tender portions, which not only provided the best nutrition, but also served as symbols of power and authority. Peasants, if they gained access to meat at all, received the offal, bones, and scraps that nobles considered beneath their dignity. But even this access was conditional and regulated. Peasants couldn't simply slaughter their animals at will. Such decisions were subject to manor courts, feudal obligations, and seasonal restrictions that ensured the nobility maintained control over this precious resource. The timing of slaughter was dictated by feudal law, with peasants required to provide specified portions of their animals to their lords before they could consume any themselves. The social implications of spice consumption revealed another layer of this edible hierarchy. Imported spices, like pepper, cinnamon, and cloves, weren't just expensive. They were symbols of international trade connections and political power that peasants were forbidden from accessing. The possession of such spices could be interpreted as evidence of theft, illegal trading, or fraudulent social pretension. Peasants who flavoured their food with expensive spices faced investigation into how they obtained such luxuries, often leading to accusations of serious crimes. These conditions created a parallel economy of flavour where peasants developed sophisticated techniques for creating intriguing tastes using only locally available, legally permissible ingredients. Wild herbs, forage seasonings, and creative combinations of permitted foods became the foundation of peasant cuisine, not by choice, but by legal necessity. The creativity of peasant cooking wasn't born from culinary ambition, but from the need to create palatable meals within the confines of rigid social restrictions. The concept of feast days revealed how even religious celebrations reinforced social hierarchy through food distribution. While the church preached equality before God, the practical reality of religious feasts created carefully structured events where social status determined what foods were distributed to whom. Nobles received the finest portions, wealthy merchants received good but secondary cuts, and peasants received whatever remained, if anything remained at all. Table manners and eating customs served as another method of enforcing social distinctions. Peasants weren't simply too poor to afford elaborate dining implements, they were legally and socially prohibited from using them. The possession of silver spoons, decorated plates, or refined serving vessels could be interpreted as theft or fraudulent social impersonation. Peasants ate with their hands or simple wooden implements, not just from necessity but from legal requirement. The distribution of food during times of scarcity revealed the most brutal aspects of this social hierarchy. During famines, food wasn't distributed based on need, but on social status. Nobles maintained their accustomed diets while peasants starved, not because there wasn't enough food to go around, but because the social order required that hierarchy be maintained even unto death. Peasants died of starvation while granaries owned by nobles remained full, protected by legal and military force. The psychological impact of this food-based social control was profound and deliberate. Every meal reminded peasants of their place in society. Every flavour they couldn't taste reinforced their subordinate status. And every feast they couldn't attend demonstrated their exclusion from full participation in community life. Food became a tool of social control more effective than any military force, creating a system where peasants internalized their subordination through daily acts of consumption. The medieval peasant's relationship with food was governed by a merciless seasonal cycle that swung between brief moments of relative abundance and long months of desperate scarcity. This cycle wasn't the gentle seasonal variation of modern agriculture, but a dramatic oscillation between survival and starvation that shaped every aspect of peasant consciousness, social organization, and spiritual life. Understanding this rhythm is critical for comprehending how peasants thought about food, time, and their place in the natural world. Spring arrived not as a gentle awakening, but as a competition against time and death. The hunger gap, those desperate weeks between the exhaustion of winter stores and the arrival of new crops, represented the most dangerous period in the peasant calendar. Families that had carefully rationed their preserved foods through the long winter months now faced the terrifying reality that their calculations might have been wrong. The period was when peasants were most likely to die, not from dramatic catastrophes, but from the slow grinding process of starvation. The first edible greens of spring were literally lifesavers. Dandelion leaves, nettle shoots, and wild onions weren't gathered for their flavour, but for their ability to provide essential nutrients to bodies weakened by months of minimal nutrition. Peasants developed encyclopedic knowledge of which plants emerged, when, which parts were edible, and how to process them into forms that provided maximum nutritional benefit. Their activity wasn't foraging for pleasure, but in emergency medicine disguised as food gathering. The arrival of the first crops created a psychological transformation as dramatic as the nutritional one. The appearance of young leeks, early cabbages, and the first grain shoots represented not just food, but hope itself. However, the temptation to consume these early crops immediately had to be balanced against the knowledge that premature harvesting meant reduced yields later. Peasants developed sophisticated self-control mechanisms that allowed them to resist immediate gratification in favour of long-term survival. Summer provided the peasants with the closest experience of abundance, yet even this was accompanied by anxiety. The brief months of plenty had to support not just immediate consumption, but the preservation efforts that would determine winter survival. The situation created a paradox, where the season of greatest food availability was also the season of most intense labour and worry. Every sunny day was precious for drying crops, every calm day crucial for harvesting grains, and every favourable wind essential for threshing. The social dynamics of summer abundance revealed the complex relationship between individual and community survival. While families competed for the best harvesting opportunities and preservation resources, they also recognized that community cooperation was essential for everyone's survival. Harvest traditions like cooperative grain cutting, shared threshing operations, and communal preservation activities weren't just social customs, but survival strategies that maximized everyone's chances of surviving the coming winter. Autumn brought the Great Reckoning, the time when peasant families had to calculate whether their preservation efforts had been sufficient. This wasn't a casual assessment, but a mathematical computation that literally determined who would live and who might die during the coming winter. Families that had miscalculated, either through poor planning, bad luck, or insufficient resources, faced the terrible decision of whether to consume their seed grain, the choice between surviving the current winter or having crops to plant in the spring. The autumn slaughter was perhaps the most emotionally complex aspect of the seasonal cycle. Animals that had been carefully tended through the summer, often developing relationships with their human caretakers, had to be killed and processed for what a winter of survival. This wasn't casual butchering, but a skilled process that required maximizing the preservation value of every part of the animal. Nothing could be wasted. Bones were saved for broth, organs were preserved for winter protein, and even blood was captured and processed into sausages that provided essential iron during the lean months. Winter was the season of careful calculation and constant anxiety. Every meal consumed had to be weighed against the remaining stores and the weeks left to survive. Peasant families developed sophisticated rationing systems that ensured fair distribution while maximising survival chances. These weren't arbitrary rules, but carefully calculated formulas based on age, physical demands, and contribution to family survival. Children and elderly family members often received smaller portions, not from cruelty, but from the grim mathematics of survival. The psychological impact of this seasonal cycle created a unique relationship with time that differed fundamentally from modern experience. Peasants didn't plan for the future in abstract terms, but in the concrete calculations of survival. They thought in terms of seed time and harvest time, slaughter time, and preservation time. The calendar wasn't an administrative convenience, but a survival manual that dictated when to plant, when to harvest, when to preserve, and when to carefully ration dwindling supplies. Religious observances aligned with these seasonal rhythms, creating a spiritual framework that helped peasants cope with the psychological stress of their survival cycle. Harvest festivals weren't just celebrations, but community rituals that reinforced social bonds essential for winter survival. Lenten fasting coincided with the natural scarcity of late winter, transforming necessity into virtue and providing spiritual meaning for unavoidable suffering. The seasonal cycle also created distinct patterns of disease and mortality that shaped peasant understanding of life and death. Late winter and early spring saw the highest death rates as weakened bodies succumbed to the combined effects of malnutrition and seasonal illnesses. Summer brought different health challenges as the intense labour of harvest season strained bodies already weakened by previous deprivation. These patterns weren't random, but predictable consequences of the seasonal food cycle that governed peasant existence. The desperate innovations of medieval peasants, born from the daily struggle between survival and starvation, created a food legacy that continues to shape our world in ways most people never realise. The techniques they developed for maximising nutrition from minimal resources, the preservation methods they perfected through trial and error, and the social systems they created around food sharing became the foundation for modern agriculture, cuisine, and food security systems that we take for granted today. Consider the profound impact of peasant grain cultivation on modern agriculture. The mixed grain breads that peasants ate from necessity, combining wheat, barley, oats, and rye, were nutritionally superior to the refined white breads consumed by the wealthy. Modern nutritional science has validated what peasants knew intuitively. Diverse grain combinations provide more complete protein profiles, better mineral absorption, and superior overall nutrition. Today's artisanal bread movement, with its emphasis on whole grains and complex fermentation, is essentially rediscovering peasant baking techniques refined over centuries of survival-driven innovation. The fermentation techniques that peasants developed to preserve vegetables through winter months became the foundation for modern food preservation industries. Sauerkraut, kimchi, pickled vegetables, and fermented dairy products all trace their lineage to peasant preservation methods. The controlled bacterial cultures that peasants learned to manage through careful observation and inherited wisdom were the precursors to modern understanding of beneficial microorganisms in food production. What we now call probiotics were simply the natural result of peasant fermentation techniques designed to prevent spoilage and maximize nutritional value. The peasant understanding of seasonal eating created food systems that modern environmentalists are only beginning to appreciate. Peasants ate locally out of necessity, consumed seasonally due to circumstance, and did not waste anything because they believed that waste meant death. Their actions created agricultural systems that were inherently sustainable, designed to maintain soil fertility, preserve seed varieties, and support local ecosystems. Modern movements toward local food production, seasonal eating, and zero-waste cooking are essentially attempts to recreate the sustainable food systems that peasants developed through centuries of resource scarcity. The social aspects of peasant food culture provided templates for community resilience that remain relevant today. The complex networks of food sharing, reciprocal obligations, and collective preservation efforts that peasant communities developed were sophisticated systems for managing scarcity and ensuring community survival. Modern food banks, community gardens, and cooperative buying organizations all echo the social innovations that peasants created to help their communities survive seasons of shortage. The medicinal use of food that peasants practiced, incorporating wild herbs, fermented foods, and specific plant combinations for health benefits, preceded modern understanding of functional foods and nutraceuticals by centuries. Peasants who added nettle to their pottage for iron, used fermented foods to aid digestion, and incorporated specific herbs to fight infection, were practicing preventive medicine through food choices. Modern research into the health benefits of traditional foods often validates peasant practices that were developed through empirical observation and passed down through generations. The peasant approach to cooking, maximizing flavor and nutrition from minimal ingredients through techniques like slow cooking, fermentation, and careful seasoning with wild herbs, became the foundation for many of the world's most celebrated cuisines. French peasant cooking, with its emphasis on slow-braised dishes, carefully preserved vegetables, and resourceful use of every part of an animal, provided the foundation for classical French cuisine. Italian peasant traditions of pasta making, cheese production, and vegetable preservation became the basis for one of the world's most influential culinary traditions. The preservation techniques that peasants perfected, smoking, salting, drying, and fermentation, remain the fundamental methods used in modern food production. Industrial food preservation often simply mechanizes and scales up the basic principles that peasants developed through necessity. The artisanal food movement that emphasizes traditional preservation methods is essentially a return to peasant techniques that were abandoned during the industrialization of food production. The peasant understanding of plant breeding and seed selection, developed through careful observation of which plants produced the best yields under difficult conditions, provided the foundation for modern agricultural science. Peasants who saved seeds from their most productive plants, selected for disease resistance and climate adaptability, and maintained diverse varieties for different growing conditions were practicing plant breeding techniques that remain relevant today. Modern efforts to preserve heirloom varieties and maintain genetic diversity in crops often focus on varieties originally developed by peasant farmers. The lesson of peasant food culture extends beyond technique to philosophy. Peasants understood that food was precious, that waste was immoral, and that sharing resources was essential for community survival. These values, born from scarcity and necessity, created food cultures that were inherently respectful of natural resources and focused on community welfare rather than individual accumulation. As we face modern challenges of climate change, resource scarcity, and food insecurity, the wisdom embedded in peasant food systems becomes increasingly relevant. Their techniques for maximizing nutrition from minimal resources, their understanding of sustainable agricultural practices, and their social systems for ensuring community food security provide helpful information about creating resilient food systems in an uncertain world. The story of what peasants ate is ultimately the story of human ingenuity in the face of adversity, community cooperation in times of scarcity, and the development of food systems that sustained civilization through its most challenging periods. Their legacy lives on not just in the foods we eat and the techniques we use, but in the fundamental understanding that food is both a necessity for survival and a foundation for community, culture, and human dignity. In remembering their struggles and innovations, we honour not just their memory, but the ongoing human challenge of feeding ourselves and our communities with wisdom, sustainability, and justice. The British Isles have been collecting stories the way attics collect dust, gradually, persistently, until every corner holds something unexpected. But unlike dust, these stories served a purpose beyond just accumulating over time. They explained why certain wells never ran dry, why you should leave cream out on specific nights, and why some paths through the woods felt welcoming, while others made the hair on your neck stand up for reasons you couldn't quite articulate. Picture the landscape as it was 1,000 years ago, before motorways were carved through hillsides and suburbs sprawled across meadows. The islands were a patchwork of small communities separated by forests that seemed to stretch forever, connected by roads that were little more than mutual agreements about which direction to walk. In this world, stories weren't entertainment. They were the original GPS, warning system, and weather forecast all rolled into one. You'd learn from an early age that the standing stones in the upper field weren't for leaning against during lunch breaks, that the fairy ring of mushrooms near the old oak was best walked around rather than through, and that the lady who lived in the cottage by the stream could tell you when the rains would come by watching how her cat washed its face. Whether these things were literally true mattered less than the fact that they'd been true enough for long enough that people organised their lives around them. The genius of British folklore is that it's profoundly practical beneath its whimsical surface. Take the stories about fairies stealing unbaptised babies, terrifying on the surface, but also a way to ensure new parents didn't leave infants unattended in an era with open hearths and precious few safety standards. Or consider the tales of travellers being led astray by will-o'-the-wisps in marshlands, which conveniently kept people from wandering into bogs where they'd sink up to their necks in cold mud while contemplating their poor navigation choices. The British landscape itself seems designed for storytelling, with its abrupt transitions between gentle valleys and windswept moorlands, its tendency toward mist that transforms familiar fields into something from a half-remembered dream, and its weather patterns that can shift from sunny to drenching in the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. Even the light has a particular quality here, diffused through clouds, reflecting off water, creating that soft grey-green atmosphere that makes photographers pack extra memory cards and poets reach for their notebooks. Every region developed its own flavour of folklore, influenced by local geography, dialect, and presumably the varying levels of alcohol content in regional beverages. The Welsh valleys accumulated stories with a musical quality that reflected their language's rhythm. The Scottish Highlands bred tales as rugged and uncompromising as the terrain itself. Irish storytelling developed elaborate narrative structures that could turn a simple walk to the market into an epic journey involving 3 generations and a philosophical discourse on the nature of happiness. English folklore tended toward the practical and slightly domestic, as if the supernatural beings themselves had absorbed the national character and mostly wanted a quiet life with regular meals and minimal fuss. What united all these regional variations was a sense that the visible world was only part of the story. Beneath the surface of ordinary life ran deeper currents, not necessarily dangerous but requiring respect and awareness. The old stories taught you to notice things, changes in animal behaviour, unusual cloud formations, the first frost and the last harvest. They created a framework for paying attention to the world around you, which was probably the most valuable survival skill available before weather apps and Google Maps. This interconnection between land and story created something remarkable. A landscape where every feature had accumulated layers of meaning over centuries. That hill wasn't just a geological formation. It was where the sleeping king would wake when England needed him most, or where the fairies held their revels on Midsummer Eve, or where your great-great-grandmother had courted your great-great-grandfather while supposedly gathering blackberries. The land remembered, and the stories helped people remember to remember. British forests aren't like the vast wilderness areas you might find in other countries. They're more intimate, more domestic, the kind of woodlands where you're never more than a few miles from someone's sheep, or a pub with decent meat pies. Yet they maintained an atmosphere that suggested the trees were simply tolerating human presence rather than welcoming it, and might revoke that tolerance at any moment if you proved sufficiently annoying. The ancient woodlands that survived agricultural expansion, patches of forest that had stood since before the Norman conquest, developed reputations as complex as any human community. Locals knew which groves were friendly enough for berry picking and which required you to maintain a respectful attitude and avoid loud singing. This wasn't superstition so much as accumulated experience. Something about certain wooded areas made people uncomfortable, whether due to unusual acoustics, local predators, or the fact that the trees really were slightly judgmental. Oak trees are particularly featured in folklore as having stronger personalities than strictly necessary for organisms that spend their entire existence in one location. People believed the oldest oaks harboured spirits that witnessed centuries of human foolishness, and weren't particularly impressed by any of it. Sitting beneath a venerable oak you might receive wisdom, or you might just get hit on the head with an acorn. The tree's way of suggesting you think about something other than your petty concerns for a moment. Green men, those faces carved in medieval churches with foliage sprouting from their mouths, represented this odd British relationship with forests. Half human, half vegetation. They weren't quite nature spirits and not exactly human, but something in between that reflected how thoroughly human communities and woodlands had intermingled over millennia. They seemed to suggest that if you spent enough time among trees, some of that treeness would rub off on you, and you'd start to think in terms of seasons rather than schedules, routes rather than ambitions. British folklore includes remarkably few genuinely malevolent forest spirits compared to other European traditions. Mostly, the woods just wanted you to behave sensibly, stay on the paths, don't damage trees without good reason, and for heaven's sake, don't start fires during dry weather. The consequences for violation weren't supernatural curses so much as natural consequences dressed up in story form. Get lost in the woods, and you might encounter the forest spirit leading you in circles, or you might simply have gotten turned around because you weren't paying attention, and all those oak trees look similar after a while. The idea of fairy paths or spirit roads through forests encoded practical wisdom about animal trails and natural routes through difficult terrain. These paths supposedly shouldn't be blocked, because fairies needed them for their travels, but practically speaking, they were often the easiest ways through dense woodland, used by everything from deer to wolves to humans trying to avoid the really thick underbrush. Respecting fairy paths meant maintaining useful navigation routes, which benefited everyone except possibly the brambles. Certain trees acquired specific reputations based on species characteristics amplified through story. Hawthorn trees, with their vicious thorns and sweet-smelling blossoms, became associated with boundaries and protection. Plant one near your cottage to keep away malevolent influences, but never bring the flowers inside because that was inviting trouble. Practically, hawthorns made excellent natural fencing that livestock wouldn't casually push through, and the superstition about indoor flowers might have originated from someone noticing that hawthorn blossoms in enclosed spaces can smell distinctly unpleasant after a while, with a scent sometimes compared to decay. Elder trees earned special respect bordering on nervousness. Folklore held that the elder mother lived within each tree and would take offence at careless cutting. Before trimming an elder, you were supposed to ask permission and explain your need. This might sound excessive until you learn that elder wood, when burned, produces toxic smoke, and the trees often grow near water sources where you'd particularly want to avoid contamination. The folkloric respect for elders was practical safety protocol wrapped in mythology. The British forest experience differs markedly from deep wilderness encounters. These are woodlands shaped by human use over thousands of years. Coppiced hazels providing materials for fences and wattle, cleared areas where pigs once foraged, and trees marked by generations of lovers carving initials that have since stretched into illegible scars. The forest spirits, if they existed, had long since learned to coexist with human activity, developing the same mild exasperation that neighbours feel when someone's music is slightly too loud but not quite worth complaining about. Walking through ancient British woodlands even today, you can understand why stories accumulated in these spaces. The quality of light filtering through leaves creates ever-shifting patterns. Sounds behave oddly, muffled by vegetation in ways that make it hard to judge distances. The air smells of decomposition and growth simultaneously. That rich earth and green scent that suggests things are dying and being born in the same breath. It's the kind of environment that encourages reflection, and reflection in turn encourages story. British folklore's approach to magic was refreshingly mundane compared to the elaborate ritual systems found in other traditions. Most magical practices involve materials readily available in any kitchen or garden. Bread, salt, iron, rowan berries, and water from specific wells. If you needed magical protection, you didn't require rare ingredients harvested under specific moon phases. You just needed to remember what your grandmother told you, and where you'd put the horseshoes. The concept of cold iron as protection against supernatural beings makes perfect practical sense. When you consider that in pre-industrial Britain, iron tools represented significant investments that you definitely didn't want supernatural entities borrowing. Hanging iron scissors over a baby's cradle protected against fairy abduction. but also served as a constant reminder not to leave sharp objects where infants could reach them. Magic and common sense occupied the same mental space. Wells and springs accumulated folklore, with the dedication of modern websites accumulating user-generated content. Each named spring had its specialties. One cured eye problems, another helped with romantic difficulties, and a third was excellent for livestock health. The ritual for accessing these benefits typically involved leaving a small offering, taking water at a specific time, and ideally believing quite firmly that it would work. Modern medicine would point to the placebo effect, but folklore would shrug and note that if it works, does the mechanism really matter? Healing charms and remedies occupied that interesting space between medicine and magic where they actually sometimes worked, even if not for the reasons people thought. Dock leaves for nettle stings. Genuinely helpful due to their alkaline properties. Cobwebs pressed into cuts to stop bleeding. Accidentally effective because cobwebs contain antiseptic properties and help clotting. Telling someone their warts would disappear if they rubbed them with a particular stone during a new moon. The power of suggestion is remarkable when combined with the fact that many warts resolve spontaneously anyway. British magical traditions showed a particular fondness for protective rituals that cost nothing except remembering to perform them. Crossing your fingers, touching wood, not walking under ladders. These gestures persisted because they required minimal effort while providing psychological comfort. Whether they actually prevented bad luck was less important than the sense of agency they provided. The feeling that you had some small control over an unpredictable world. The Church's relationship with folk magic was complicated and often hypocritical. Officially, such practices were condemned as superstition or worse. Unofficially, priests frequently incorporated local traditions into Christian practice, which is why British churches have green men carved into their architecture and holy wells dedicated to saints, conveniently located at the same springs where pre-Christian peoples had left offerings. The result was a rich blend where you might pray to St. Bridget for protection, while also hanging rowan branches over your door, hedging your bets across belief systems with admirable pragmatism. Household magic was deeply domestic, concerned with ensuring bread rose properly, milk didn't sour, and butter churned successfully. All matters of genuine economic importance when your food supply depended on these processes working reliably. You'd place certain herbs in specific locations, recite particular phrases while working, and maintain good relationships with the house spirits believed to influence domestic productivity. Whether these spirits existed, or whether the rituals simply helped people maintain attention to detail during important tasks remained pleasantly ambiguous. Love magic tended toward the botanical and slightly awkward. Carrying certain flowers, eating apples in specific ways, and divination using cabbage stalks or egg whites. British romance apparently required impressive determination and a high tolerance for looking slightly ridiculous. Young women would perform elaborate rituals on specific nights to dream of their future husbands, involving backwards activities and unusual food combinations that probably caused dreams through indigestion as much as prophecy. The magical calendar aligned with agricultural cycles, which made perfect sense in societies whose survival depended on successful farming. May Day, Midsummer, Harvest Home and Yuletide each brought their own rituals and superstitions, most of which boiled down to encouraging fertility, protecting against misfortune, and marking the passage of time in communities where seasons mattered more than any other calendar system. These weren't elaborate mystical practices, but acknowledgements of the natural world's rhythms dressed in enough ceremony to make them memorable. Weather magic occupied an important niche, given Britain's notoriously unpredictable climate. People watched animal behaviour, cloud formations and plant growth for signs of coming weather, then attributed this knowledge to magical insight rather than careful observation. The person who could predict rain wasn't necessarily magical. They just noticed that cows lie down before storms, birds fly lower in heavy air, and certain flowers close their petals when humidity rises. But calling it magic made the knowledge sound more authoritative than admitting you'd spent 40 years watching cows. The British relationship with the sea combines dependence respect, and the kind of cautious affection you'd show a large, unpredictable animal that occasionally provides dinner, but might also drown you without warning. Coastal communities developed their own rich folklore traditions, distinct from inland stories, shaped by the rhythm of tides, the unpredictability of fishing, and the isolation of islands scattered around the mainland like afterthoughts. Seal folk feature prominently in northern tales, particularly around Scotland and Ireland. These were seals that could shed their skins and walk on land as beautiful humans, usually with romantic complications ensuing. The stories typically involved a human hiding the seal person's skin to prevent their return to the sea, which sounds romantic until you think about it for more than 30 seconds and realise it's basically kidnapping. The better versions of these tales acknowledge this problem, with the seal person eventually finding their skin and returning to the ocean, choosing freedom over captured domesticity. The Selkie's appeal makes sense when you understand how isolated coastal communities could be, especially on smaller islands. Strangers rarely appeared, and genetic diversity was a genuine concern, even if people didn't have those exact terms for it. Stories about mysterious attractive outsiders who arrived from the sea and might eventually return there reflected both fantasy and practical acknowledgement that new blood in the community gene pool was generally positive, even if the circumstances were unusual. Mermaids in British folklore rarely resembled the friendly creatures from children's stories. They were more often omens. Seeing one meant storms, shipwrecks, or other maritime disasters. This made sense given that unusual marine sightings often correlated with strange weather patterns or ocean conditions that also happened to be dangerous for fishing. Whether you actually saw a mermaid or a combination of seal, driftwood and wishful thinking mattered less than the warning to stay close to harbour. Coastal villages developed elaborate rituals around fishing boats and the sea's temperament. You never whistled on a boat because that called up wind, which sounds superstitious until you remember that whistling carries across water remarkably well and could confuse verbal commands in critical moments. Women weren't allowed on fishing boats, supposedly due to bad luck, though the practical explanation might involve limiting the number of people on working vessels, where space was at a premium and everyone needed specific skills. Sometimes superstition was just tradition explaining itself badly. Islands accumulated folklore with particular intensity, perhaps because isolation amplifies storytelling in the same way that small spaces amplify sound. The Orkney and Shetland Islands developed rich traditions about trows and selkies, while the Isle of Man claimed its own fairy traditions distinct from either Ireland or Britain. Each island community, separated by water that could turn impassable during storms, became its own cultural laboratory, where stories evolved in slightly different directions from their mainland cousins. Lighthouses, though relatively recent additions to the landscape, quickly accumulated their own folklore. Lighthouse keepers reported seeing impossible things, ships that vanished, lights where no lights should be, and sounds that had no source. Whether these experiences reflected genuine supernatural encounters, isolation-induced hallucinations, or just the strange behaviour of light and sound around coastal rocks remains debatable. What's certain is that spending months in a small room surrounded by rocks and water does interesting things to human perception. Coastal weather forecasting relied on reading subtle signs, the colour of the sunset, the behaviour of seabirds, and the feel of the wind. This knowledge was so valuable that it often got framed as magical sight or supernatural sensitivity rather than accumulated empirical observation. The old man who knew when storms were coming wasn't magical. He'd simply survived 70 years of watching the sea and had learned to recognise patterns that preceded dangerous weather. But attributing his accuracy to second sight rather than experience made the knowledge seem more special, worth preserving and passing down. Smuggling operations naturally generated their own folklore, often deliberately. Tales of ghost ships, supernatural guardians, and cursed coves helped keep curious locals away from beaches where illegal goods were being landed. If people believed a particular stretch of coast was haunted, they'd avoid it after dark, which was exactly when smugglers wanted privacy. Some of the most persistent coastal ghost stories might have originated as deliberately crafted misdirection that outlived the smuggling operations they were meant to protect. The tide's rhythm structured coastal life so completely that it influenced folklore in subtle ways. You learned to work with the tide rather than against it, to recognise that some things could only happen during specific windows of opportunity, and that patience was less a virtue than a survival requirement. Stories reflected this reality. The fisherman who respected the sea's timing prospered, while the one who tried to force things on his own schedule met disaster. It was folklore as applied to tidal mechanics. The British village, that collection of cottages arranged around a church and pub with perhaps a shop and post office if you were lucky, served as folklore's primary breeding ground. These were small enough that everyone knew everyone else's business, isolated enough that the wider world seemed distant and slightly theoretical, and stable enough that traditions could persist for generations with only minor variations. The village green, that patch of common land at the community's heart, witnessed most communal celebrations and many folktale events. May Day celebrations with dancing around the maypole, harvest festivals and bonfires on specific calendar dates. These weren't just entertainment, but vital social glue that reinforced community bonds and marked time's passage. The stories told at these gatherings transmitted cultural values more effectively than any lecture, teaching through entertainment what behaviour was expected, what was tolerated, and what would get you discussed in disapproving tones for the next decade. Every village had its characters: the wise woman who knew herbal remedies, the blacksmith whose forge was the centre of male social life, the publican who heard all gossip, and the vicar who pretended not to know about folk practices while quietly incorporating them into parish life. These individuals served as living libraries, repositories of local knowledge about everything from weather patterns to family histories to which mushrooms would kill you, and which merely tasted terrible. The cottage hearth was where most stories actually lived, told during long winter evenings when darkness fell by mid-afternoon, and there wasn't much to do except sit by the fire, work on manual tasks that didn't require much light, and talk. Grandparents told grandchildren about local legends. Parents warned children about dangerous places through tales of supernatural guardians, and everyone shared stories that had been shared with them, each telling adding small variations that would eventually become part of the tradition. British folk tales from this domestic setting rarely involved grand adventures or epic quests. They were more likely about the farmer who outsmarted the devil, the clever servant who outwitted a difficult employer, and the youngest daughter whose kindness brought unexpected rewards. These were aspirational stories for people whose lives involved more practical concerns than dragon slaying, getting crops to grow, keeping livestock healthy, and maintaining good relationships with neighbours you'd be seeing daily for the rest of your life. The village well or pump served as an informal news centre where people gathered, gossiped, and inevitably told stories. In an era before mass media, this was how information spread, slowly, through personal contact, accumulating embellishments with each retelling. By the time news travelled from one end of the village to the other, it might have gained considerable creative detail, which is probably why so much folklore involves exaggeration and unlikely coincidences. Reality was bland. Retellings added the necessary seasoning. Seasonal celebrations structured village life with reassuring predictability. Each had its own traditions, foods, and associated folklore. Harvest suppers celebrated successful crops with communal feasting that reinforced social bonds while allowing people to relax after months of intense labour. Christmas incorporated so many pre-Christian traditions that the church eventually gave up trying to sort out which parts were properly religious and which were just people wanting an excuse to bring greenery indoors and eat special foods during the darkest part of winter. Village craftspeople, the thatcher, the hedge layer, and the hurdle maker possessed knowledge that bordered on folklore itself. They understood their materials with an intimacy that came from years of experience, knowing which wood worked best for specific purposes, how different thatching materials weathered, and which hedge plants made the most impenetrable barriers. This practical wisdom often got mixed with folk beliefs about appropriate times for harvesting materials and proper techniques that might or might not have rational bases but definitely had tradition backing them. The relationship between neighbouring villages could be surprisingly competitive, with each claiming superior traditions, more authentic folklore, or more impressive local legends. This rivalry was generally good-natured but persistent, expressing itself through competing celebrations, proud assertions about local ghost stories being more frightening than neighbouring ones, and the kind of petty disagreements about correct procedure that can only arise between communities that are fundamentally very similar but determined to emphasise their differences. The village pub served multiple functions: social club, informal court for minor disputes, marriage market, news exchange, and archive for local memory. The publican often knew more about village affairs than the vicar, having heard confessions of a less spiritual but equally revealing nature. Stories told in pubs tended toward the humorous, the slightly bawdy, and the cautionary tales about people who'd done foolish things, often while drunk in that same pub, creating a self-referential loop of entertainment and warning. By the 19th century, British folklore was already beginning its long fade into nostalgia and preservation rather than living practice. The Industrial Revolution drew people from villages to cities, disrupting the continuity of oral tradition. Railways connected previously isolated communities, homogenizing regional variations. Education became standardized, teaching official history rather than local legend. The old stories didn't disappear overnight, but they began their transformation from functional community knowledge into quaint remnants of a simpler time. Folklorists like Cecil Sharp and Francis James Child scrambled to record traditions before they vanished completely, creating archives that preserve texts while inevitably losing context. You can write down the words to a folk song, but you can't quite capture the way it sounded when sung by someone whose grandmother had taught it to them, or the specific occasion when it would traditionally be performed, or the small variations that different villages considered correct. What survived was often a kind of folklore preserved in amber, technically accurate but missing the living quality that made it meaningful. The Romantic movement complicated folklore preservation by deciding that rural traditions were picturesque and noble rather than simply practical. Artists painted idealized versions of village life where everyone looked healthy and happy, conveniently omitting the harsh poverty, limited medical care, and minimal options that characterized actual rural existence. This romanticization created a strange situation where actual rural people were abandoning their traditions as quickly as possible to pursue better opportunities, while urban intellectuals were frantically trying to preserve those same traditions as authentic cultural heritage. Some traditions adapted rather than died. May Day celebrations shrank but persisted in schools, transformed into cute performances for parents rather than community fertility rituals. Harvest festivals moved from fields into churches, becoming Thanksgiving services rather than agricultural celebrations. Ghost stories transitioned from cautionary community tales into entertainment for children, losing their original purpose while gaining new life as seasonal scary fun. The World Wars further disrupted traditional life, pulling young men from villages and introducing survivors to experiences that made local folklore seem parochial and inadequate. How do you return to worrying about fairy rings after experiencing trench warfare? The psychological distance travelled by those who served made it difficult to re-engage with the slower rhythms and smaller concerns of rural life. Many never returned at all, their absence creating gaps in the transmission of traditional knowledge that could never be fully bridged. Television and radio delivered national culture directly into homes that had previously relied on local entertainment. Why listen to your grandfather's stories when you could watch professional performers with much better production values? Why learn traditional songs when you could hear the latest hits from London? The homogenization of British culture through mass media wasn't malicious or even consciously planned. It was simply the inevitable result of technology that made shared national experiences possible for the first time. Yet folklore proved remarkably resilient in unexpected ways. Customs that seemed dead would suddenly reappear when communities wanted to assert local identity. Villages would revive traditional celebrations as tourist attractions, which felt inauthentic until you remembered that many traditions had always been performative, intended for audiences as much as participants. If the audience changed from fellow villagers to visitors from Birmingham, did that necessarily invalidate the performance? Academic folklorists preserved enormous amounts of material, but their efforts created their own problems. Traditions that had existed as flexible, living practices became fixed in authoritative versions. Regional variations were documented but also implicitly ranked, with some designated authentic and others as corruptions. The project of preservation sometimes contradicted the nature of folklore itself, which had always evolved, adapted, and changed with each generation rather than maintaining rigid adherence to original forms. The British folk revival of the mid-20th century attempted to resurrect traditional music and customs with mixed results. Some revivalists approached the material with respect and genuine love for the traditions. Others cherry-picked elements they found appealing while ignoring the broader cultural context that had made those traditions meaningful. Folk music clubs sprouted in urban areas where performers sang songs about agricultural labour to audiences who'd never held a scythe, creating a strange disconnect between content and context that somehow worked anyway, because the music itself remained powerful. Immigration and cultural exchange introduced new folklore traditions to British communities, while British folklore travelled globally with emigrants. The result was a complex web of influence where Irish traditions in Boston influenced how Irish Americans thought about Irish culture, which in turn influenced how modern Irish people conceived of their heritage. British folklore became simultaneously more global and more fragmented, existing in multiple versions that all claimed authenticity while being demonstrably different from each other. As you settle deeper into your blankets, consider what survives of British folklore in the 21st century. The answer is both less and more than you might expect. The old traditions are gone in their original forms. Nobody seriously avoids fairy paths or leaves offerings at wells except as conscious recreation. Yet the patterns those traditions established continue influencing how British people think about landscape, community, and the natural world. Environmental consciousness in Britain often carries echoes of folklore's fundamental message. Pay attention to the land, respect natural systems, and recognise that human convenience isn't the only consideration. The modern conservation movement sounds remarkably like traditional folklore when it argues for preserving ancient woodlands and protecting wildlife habitats, just with scientific rationale replacing supernatural justification. The impulse remains the same, understanding that we're part of systems larger than ourselves that we ignore at our peril. British children still grow up with attenuated versions of folk traditions, tooth fairies, Father Christmas, Easter bunnies, that preserve the structure of folklore while updating the content for contemporary contexts. These simplified traditions teach the same lessons as their more complex predecessors. Actions have consequences, kindness gets rewarded, and there's more to the world than meets the eye. Whether these modern versions carry the same weight as traditional folklore remains debatable, but they demonstrate that the human need for story continues regardless of cultural changes. Place-based storytelling persists in surprising ways. Tourist boards promote local legends as attractions, communities celebrate historical connections to folklore figures, and property values can be affected by proximity to supposedly haunted sites. The stories may no longer be believed in literal ways, but they still shape how people perceive and value particular locations. A house with a ghost story attached might be hard to sell, or might command a premium from buyers who find the idea appealing. Folklore continues exerting economic influence even when nobody treats it as factual. The British tendency toward mild self-mockery owes something to folklore traditions that celebrated clever tricksters, and the little guy outwitting authority. That slightly irreverent attitude toward power and pomposity, the willingness to tell stories that make fun of one's own communities, and the comfort with ambiguity and contradiction. These traits were all present in traditional folklore and remain characteristic of British culture today. The story's changed medium but retain their essential functions. Fantasy literature provides modern folklore its most obvious continuation. Writers from Tolkien through Gaiman have drawn deeply on British folk traditions, translating them into forms that contemporary audiences can engage with. These aren't pure preservations, they're creative adaptations that keep core ideas alive while updating contexts. When modern readers encounter Ents or Brownies or Selkies in fantasy novels, they're experiencing evolved versions of traditional folklore adapted for audiences who wouldn't necessarily read actual folktale collections. British folk music experienced an unexpected renaissance, with contemporary musicians discovering rich material in traditional songs and tunes. What makes this revival interesting is that modern performers often treat traditional music as raw material for innovation, rather than as museum pieces requiring faithful reproduction. The result is folklore that continues evolving rather than freezing into authorised versions, which is arguably closer to how traditions actually functioned before folklorists started documenting everything. The psychological functions that folklore served haven't disappeared just because the stories changed. People still need narratives that help make sense of inexplicable experiences, frameworks for understanding their relationships with nature and community, and stories that transmit values without heavy-handed preaching. Modern urban legends serve many of the same functions as traditional folklore, warning about dangers, often technological rather than natural, explaining unusual phenomena and reinforcing social norms through cautionary tales. Regional identity in Britain still draws heavily on folklore associations. Cornwall claims its piskies, Wales its dragons, and Scotland its various water spirits and Highland legends. These connections might be marketed to tourists, but they also matter to locals as markers of distinctiveness in an increasingly homogeneous world. When someone from Yorkshire insists their region has the best folklore, they're participating in the same kind of local pride that animated traditional storytelling, just expressed through different contexts. The British relationship with landscape remains fundamentally storied. Ancient sites attract visitors not just because they're archaeologically interesting, but because they're associated with legends, whether Stonehenge with Merlin, Glastonbury with Arthur, or countless local sites with their own smaller tales. The land and its stories are still inseparable, even if modern visitors are more likely to access those stories through phone apps than oral tradition. Perhaps most significantly, British folklore established patterns for how rural and natural environments should feel. When people describe woods as magical or coastlines as mysterious, they're often responding to subliminal cultural programming established through centuries of stories. Folklore trained people to see certain landscapes in certain ways and to experience specific emotional responses to particular environments. Those patterns persist even when their original context has faded, shaping how people relate to the natural world in ways they're often not conscious of. As your eyes grow heavy and the day's concerns begin fading into that pleasant pre-sleep haze, consider this. The British Isles' folklore traditions never really died so much as they transformed, adapted, and found new expressions for timeless human needs. The specific stories about fairies and selkies might have faded into historical curiosity, but the impulse behind them, to understand our place in natural systems, to create meaning from landscape, to connect with something larger than individual experience, that impulse remains as strong as ever. When you walk through the British countryside today, you're still moving through storied space, even if you don't know the specific tales associated with particular locations. The land remembers, even when people forget. Those ancient oaks have stood through centuries of cultural change, weathering shifts from pagan to Christian to secular, while remaining fundamentally unchanged. The wells still rise from the same aquifers that nourished them when people left offerings. The coastlines continue their eternal conversation with the sea, indifferent to whether humans interpret that interaction through folklore, poetry, or marine biology. What we've lost in literal belief, we've perhaps gained in appreciation for the psychology behind folklore. Understanding that traditional stories served practical purposes, teaching environmental awareness, encoding safety knowledge, maintaining social cohesion, doesn't diminish them so much as deepen our appreciation for their elegance. The old stories were multitasking before that was even a word, simultaneously entertaining, educating and binding communities together. The gentleness of British folklore compared to many traditions reflects something essential about the culture that created it. These are stories from people who valued practicality, humour, and getting along with neighbours you couldn't easily escape. The supernatural beings in British tales are rarely purely evil or purely good. They're complicated, somewhat unpredictable, and best handled with courtesy and common sense, which describes most human relationships fairly well. Your own relationship with folklore might be mostly unconscious. A hesitation about walking under ladders, a fondness for stories set in misty landscapes, a sense that certain places feel special without quite knowing why. These small influences demonstrate how thoroughly traditional culture has woven itself into modern consciousness, creating patterns that persist long after their origins have been forgotten. As you drift towards sleep, you might find yourself imagining those ancient British landscapes, the oak forests where dappled light shifts between leaves, the coastlines where waves have smoothed stones for millennia, and the village greens where generations gathered for celebrations that marked time's passage. These places exist both in physical reality and in collective imagination, shaped by centuries of stories that made them more than just geography. The legacy of British folklore isn't primarily in preserved texts or recorded customs, valuable as those archives are. Its real legacy lives in the ongoing human need for wonder, for stories that connect us to place and each other, and for frameworks that help us understand our small lives in the context of much larger patterns. The specific forms change, but the fundamental human practices that created folklore, storytelling, meaning-making and community bonding continue in new guises. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the point was never the literal truth of any particular story, but the way those stories taught attention, respect, and connection. The fairies might not steal babies, but new parents still benefit from vigilance. Wells might not have healing magic, but taking time to seek natural sources of water teaches observation of landscape. Walking carefully through forests might not prevent supernatural offence, but it prevents twisted ankles, which arguably matters more. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of a continuous human story that stretches back through countless generations and will continue long after we're all just names and genealogies. The British Isles will keep generating stories because that's what happens when land, water and human imagination interact across centuries. The specific tales will evolve, but the underlying wonder, that sense that the world contains more mystery than we can fully comprehend, that wonder persists. Tomorrow, when you see an ancient tree or notice mist settling into a valley, you might find yourself thinking about the layers of human experience those scenes have witnessed. You might wonder what stories previous generations told about those same places, what meanings they constructed, and what patterns they saw. That curiosity, that willingness to imagine deeper connections, is itself a form of folklore continuing, not as a fixed tradition, but as a living practice of engagement with the world around you. The British tradition of gentle folklore, of stories that more often amused than terrified, that taught practical wisdom while entertaining, that connected communities while respecting individual experience. This tradition offers a particular gift to the modern world. It suggests that relating to nature doesn't require grand mystical experiences or dramatic revelations. Sometimes it's enough to simply pay attention, to notice patterns, to remember that the land has been here much longer than we have and will be here long after we've gone. As your breathing slows and consciousness begins its nightly journey into dreams, you might imagine yourself walking those old paths through British landscapes. Not as they exist now, with their car parks and signage and carefully maintained trails, but as they existed in those centuries when every hill had a name, every spring a story, and every ancient tree a personality attributed to it by people who saw them daily and wove them into the fabric of community life. In those imagined walks, you're not alone. You're accompanied by all the people who walk those same paths before, farmers heading to fields, lovers seeking privacy, children playing games whose rules have been forgotten, and elderly folks taking constitutional strolls while mentally reviewing decades of local history. The paths remember all those footsteps, even if individual memories have faded into the general story of human passage through landscape. The folklore of the British Isles, in its gentlest and most enduring form, taught a simple lesson. The world is worth noticing, not just in dramatic moments of natural beauty or crisis, but in the daily ordinary interactions between humans and their environment. The way light falls through trees, the pattern of ripples on water, the feeling of walking through mist, the smell of earth after rain. These experiences connected people to something larger than themselves without requiring elaborate theology or mystical frameworks. Perhaps this is folklore's final gift. Not answers, but attention. Not certainty, but wonder. Not dogma, but the gentle suggestion that the world contains more than we can see, and that's perfectly fine. You don't need to believe in fairies to appreciate ancient woodlands, don't need to credit supernatural beings to respect natural systems, and don't need literal magic to find the world magical in its complexity and beauty. The stories persist because they were never really about the supernatural elements anyway. They were always about how humans relate to place, to each other, and to the mystery of existence in a world that's both familiar and strange, both comfortable and challenging. The fairies and selkies and spirits were just convenient frameworks for discussing those relationships. Memorable characters in stories whose real subject was always how to live well in a particular landscape with particular people. So as you finally let go of waking consciousness and allow sleep to take you into its own mysterious territory, that nightly journey we all make but never quite remember, you carry with you the accumulated wisdom of centuries of storytelling. Not as a burden or obligation, but as a gift freely given by generations who cared enough about their experiences to shape them into stories, to polish them through repeated telling, and to pass them along in hope that future people might find value in their observations. The British Isles sleep now as you sleep, their landscapes dark under stars or clouds, their forests silent except for nocturnal creatures going about their business, their coastlines continuing their eternal negotiation with the sea. The land endures, patient and persistent, waiting for morning when people will once again move across its surface, creating new stories from new experiences while unconsciously echoing patterns established by countless predecessors. Your dreams tonight might feature mist-shrouded valleys, ancient trees with opinions, coastal paths leading to uncertain destinations, or simply the comfortable interior of a cottage where stories are being shared around a warm hearth. Or your dreams might be entirely different, drawn from your own experiences and concerns. Either way, you're participating in the same basic human practice that generated all those folk tales, making sense of experience through narrative, connecting disparate elements into meaningful patterns, and finding significance in the intersection of self and world. The folklore traditions we've wandered through tonight, from forest spirits to coastal legends, from village customs to fading traditions, all emerge from that fundamental human capacity to story ourselves into understanding. We tell tales not because we know the answers, but because stories help us live with uncertainty, find meaning in randomness, and maintain connection with each other and the world we inhabit. As the last threads of waking thought dissolve into proper sleep, let yourself rest in the knowledge that you're part of something much larger than individual existence. Not in any mystical sense necessarily, but in the simple fact that you share this planet with billions of other humans, all trying to make sense of similar experiences, all connected through the ongoing project of being conscious creatures trying to understand our place in an incomprehensible universe. The gentle legends of the British Isles never promised easy answers or dramatic solutions. They offered instead a way of being in the world, attentive, respectful, humble, and occasionally amused by the absurdity of human pretensions. That way of being remains available regardless of whether you believe any particular story or practice any specific tradition. Sweet dreams. May they be as gentle as British folklore at its best, as mysterious as morning mist in ancient valleys, and as comforting as stories told by firesides in small cottages, where the outside world seems very far away, and the immediate circle of warmth and companionship feels sufficient unto itself. The stories continue, the land endures, and somewhere in the British Isles an ancient oak stands in darkness, having survived another day of the endless succession of days it has witnessed, content in its treeness, indifferent to human concerns, a silent reminder that some things persist simply because they are what they are, unchanged by our stories about them, yet somehow enriched by the attention those stories encouraged. Rest well in that knowledge. Tomorrow brings its own concerns, its own small wonders, and its own opportunities to notice and appreciate. But tonight, you've wandered through centuries of gentle folklore, encountered traditions shaped by ordinary people trying to live well in extraordinary landscapes, and connected, however briefly, with patterns of human experience that transcend individual lifetimes. That connection is folklore's deepest magic. Not supernatural intervention, but human continuity. The recognition that our experiences echo those of countless others, that our questions have been asked before, and that we're part of an ongoing conversation about what it means to be human in a world we didn't create and don't control, but must somehow navigate with grace, humour, and occasional wonder. Sleep now. The British Isles will be there tomorrow, still accumulating stories, still bearing the weight of human meaning while remaining fundamentally themselves. The folklore traditions may have faded, but the landscapes that inspired them endure, waiting for new generations to notice their particular magic and create new stories appropriate to new times. And in that continuity, the eternal dance between human imagination and the natural world, between story and stone, between meaning-making and simple existence, lies the true legacy of British folklore. Not in any particular tale or tradition, but in the ongoing practice of paying attention, finding wonder, and connecting through story to something larger than ourselves. The first thing you notice about waking up in old Kyoto is the quality of light. You're lying on tatami mats in a room where the morning sun filters through shoji screens, those ingenious paper windows that transform harsh daylight into something soft and golden, like honey being poured through cheesecloth. The light doesn't burst into your room demanding attention. Instead, it seeps in gradually, encouraging you to wake up slowly and naturally, the way humans did for thousands of years before alarm clocks came along to jolt us into consciousness. Your bed isn't really a bed at all, but a collection of thick cotton mattresses called futon that you spread out each night and fold away each morning. It's surprisingly comfortable once you get used to it, though you might find yourself missing your box spring for the first few nights. The Japanese have this wonderful philosophy that your living space should be flexible, transforming from bedroom to sitting room to dining room as needed throughout the day. It's like living in a very zen Swiss army knife, where every surface serves multiple purposes and nothing is wasted. The tatami mats beneath your futon feel cool and slightly springy under your feet, woven from rush grass that still carries the faintest scent of the countryside where it grew. These mats are works of art in their own right, each one precisely measured and fitted to create perfect geometric patterns on the floor. They're also natural air purifiers, absorbing humidity in summer and releasing it in winter, helping to regulate the temperature and air quality in your room without any mechanical systems at all. As you fold your bedding and store it in the built-in closets, another marvel of efficient design, you can hear your neighbours beginning their day. The sound of wooden shutters sliding open echoes down the street like a gentle percussion section warming up, followed by the soft splash of water as people wash their faces in wooden basins. There's no turning on a faucet here. Water has to be drawn from wells or carried from nearby streams in wooden buckets that have been worn smooth by countless hands over the years. The morning air carries the scent of charcoal fires being lit in clay braziers throughout the neighbourhood. You'll need to light your own soon, because there's no central heating in old Kyoto, just small hibachi heaters that provide concentrated warmth exactly where you need it. In winter, people become connoisseurs of charcoal, learning to distinguish between different types and how to arrange them for maximum heat with minimum smoke. It's cosy in the way that camping can be cosy, except this is your everyday life, and you've gotten quite good at the delicate art of fire management. The ritual of lighting your hibachi becomes a meditation in itself. First, you arrange the charcoal pieces like a small architectural project, creating channels for airflow and heat distribution. Then comes the careful application of flame, watching as the charcoal catches and begins to glow with that distinctive red-orange colour that means warmth and comfort. The whole process requires patience and attention, qualities that modern life doesn't often demand but which were essential skills in old Kyoto. Your clothing for the day is laid out in neat piles, layers upon layers that would make an onion jealous. In old Kyoto, fashion was all about layering, partly for warmth and partly to show off your taste and wealth through the subtle interplay of colours peeking out at the sleeves and hem. If you're a woman, you might wear up to 12 layers of silk robes, each one carefully chosen to complement the others, in combinations that have poetic names like Evening Cherry Blossoms, Autumn Mountain, or First Snow on Pine. The art of layering these robes is incredibly sophisticated, requiring not just an understanding of colour theory, but also knowledge of seasonal appropriateness and social context. You wouldn't wear spring combinations in autumn any more than you'd wear summer colours in winter. And the way the layers are arranged, which colours show at the wrists, how much of each layer is visible at the hem, communicates subtle messages about your education, your family background, and your understanding of aesthetic principles that were as complex as any modern dress code. If you're a man, your outfit is somewhat simpler, but no less thoughtful. You'll wear a kasode, a simple robe that's the ancestor of the modern kimono, under a hakama, wide-legged trousers that look remarkably like a very sophisticated skirt, and perhaps a hairy jacket over the top. The whole ensemble is held together with various cords and sashes, and getting dressed feels a bit like wrapping yourself in a very elegant origami project that somehow manages to be both formal and comfortable at the same time. But here's the thing about all these layers. They're not just for show or tradition's sake. Old Kyoto can be brutally cold in winter, with temperatures that drop below freezing and swelteringly humid in summer, when the heat seems to press down on the city like a wet blanket. These loose layered garments are actually brilliant at helping you regulate your body temperature throughout the day. You can add or remove layers as needed, open or close various gaps to let air flow through, and the natural fibres breathe in a way that makes even the summer heat bearable. Well, mostly bearable. The fabrics themselves are marvels of traditional technology. The silk is so fine it feels like liquid between your fingers, dyed with colours that seem to glow from within. The cotton is woven so tightly it's almost windproof, yet it still allows moisture to pass through. And the hemp used for everyday clothing is surprisingly soft and durable, getting better with each washing until it develops a texture that's almost sensual against your skin. Once you're dressed, it's time for breakfast, which in old Kyoto was a much simpler affair than you might expect, but no less satisfying. Rice, of course, forms the foundation of every meal, but not the fluffy white rice you might be thinking of. This is a hearty, slightly sticky variety that fills you up and gives you energy for the physical demands of the day ahead. The rice is cooked in wooden steamers over charcoal fires, and the process fills your house with a warm, nutty aroma that's better than any breakfast advertisement you've ever smelled. Alongside the rice, you might have some pickled vegetables, cucumbers or radishes that have been sitting in salt and rice bran for days or even weeks, until they've developed that perfect sour crunch that wakes up your taste buds better than any cup of coffee. These pickles aren't just condiments, they're essential sources of probiotics and vitamins, especially during the winter months when fresh vegetables are scarce. Each family has their own pickle recipes, passed down through generations and guarded as carefully as any trade secret. There might be some miso soup made from fermented soybean paste that tastes nothing like what you'd expect from its rather unpromising description. It's deeply savoury and warming, with bits of seaweed or tofu floating in the broth like tiny islands of flavour. The miso itself is aged in wooden barrels for months or even years, developing complex flavours that range from sweet and mild to rich and almost cheese-like. A good miso soup is like a warm hug in a bowl, providing both comfort and nourishment as you prepare for the day ahead. And if you're lucky, there might be some grilled fish, probably caught from Lake Biwa about an hour's walk to the east, or from the rivers that wind through the surrounding mountains. The fish is grilled over charcoal until the skin is crispy, and the flesh flakes apart with your chopsticks, releasing delicate flavours that speak of clean water and careful preparation. The interesting thing about meals in old Kyoto is that they're eaten sitting on the floor around a low table called a shabudai, with everyone using chopsticks that feel surprisingly natural in your hands after a few days of practice. There's something meditative about eating this way, something that makes you slow down and actually taste your food instead of mindlessly consuming it while distracted by other activities. The low table creates an intimate atmosphere where conversations flow naturally and everyone feels equally included in the meal. The chopsticks themselves are works of art, carved from bamboo or fine wood, perfectly balanced in your hand, and surprisingly versatile once you learn how to use them properly. They can pick up a single grain of rice, or grasp a slippery piece of fish with equal ease, and using them becomes almost automatic after a while, like any well-designed tool that eventually feels like an extension of your own body. After breakfast, you step outside into the maze of Kyoto's streets, and this is where the real adventure begins. The city is laid out in a grid pattern, borrowed from the Chinese capital of Chang'an. But unlike modern cities with their wide boulevards and traffic lights, these streets are narrow and intimate. The main thoroughfares are wide enough for ox-drawn carts and the occasional procession of nobles, but many of the residential streets are barely wide enough for two people to pass comfortably, creating a sense of coziness that's both welcoming and slightly mysterious. The houses line up along these streets like books on a shelf, each one sharing walls with its neighbours but maintaining its own distinct character through subtle differences in roofline, entrance design, or the arrangement of small gardens. Privacy isn't achieved through distance, as it might be in more spread out places, but through clever architecture and an intricate social code that allows people to live cheek by jowl without driving each other crazy. You'll notice that most houses present a fairly modest face to the street, wooden facades with small windows and simple doorways that give little hint of what lies within. This isn't because the residents are unfriendly, but because in Japanese aesthetics, true beauty is often hidden, revealed only to those who are invited in. It's like the city is full of people who understand the difference between being mysterious and being standoffish, between privacy and secrecy. The wooden walls of these houses have weathered to a soft grey that seems to glow in certain lights, and the natural aging process has given them a patina that no amount of artificial treatment could replicate. The wood itself comes from ancient forests in the surrounding mountains, cedar, cypress and pine that grew slowly in the mountain air, developing the tight grain and natural oils that make them resistant to weather and insects. The sounds of the city begin to build as the day progresses, creating a symphony that's completely different from any modern urban environment. You'll hear the rhythmic thock-thock-thock of someone splitting bamboo for baskets or screens, the scrape of wooden sandals on stone paths worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic, and the melodic calls of merchants advertising their wares as they make their rounds through the neighbourhoods. "Fresh fish from Lake Biwa," calls one merchant, his voice rising and falling in a musical pattern that carries clearly through the morning air. "Tofu still warm from the press," calls another, pushing a wooden cart loaded with blocks of fresh soybean curd wrapped in clean white cloth. These merchants don't have storefronts as you might expect. Instead, they carry their goods through the streets on their backs or in carts, bringing the market directly to people's doorsteps in a system that's both efficient and personal. The merchant calls are almost like folk songs, each one with its own rhythm and melody that identifies not just what's being sold but who's selling it. Regular customers learn to recognise their favourite vendors by sound alone, the way you might recognise a friend's laugh in a crowded room. There's something wonderfully personal about this mobile marketplace, where commerce is conducted face-to-face, and reputation matters more than advertising. Some merchants specialise in just one or two items, becoming true experts in their narrow fields. The vegetable seller knows which daikon radishes are best for pickling and which are better for grating fresh over rice. The fish merchant can tell you not just where each fish was caught, but what the weather was like that day and how it might affect the flavour. This kind of specialised knowledge creates relationships between buyers and sellers that go far beyond simple transactions. As you make your way through the streets, you might decide to visit one of Kyoto's many temples or shrines. This isn't necessarily because you're feeling particularly religious, but because these sacred spaces serve as community centres, meeting places, and peaceful retreats from the bustle of daily life. The temples are scattered throughout the city like jewels on velvet, each one occupying a small oasis of carefully tended gardens and ancient trees that provide cool shade in summer and shelter from wind in winter. Approaching a temple, you'll notice how the very act of entering requires you to slow down and become more mindful of your surroundings. There's often a stone path that winds slightly, forcing you to meander rather than rush straight to your destination. The path might lead you past a small waterfall or a grove of bamboo, creating a sense of journey and discovery even in the heart of the city. You'll pass under a torii gate or through a temple entrance that frames your view of what lies ahead like a living painting. The architecture designed to create specific visual experiences as you move through the space. The transition from the bustling street to the quiet temple grounds happens gradually, like sinking slowly into a warm bath, allowing your mind to adjust to the different pace and atmosphere of the sacred space. The temple buildings themselves are marvels of wooden architecture, held together without a single nail through an intricate system of interlocking joints that allows the structures to flex during earthquakes rather than breaking apart. This building technique, developed over centuries of trial and error in a seismically active region, creates structures that can last for hundreds of years while remaining beautiful and functional. The wood has weathered to a soft grey that seems to glow in certain lights, and the curved roof lines create graceful silhouettes against the sky that change dramatically depending on the time of day and season. Everything is designed to work with nature rather than against it, from the way rainwater is channeled through decorative chains instead of being hidden in gutters, to the way buildings are positioned to catch cooling breezes in summer and shelter from cold winds in winter. The roofs themselves are architectural poetry, covered with clay tiles that were fired in kilns heated with pine wood, giving them subtle colour variations that create beautiful patterns when seen from above. The tiles are arranged in overlapping rows that shed rain efficiently while creating interesting plays of light and shadow that change throughout the day. In winter, when snow accumulates on these roofs, they look like something from a fairy tale, with white caps that emphasize every curve and angle. Inside the temple grounds, you might encounter monks going about their daily routines with a particular kind of purposeful calm, as if they have all the time in the world and yet never waste a moment. Their robes rustle softly as they walk, and their wooden sandals make gentle clicking sounds on the stone paths that seem to echo in harmony with the natural sounds of the garden. The trickle of water over stones, the whisper of wind through leaves, the distant chime of temple bells. Some monks might be tending gardens with the kind of focused attention that makes even weeding seem like a form of meditation. Others might be copying sutras with brushes and ink, their movements flowing and rhythmic as they create characters that are both spiritual practice and visual art. And still others might be sitting in meditation with a stillness that makes them seem like part of the temple architecture itself, as permanent and peaceful as the wooden pillars and stone lanterns around them. The gardens within these temple complexes are works of art in their own right, but they're not the kind of art you hang on a wall and forget about. These are living compositions that change with the seasons, with the weather, even with the time of day. A garden might feature a perfectly placed stone that catches the morning light in winter and provides a shady resting spot for a bird in summer, or a grove of bamboo positioned so that the sound of wind through the leaves masks the noise from the street, creating a pocket of tranquility in the heart of the city. These gardens follow principles that seem almost magical in their simplicity and effectiveness. Empty spaces are as important as filled ones, creating areas for the eye and mind to rest. Asymmetrical arrangements feel more natural and interesting than perfectly balanced designs, and everything is scaled to human proportions, so that even the smallest garden feels spacious and complete, rather than cramped or incomplete. You might spend some time sitting on a wooden bench or stone seat in these gardens, watching koi fish lazy their way around a pond or following the path of a single leaf as it falls from a maple tree. Time moves differently in these spaces, expanding and contracting in ways that seem to have nothing to do with clocks or schedules. Minutes can feel like hours, but somehow you never feel bored or restless. It's as if the garden teaches you how to simply be present, something that's increasingly difficult in our modern world of constant notifications and endless to-do lists. The water features in these gardens are particularly mesmerizing. A small stream might wind through the space, sometimes disappearing underground only to emerge again in a different location, creating the illusion of a much larger water system than actually exists. The sound of water moving over carefully placed stones creates a natural soundtrack that masks urban noise while providing the kind of white noise that helps the mind relax and focus. When you eventually leave the temple and return to the streets, the contrast helps you notice details you might have missed before. The way sunlight filters through the wooden slats of a shop front, creating patterns that shift and dance as the day progresses. The careful arrangement of stones around a tree planted in the street, each one placed not just to protect the roots, but to create a small moment of beauty for anyone who happens to notice. The shop fronts themselves are studies in understated elegance. Instead of bright signs and flashy displays, most shops are identified by simple wooden signs with elegant calligraphy, or by the goods displayed in their front windows. A sake brewery might be marked by a ball of cedar branches hanging from the eaves, while a textile shop might display bolts of silk in subtle gradations of colour that catch the light like captured rainbows. By now, it's probably time to think about lunch, and this is where you'll discover one of the great pleasures of life in old Kyoto, the neighbourhood soba shop. These small restaurants are tucked into buildings that might once have been someone's home, with low ceilings blackened by decades of cooking smoke, wooden floors worn smooth by countless feet, and the kind of atmosphere that makes you want to settle in and stay a while. The soba noodles are made fresh daily by the shop owner, who starts work before dawn to have everything ready for the lunch rush. The process begins with grinding buckwheat flour in a stone mill, creating a coarse meal that is then mixed with just enough water to hold together. The dough is rolled out thin and cut by hand with a knife that's been sharpened to razor precision, creating noodles that have the perfect thickness and texture to hold onto the broth without becoming mushy. The broth itself is a masterpiece of subtlety, made from kombu seaweed that's been dried until it's almost black, and bonito flakes that have been shaved so thin they look like wood shavings from a master carpenter's plane. When hot water hits these flakes, they dance and curl in the pot like tiny sea creatures before settling into the depths to release their smoky, oceanic flavour. The art is in knowing exactly how long to steep these ingredients. Too little, and the broth lacks depth. Too much, and it becomes bitter. The shop might also serve tempura, made from vegetables or prawns that are dipped in the lightest possible batter and fried in oil that's been heated to exactly the right temperature. The result is crispy and light, almost ethereal, with the natural flavours of the ingredients enhanced rather than masked by the cooking process. The oil used for frying is often sesame oil, which adds its own subtle, nutty flavour to the finished dish. You sit at a low table, probably sharing the space with a few other customers, maybe a merchant taking a break from his rounds, his wooden cart parked outside loaded with bolts of fabric, or a craftsman grabbing a quick meal between projects, his hands still bearing traces of the materials he works with. The conversations are quiet and comfortable, the kind you might overhear in any neighbourhood restaurant anywhere in the world, full of local gossip, gentle complaints about the weather, and discussions of family news. The soba arrives in a simple ceramic bowl, handmade by a local potter whose family has been making dishes for generations. The noodles are nestled in clear, fragrant broth, with perhaps a few slices of green onion floating on top like tiny lily pads, or a piece of kamaboko processed fish cake, cut into decorative shapes that add both flavour and visual interest to the dish. You lift the noodles with chopsticks and slurp them enthusiastically, and yes, slurping is not just acceptable here, it's encouraged and practically required. The sound helps cool the noodles as they enter your mouth and actually enhances the flavour by drawing air across your taste buds as you eat. It's like having a built-in cooling system and flavour amplifier all in one, and once you get over any initial self-consciousness, it becomes a natural part of enjoying the meal. The broth that remains after you finish the noodles is often mixed with the hot water that was used to cook the soba, called sobayu, creating a lighter, more delicate soup that helps you digest the meal and provides additional nutrients from the buckwheat. It's the kind of practical wisdom that makes perfect sense once you understand it, turning what might seem like waste into an additional course that's both healthy and satisfying. After lunch, you might take a stroll through one of Kyoto's markets, and this is where you really begin to understand how different commerce was in old Japan. These aren't the sprawling supermarkets you might be used to, with their fluorescent lights and endless aisles of packaged goods. Instead, they're intimate collections of small stalls and shops, each one specialising in just a few items but doing them exceptionally well. The fishmonger knows every fish in his display case like old friends, able to tell you not only where each one was caught and when, but how best to prepare it for your family's dinner. He might recommend grilling the small river fish whole over charcoal, or suggest that the larger sea bass would be perfect for making a clear soup with just a few drops of soy sauce and some fresh herbs. The vegetable seller can tell you which daikon radishes are best for pickling and which are better for grating fresh over rice, which persimmons are sweet enough to eat out of hand, and which need to be dried first to concentrate their flavours. Her knowledge comes from years of handling these products, but also from close relationships with the farmers who grow them. often in small plots just outside the city. The market is a feast for all your senses, but in a gentle way that doesn't overwhelm. The colours are incredible. Deep purple eggplants that seem to glow from within, bright orange persimmons hanging like lanterns from wooden stands, and greens in more shades than you knew existed, from the pale silver green of young bamboo shoots to the deep forest green of mature vegetables that have absorbed summer sunshine. The sounds blend together into a gentle symphony of commerce. Vendors calling their wares in musical voices, customers asking questions about preparation methods or seasonal availability, wooden crates being moved and stacked with hollow thuds that echo off the covered walkways, and underneath it all, the constant soft shuffling of feet in wooden sandals or cloth-soled shoes, creating a rhythm that seems to match the heartbeat of the city itself. The smells are something else entirely, a complex layering of aromas that would be impossible to replicate artificially. Fresh fish mingles with fermented soybeans, flowering herbs blend with wood smoke from cooking fires, and underneath it all is the clean scent of well-swept wooden floors and bamboo baskets that have been scrubbed until they're almost white. You might stop to watch a craftsman at work, perhaps someone making traditional brushes, binding together animal hairs with silk thread in combinations that have been perfected over centuries of experimentation. His hands move with the kind of automatic precision that only comes from years of repetition, but his eyes stay focused and alert, checking each brush for balance and spring. There's something deeply satisfying about watching someone who has mastered their craft, who can create something both beautiful and functional with nothing but simple tools and practice skill. Or you might encounter a potter working at a wheel, his hands covered in clay as he shapes a bowl or vase with movements that seem almost like dancing. The clay responds to his touch, growing taller or wider as he guides it, and you can see how the final form emerges not from a predetermined plan, but from a conversation between the craftsman and his material. Each piece he creates is unique, bearing the subtle marks of his hands and the particular qualities of the clay he's working with. The textile workers are equally fascinating to watch, whether they're spinning thread on wooden wheels, weaving fabric on looms that click and clatter in rhythmic patterns, or dyeing cloth in vats of indigo that turn the water almost black. The colours they achieve are subtle and complex, created using natural materials like plants, minerals and even insects, and the results have a depth and richness that synthetic dyes can't match. As the afternoon wears on, the light begins to change, taking on that golden quality that photographers love and painters try their whole lives to capture. This is when Kyoto reveals some of its most magical moments, as the low-angled sun transforms ordinary scenes into something that looks like a woodblock print come to life. Shadows grow longer and more dramatic, turning narrow alleys into mysterious corridors, and making even the simplest buildings look like subjects for poetry. The paper windows of houses begin to glow from within, as people light their oil lamps and candles, creating warm rectangles of light that seem to float in the gathering dusk. These windows don't provide the harsh illumination of electric lights, but rather a soft, honey-coloured glow that makes every building look welcoming and mysterious at the same time. This is also when many of the city's craftsmen and artisans emerge from their workshops, either heading home for the day or making deliveries of finished goods to their customers. You might encounter a potter carrying a wooden box of freshly fired tea bowls, each one wrapped in silk and nestled in rice husks for protection. Or a textile worker heading home with arms full of silk that catches the afternoon light like captured rainbows, the fabric so fine it seems to float rather than hang from her arms. These aren't people producing goods for some distant market or anonymous consumers. They're creating things that will be used by their neighbours, their friends, people they see every day at the market or the temple or in the narrow streets of their neighbourhood. There's something profoundly satisfying about living in a place where so many of the things you use daily are made by people you know, or at least people you could know if you wanted to. Your rice bowls were shaped by someone who lives 3 streets over, a potter whose family has been working with clay for 6 generations. Your wooden sandals were carved by a craftsman who buys his vegetables from the same vendor you do, and who knows your preferences well enough to adjust the fit without being asked. The silk obi that holds your robes in place was woven by a woman who sits in the sun, outside her shop in the afternoons, working on pieces that will take months to complete. There's also something deeply reassuring about the continuity of these traditions, the way knowledge and skills are passed down from parent to child, from master to apprentice, in an unbroken chain that stretches back centuries. The wooden comb you use each morning was carved using the same techniques that were perfected hundreds of years ago, by craftsmen whose names are forgotten, but whose innovations live on in every tool that's made today. As evening approaches, you begin to think about dinner, which in old Kyoto is often a more elaborate affair than breakfast or lunch. This is when families gather to share the day's news and enjoy more complex dishes that require longer preparation and more careful attention to detail. The rice is still the foundation of the meal, but now it might be accompanied by simmered vegetables in delicate broths, grilled fish seasoned with just enough salt to enhance their natural flavours, delicate egg custards that are more like savoury puddings, and an array of small dishes that turn the meal into a kind of edible landscape. The preparation of dinner is often a community activity, with family members working together in the kitchen, each taking responsibility for different dishes according to their skills and preferences. There's something meditative about the rhythmic chopping of vegetables, the gentle bubbling of simmering broths, and the careful arrangement of food in serving dishes that are chosen as much for their beauty as their functionality. No one is rushing to get dinner on the table by a certain time. Instead, the meal develops organically, with dishes appearing when they're ready and people gathering as they finish their day's work. Children might help by washing vegetables or setting out the dishes, learning the rhythms of meal preparation that they'll carry with them into their own adult lives. The kitchen itself is a model of efficiency, with everything designed to make the most of limited space and simple equipment. Knives are kept razor sharp and are treated with the respect due to precision tools. Cutting boards are made from single pieces of wood and are scrubbed clean after each use. Pots and pans are made from clay or iron, materials that heat evenly and retain warmth long after they're removed from the fire. The clay pots used for cooking rice are particularly ingenious. They create steam pressure that cooks the grains perfectly, while the clay itself adds subtle mineral flavours that enhance the taste of the finished dish. These pots often develop a patina over years of use that makes them more effective and gives each family's rice a slightly different character. When you finally sit down to eat, the low table is covered with small dishes, each one containing just a few bites of different foods. There might be tiny whole fish grilled until their skin is crispy and their flesh sweet and flaky. Vegetables simmered in dashi until they're tender but still retain their shape and bright colour. Pickles that provide sharp, acidic notes to balance the gentler flavours of the other dishes. And always, somewhere on the table, a small dish of grated daikon radish mixed with a dot of fiery wasabi that will clear your sinuses and wake up every taste bud in your mouth. The meal proceeds slowly, with conversation flowing between bites and pauses for appreciation of particularly well-prepared dishes. People take turns serving each other, and there's a complex etiquette around who pours whose tea and when to offer the choicest morsels to others at the table. It's not stuffy etiquette, though. It's the kind of gracious behaviour that makes everyone feel cared for and included. The social lubrication that allows groups of people to share food harmoniously. Tea is served throughout the meal, not the strong black tea you might be expecting, but delicate green tea that cleanses the palate and aids digestion. The tea ceremony, while not always formal, follows certain principles of mindfulness and respect that turn even casual tea drinking into a meditative practice. The teapot is warmed before the leaves are added, the water is heated to exactly the right temperature for the type of tea being served, and the first pour is discarded to awaken the leaves before the actual tea is prepared. After dinner, as the last light fades from the sky, the city begins to transform once again. Paper lanterns are lit and hung outside shops and houses, creating pools of warm light along the dark streets. The lanterns don't provide much illumination by modern standards. You certainly couldn't read by their light, but they're not really meant to. They're more like beacons, marking human presence and activity in the darkness, creating a sense of community and safety without banishing the night entirely. The lanterns themselves are works of art, made from bamboo frames covered with handmade paper that's often decorated with painted designs or calligraphy. The light from the candles or oil lamps inside creates beautiful patterns on the paper, and the gentle flicker of the flames makes the whole neighbourhood seem alive and breathing in the darkness. This is when you might take an evening stroll, something that's both practical and pleasant in old Kyoto. The narrow streets that seemed intimate during the day become mysterious and almost magical in the lantern light. Shadows deepen and shift as you walk past them, and you can hear the sounds of family life filtering out through the paper windows. The clink of dishes being washed, children's voices raised in play or protest, and the soft murmur of adult conversation punctuated by occasional laughter. The night air carries different scents than the day. The lingering aromas of dinner preparation, the clean smell of water being used for washing, and the faint incense smoke that drifts from household shrines where families make their evening offerings. There's also the earthy smell of the city settling down for the night, a mixture of wood, stone, and the indefinable scent of human habitation that's somehow comforting rather than unpleasant. You might pass a tea house where the sound of a shamisen drifts out into the night, its 3 strings creating melodies that seem to capture something essential about Japanese aesthetics: spare, elegant, and somehow both melancholy and hopeful at the same time. The music doesn't dominate the night sounds, but weaves through them, adding another layer to the evening's gentle symphony of human activity and natural sounds. The shamisen music is often accompanied by singing, voices that rise and fall in patterns that mirror the inflections of spoken Japanese, creating a form of musical storytelling that doesn't require understanding the words to appreciate the emotions being conveyed. The songs might tell of separated lovers, changing seasons, or the simple pleasures of daily life, themes that are universal even when the musical traditions that carry them are specifically Japanese. Or you might encounter a group of people returning from a festival at one of the local shrines, still dressed in their festival clothes and carrying small souvenirs or treats. Perhaps paper fans decorated with the shrine's emblem, or small clay figurines that are supposed to bring good luck in the coming year. Their voices carry the particular happiness that comes from shared celebration, and they move through the streets with the loose, relaxed gait of people who have spent the day among friends and neighbours. Festival days in Old Kyoto are community events that break the normal rhythms of daily life, bringing people together for shared rituals that connect them to their history, their neighbours, and the changing seasons. Even if you don't participate directly in the religious aspects of these festivals, they provide a sense of belonging to something larger than your individual life, a reminder that you're part of a community that has been celebrating these same events for hundreds of years. The festival foods are special too, treats that are only made on certain occasions, using recipes that require skills and ingredients that aren't part of everyday cooking. There might be mochi, rice cakes, pounded by hand in wooden mortars, their texture completely different from anything made by machine. Or special sweets made from beans and sugar, moulded into shapes that represent seasonal themes like cherry blossoms in spring or maple leaves in autumn. As you make your way home through the quiet streets, you begin to notice how different night feels in a place without electric lights. The darkness is deeper and more complete than anything you experience in the modern world, but it's not frightening or uncomfortable. Instead, it feels natural and restful, like a soft blanket settling over the city after a day of activity and productivity. The stars, when they're visible between the roof lines, seem brighter and closer than they do in our modern world of light pollution. You can actually see the Milky Way stretching across the sky like a river of light, and the moon, when it's visible, provides enough light to navigate by, casting everything in silver and black that makes even familiar streets seem mysterious and beautiful. Back in your house, you light a small oil lamp that provides just enough light to see by without destroying the peaceful atmosphere of evening. The flame flickers slightly in whatever breeze manages to find its way through the building's gaps and joints, creating dancing shadows on the wooden walls that seem almost alive in their constant motion. The lamp itself is a simple clay vessel filled with vegetable oil and fitted with a cotton wick, but in its simplicity lies a kind of perfection. It does exactly what it needs to do without waste or complication. You begin the process of preparing for sleep, which involves spreading out your futon again and arranging your clothes for the next day. But this isn't the rushed routine of modern bedtimes, where you're already thinking about tomorrow's obligations while going through the motions of getting ready for bed. Instead, it's a deliberate winding down, a conscious transition from the active energy of day to the restorative quiet of night. The ritual of laying out your futon becomes a meditation in itself. You smooth the tatami mats, checking for any irregularities that might make sleeping uncomfortable. You arrange the cotton mattresses in exactly the right configuration for your body and the season, more layers in winter for warmth, fewer in summer for cooling. You position your wooden pillow filled with buckwheat hulls that conform to the shape of your head, while providing firm support for your neck. Your clothes for tomorrow are folded and arranged according to a system that makes perfect sense once you understand it. The innermost layers go on the bottom, the outer layers on top, so you can dress efficiently in the morning without having to sort through everything. The colours are chosen not just for their aesthetic appeal, but for their appropriateness to the season, the weather you expect and the activities you have planned. But before you settle in for the night, you might spend a few minutes sitting quietly in your room, perhaps looking out through your paper windows at the gentle glow of your neighbours' lamps, creating warm rectangles of light in the darkness. There's something profoundly peaceful about this time of day in old Kyoto, when the busyness of daily life gives way to quieter rhythms, and the mind naturally begins to slow down and reflect on the day's experiences. You can hear the settling sounds of wooden houses cooling after the day's warmth, creaks and sighs that speak of natural materials responding to changes in temperature and humidity. There's the distant splash of someone washing dishes in a wooden basin, the sound carrying clearly through the still night air, and occasionally the soft rustle of fabric as people move about their evening routines, preparing for sleep in dozens of households throughout your neighbourhood. This is when you really begin to understand what life was like in old Kyoto, not just the external details of clothing and food and architecture, but the internal rhythm that governed people's days and gave structure to their lives. Without electric lights extending the day artificially, people's activities had natural boundaries that modern life has largely erased. Work began with sunrise and wound down with sunset. Energy levels followed these natural cycles, rising and falling with the light in ways that probably made people feel more connected to the natural world and more attuned to their own biological rhythms. The absence of artificial lighting also meant that sleep came more naturally and was probably deeper and more restorative than what many people experience today. Without the stimulation of bright lights and electronic screens, the body's production of melatonin followed its natural patterns, preparing the mind and body for rest as darkness fell. Without television or radio or internet, entertainment was more participatory and social than the passive consumption that characterizes much of modern leisure time. People told stories, played games, made music, and talked to each other in ways that required active engagement and creativity. Children learned traditional songs and stories from their parents and grandparents, creating links between generations that helped preserve cultural knowledge and values. The games people played were often simple but surprisingly sophisticated, requiring skill, strategy, and social awareness. Go, the ancient board game that's still popular today, was a favourite among adults, its complex strategies providing hours of mental challenge. Children played with tops, stilts, and various ball games that developed coordination and social skills while providing physical exercise and fun. Music was an integral part of daily life, not something that happened only at special events or in dedicated venues. People sang while they worked, played instruments in their homes, and gathered informally to share songs and stories. The shamisen, koto, and various flutes and drums were common household instruments, and learning to play them was considered an important part of a well-rounded education. Without automobiles or other mechanized transportation, the physical scale of life was more human and intimate than what we experience today. People walked everywhere, which meant they knew their neighborhoods intimately. Every shop, every house, every tree along their regular routes. They ran into the same people regularly, creating a web of casual relationships and daily interactions that gave texture and meaning to ordinary activities. This walking-based lifestyle also meant that people were generally in better physical condition than many modern urbanites. Daily activities like fetching water, chopping wood, and walking to markets provided natural exercise that kept bodies strong and healthy. The physical demands of daily life were integrated into normal routines rather than requiring separate time and facilities for exercise. The pace of information and communication was also fundamentally different from our modern experience. News travelled slowly, allowing time for reflection and consideration before forming opinions or making decisions. Rumours and gossip spread through personal networks rather than mass media, which meant that information often came with context and interpretation from people you knew and trusted. This slower pace of information flow had both advantages and disadvantages. People were less likely to be overwhelmed by distant crises they could do nothing about, but they were also less aware of events and opportunities beyond their immediate community. The trade-off was between depth and breadth, between knowing your local world intimately and being connected to a global network of information and relationships. Perhaps most importantly, without the constant pressure to optimize and improve and achieve that characterizes much of modern life, people could find satisfaction and dignity in simple competence and consistent contribution to their communities. The soba maker who could produce consistently excellent noodles, the carpenter who could join wood without nails, the gardener who could coax beauty from a tiny plot of land. These people had a kind of purpose and fulfillment that came from mastering their chosen crafts and serving their neighbours' daily needs. The social structure of old Kyoto, while not without its problems and limitations, provided a kind of security and belonging that many modern people struggle to find. Everyone had a place in the community hierarchy, Everyone had roles and responsibilities that were recognised and valued, and everyone was connected to networks of mutual obligation and support that helped them through difficult times. As you finally settle into your futon for the night, pulling the cotton covers up to your chin, you might reflect on how different this life feels from our modern existence. It's slower, certainly, and in many ways more physically demanding and less convenient. But it's also more connected, to neighbours, to seasons, to the simple rhythms of sleeping and waking, working and resting, eating and sharing food with others. The bedding itself tells a story about this different way of life. The cotton has been grown, processed and woven by hand, probably by people who lived within a day's walk of where you're sleeping. The dyes used to colour the fabric came from plants that grew in local gardens or were gathered from wild places in the surrounding mountains. Even the threads used to sew the bedding together were spun from fibres that were produced locally, using traditional methods that had been refined over centuries. Your wooden pillow, while it might seem uncomfortable to someone used to modern foam and springs, is actually perfectly designed for the climate and sleeping style of old Japan. The buckwheat hulls inside provide firm support that keeps your neck aligned while allowing air to circulate, preventing the build-up of heat and moisture that could make sleep uncomfortable in the humid summers. The hulls also conform to the shape of your head and neck, creating a custom fit that's more supportive than it initially appears. The sounds of the night in old Kyoto are gentle and reassuring, creating a soundscape that promotes rather than disturbs sleep. No traffic noise, no air conditioners humming, no electronics buzzing in the background. Just the soft sounds of a community settling in for the night. The rustle of bedclothes, the creak of wooden floors, and occasionally the distant sound of someone's wooden sandals on stone as they make their way home from some late errand. You might hear a temple bell in the distance marking one of the traditional divisions of the night with its bronze voice rolling across the city's tiled roofs before settling into silence. These bells serve not just as timepieces but as reminders of the spiritual dimension of daily life, marking the passage of hours with sounds that have been heard in this place for centuries. Or you might hear the call of a night bird, perhaps an owl hunting in one of the temple groves, or a nighthawk diving through the air above the rooftops. These sounds connect you to the natural world that still exists within and around the city, reminding you that human habitation is just one part of a larger ecological community that includes plants and animals, streams and mountains, changing weather and cycling seasons. The air in your room is fresh and clean, flowing freely through the gaps in the wooden construction that modern builders would consider flaws, but which actually help regulate temperature and humidity naturally. In summer, these gaps allow cooling breezes to flow through the house, while in winter they prevent the build-up of stale, humid air that could lead to mould or other problems. Your cotton futon is surprisingly comfortable once you get used to it, moulding to your body in a way that feels supportive without being too soft. The tatami mats beneath provide just the right amount of cushioning, and their faint grassy scent is oddly soothing, like sleeping in a meadow that's been perfectly prepared for human comfort. The natural materials breathe and adjust to your body temperature, keeping you comfortable throughout the night without the need for mechanical climate control. As you drift towards sleep, your mind might wander over the day's small pleasures and encounters, each one taking on a particular sweetness in the peaceful darkness of your room. The perfect temperature of your morning tea, served in a ceramic cup that was warm to the touch and perfectly shaped for your hands. The way sunlight fell across a temple garden, creating patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift and dance with each passing cloud. The smile of the tofu seller when you complimented his product, a moment of human connection that brightened both your days and created the kind of small social bond that makes communities feel friendly and welcoming. The satisfaction of a simple but perfectly prepared meal shared with others, where every ingredient was fresh and carefully chosen. Every dish was prepared with attention to both flavour and appearance. These aren't the dramatic highs and lows of modern entertainment, the artificial excitement of movies and television and video games. Instead, they have a different kind of richness, the deep satisfaction that comes from a life lived at a human pace, in harmony with natural rhythms and in connection with a community of people who know and care about each other. In old Kyoto, you were never anonymous, never just another face in the crowd or another customer in a long line. You were someone's neighbour, someone's customer, someone's fellow worshipper at the local shrine. Your daily choices, what to buy, how to dress, how to treat others, mattered not just to you but to the web of relationships that made up your community. It was a kind of accountability that modern life has largely lost, but also a kind of support and meaning that many of us are still searching for. The craftsmen who made your household goods knew their work would be used by real people, not sold to anonymous consumers in distant markets. The farmers who grew your food lived close enough that you might know their names, their families, their challenges and successes. The merchants who brought goods to your neighbourhood had reputations to maintain and relationships to preserve, which meant that quality and honesty were essential to their long-term success. This interconnectedness created a kind of economic system that was both more personal and more sustainable than what we know today. Goods were built to last, because the people who made them had to stand behind their quality. Waste was minimised because resources were precious and had to be used efficiently. And economic relationships were embedded in social relationships, which meant that commerce was conducted with attention to fairness and community welfare, not just individual profit. The last thing you might notice before sleep takes you completely is how quiet your mind has become in this peaceful environment. Without the constant input of news and entertainment and advertising, without the pressure of endless choices and opportunities, your thoughts have space to settle and clarify like sediment settling to the bottom of a still pond. Problems that seemed overwhelming in our modern context of information overload and constant stimulation become manageable when viewed from the perspective of a life lived one day at a time, one task at a time, one season at a time. The human mind, it turns out, is much better at dealing with immediate concrete challenges than with abstract worries about distant possibilities or complex global issues that are beyond individual control. And so you fall asleep in old Kyoto, surrounded by the gentle sounds of a community at rest, breathing air scented with wood smoke and temple incense, your body relaxed on simple bedding that has served countless generations before you. The darkness is complete and restful, broken only by the occasional flicker of a neighbour's lamp or the distant glow of a temple lantern marking a sacred space in the sleeping city. Tomorrow will bring its own rhythms and pleasures. The morning tea ceremony that starts each day with mindfulness and gratitude. The friendly merchants making their rounds through neighbourhoods where everyone knows everyone else. The beautiful temples with their peaceful gardens providing refuge from the world's demands. The satisfying work that connects you directly to your community's needs. And the shared meals that turn eating from mere consumption into social ritual and cultural expression. It will bring the evening walk home through lantern-lit streets where every house glows with warm light and human activity, where the sounds of family life create a gentle symphony of community, where the darkness is welcoming rather than threatening because it's populated with neighbours and friends rather than strangers and threats. It's a life that might seem simple by our standards, limited by lack of technology and modern conveniences, constrained by social expectations and traditional roles. But in that simplicity lies a richness that our complicated modern world sometimes struggles to provide. The richness of knowing your place in a community, of mastering skills that serve real human needs, of living in harmony with natural cycles, and of finding joy and meaning in the small daily encounters that make up a truly human existence. And perhaps, as you settle into sleep in this imagined past, you carry some of that wisdom with you back to whatever time and place you call home. The understanding that happiness often comes not from having more choices or more stimulation, but from paying closer attention to the choices you have, from finding beauty in simple things, and from creating meaningful connections with the people and places that surround you every day. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons. Speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm, in these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise. that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor uncompromising in truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, the boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between two young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, the emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection. Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realized that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability, and from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognized that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice, while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight, it threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy, ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, it was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonize the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalizing these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly, each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. He developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power. Interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antoninus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, All eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome, threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, war also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his Stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnant from the high death toll, farmland lay untended, and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanise soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, he composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts, the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, they found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognised that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, he was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings, the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, and infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms. If a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed, he was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticized Faustina for her independent demeanor, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realized, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilized. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging alliances and marshalling legionary forces, always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by children's reason, was his guiding star even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilised the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his Stoic maxims: all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilizing factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticised him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognised that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers. Yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless into peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too, the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted but an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognized that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast advisor. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert, summoning Commodus for a last conference. He emphasized a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the empire had lost its quell. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one, who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. You're settling in for the night, probably checking your phone one last time, adjusting your pillow just so, maybe wondering if you remembered to set your alarm. But imagine for a moment that you're living 4,000 years ago, and your bedroom is a cramped wooden hut that smells like smoke and wet wool. Your bed, a pile of straw that's seen better days, and your alarm clock is the rooster next door who apparently never learned the concept of sleeping in. Welcome to the Bronze Age, when getting a good night's sleep was about as reliable as your Wi-Fi during a thunderstorm. You'd think that after a long day of hacking away at copper veins deep underground, these ancient miners would collapse into bed like exhausted teenagers. But here's where things get interesting, and a little weird. These weren't your typical 9-to-5 workers. They had developed sleep patterns that would make a modern sleep specialist scratch their head and possibly recommend therapy. Picture this. You're a Bronze Age miner named, well, let's call you Copper Arm. Names were simpler back then. You've just spent 12 hours underground in what can only be described as a very expensive cave. breathing air that would make a coal plant jealous, and your back feels like you've been carrying a mammoth uphill. Naturally, you'd want to sleep for about 14 hours straight, but instead you're lying on your straw bed staring at the ceiling, which is probably just more straw, completely unable to drift off. Your mind is racing with thoughts like, did I remember to shore up that tunnel? And was that creaking sound the mind settling? Or is it about to become my tomb? These weren't exactly the kind of counting sheep thoughts that lead to peaceful slumber. The Bronze Age mining communities had discovered something that modern science is only now catching up to. When your daily survival depends on not being crushed by tons of rock, your brain doesn't exactly embrace the concept of letting its guard down. Sleep became this strange dance between exhaustion and hypervigilance, like trying to nap while riding a roller coaster. What's fascinating is how these ancient miners adapted. They didn't have sleep studies or melatonin supplements, or those white noise machines that sound like gentle rain but somehow cost more than your monthly coffee budget. Instead, they developed their own peculiar strategies that were part practical, part superstitious, and entirely human. Some miners would sleep in shifts, not because they were working around the clock, but because they'd discovered that sleeping alone made every little sound feel like impending doom. So they'd rotate who was on watch, even while sleeping, taking turns being the designated light sleeper. It was like having a buddy system for unconsciousness. Others developed what we might call preparation rituals that would make your bedtime routine look minimalist. They'd spend an hour arranging their tools in specific patterns around their sleeping area, not for easy access, but because the familiar ritual helped calm their overactive minds. Imagine explaining to your spouse that you need to arrange your laptop, coffee mug, and reading glasses in a perfect triangle before you can possibly fall asleep. But perhaps the most intriguing adaptation was how these miners learned to embrace what we'd now call fragmented sleep. Instead of fighting their tendency to wake up every few hours in a panic, they built their rest around it. They'd sleep for a few hours, wake up naturally, usually convinced something terrible was about to happen, spend an hour or two doing quiet activities like mending tools or planning the next day's work, then settle back down for another sleep cycle. This wasn't insomnia, it was evolution in action. Their bodies and minds were adapting to a lifestyle that required constant alertness even during rest. They were literally rewiring their sleep patterns to match their dangerous profession, creating a survival strategy disguised as a sleep disorder. And you thought your habit of checking your phone at 2 a.m. was problematic. Now here's where the story takes a turn that would make your afternoon coffee break look like child's play. You see, these Bronze Age miners had discovered something that modern workplace efficiency experts are still trying to figure out: the strategic underground nap. Picture yourself back in Copper Arm's well-worn boots, deep in a mine shaft that's lit by oil lamps that flicker more than your grandmother's old television. The air is thick, your muscles ache, and you've been swinging that bronze pickaxe for hours. Logic would suggest that the last thing you'd want to do is fall asleep surrounded by unstable rock walls and toxic fumes. But logic, as you're about to discover, wasn't exactly the miner's strong suit. These crafty underground workers had figured out that a well-timed 20-minute nap in the depths of the mine could be the difference between productive afternoon digging and accidentally pickaxing your own foot. But here's the catch, and this is where things get delightfully weird. They couldn't just curl up anywhere. Oh no, that would be too easy. Underground napping had rules, serious rules. The kind of rules that would make your office handbook look like a grocery list. First, you had to find what they called a singing spot, a place in the mine where the acoustics were just right. Not too echoey, which meant unstable rock, not too muffled, which could mean dangerous gas pockets, but just right, like some sort of geological Goldilocks situation. These spots were highly coveted, and miners would actually trade shifts and rations for access to the premium napping locations. Imagine the workplace politics. Listen, Tinbeard, I'll give you my extra bread ration and cover your morning shift if you let me have the Tuesday 2 p.m. slot in the good sleeping alcove. It was like booking a conference room, except the stakes were your sanity, and the conference room could potentially collapse on you. But the weirdness doesn't stop there. These miners had developed a buddy system for underground napping that was part safety protocol, part superstition. One person would sleep while another kept watch, not for cave-ins or dangerous gases, but for what they called the dream thieves. Now, before you start picturing some sort of Bronze Age sleep bandits sneaking around stealing dreams, let me explain. The miners believed that sleeping underground could lead to prophetic dreams about the location of rich ore veins. These dreams were considered so valuable that there were actual cases of miners trying to steal each other's sleeping spots to intercept these geological visions. It was like corporate espionage, but with more dirt and fewer PowerPoint presentations. The watching partner had a specific job. If the sleeping miner started mumbling about copper or tin or gold in their sleep, the watcher was supposed to memorize every word. Some watchers even developed their own shorthand for recording these drowsy proclamations. Imagine waking up from your nap to find your coworker frantically scribbling notes about your sleep-talking session. "You said something about shiny veins near the singing water," your partner would whisper urgently. "Do you remember what that means?" And you'd be standing there, still groggy, trying to figure out if you'd just solved the mind's productivity problems or if you'd simply been dreaming about your lunch again. The really fascinating part is that this system actually worked, not because the dreams were genuinely prophetic, but because the process of sleeping underground had actually trained these miners to be incredibly observant about subtle geological signs. Their subconscious minds were processing details they'd noticed during their waking hours: slight changes in rock colour, variations in airflow, unusual sounds or echoes. So when they dreamed about promising locations, they were actually accessing a kind of intuitive knowledge they'd built up through months or years of underground experience. It was like having a geological GPS system powered by REM sleep and Bronze Age intuition. But here's the mildly stressful part that would keep you on edge. Not everyone's dreams were welcome. If a miner's underground naps consistently led to dry holes or dangerous cave-ins, they'd be banned from the good sleeping spots. Imagine the pressure of knowing that your dream quality could affect your career prospects. Performance reviews were literally based on your subconscious performance. "Sorry, Copper Arm, but your last 3 dream tips led us to solid rock and a small flood. You're relegated to the noisy alcove near the ventilation shaft until further notice." It was like being demoted for your sleep performance. Talk about workplace stress following you into your dreams. You'd think that people who spent their days in near total darkness would relish the opportunity to sleep in actual comfortable darkness. But Bronze Age miners, as you're beginning to understand, weren't exactly conventional in their approach to rest and relaxation. Instead of embracing the darkness, they turned bedtime into what can only be described as a competitive sport. And like most competitive sports, it was simultaneously ridiculous and intensely serious. Picture this. You're back in your straw-filled hut after another day of underground adventures, and instead of simply lying down and closing your eyes like a reasonable person, you're participating in what the mining community called darkness challenges. These weren't official competitions with prizes and ceremonies. They were the kind of informal contests that emerge when people have too much time, too much stress, and not nearly enough entertainment options. The basic concept was simple. See who could fall asleep fastest in complete darkness. But like everything else in Bronze Age mining culture, the execution was wonderfully complicated. First, there were the preparation rituals. Each miner had their own pre-sleep routine that they swore was the key to rapid unconsciousness. Some would count their breathing in specific patterns, not the gentle 4-7-8 breathing you might have learned in yoga class, but intense mathematical sequences that would make your high school algebra teacher proud. Others would mentally catalogue every tool in their collection, every support beam in their section of the mine, every pebble in their daily path. One popular technique involved what they called reverse mining, mentally digging their way out of the mine tunnel by tunnel from their deepest point to the surface. It was like counting sheep, except the sheep were geological formations and the counting could take hours. But here's where the competitive element kicked in. Miners would actually time each other's descent into sleep. They'd use water clocks, basically ancient hourglasses filled with water instead of sand, to measure who could achieve unconsciousness most efficiently. The current record holder in most communities was usually treated with the kind of respect we might reserve for Olympic athletes. Did you hear? Stonejaw fell asleep in under 3 drips last night. 3 drips. I can barely get comfortable in under 10. This timing system led to all sorts of creative strategies. Some miners would deliberately exhaust themselves during the day, performing extra tasks or taking on additional shifts, thinking that extreme fatigue would guarantee rapid sleep. Others went the opposite direction, trying to achieve the perfect balance of tiredness without crossing into that overtired zone where your brain starts acting like a caffeinated squirrel. The really dedicated competitors developed what we might recognise as early meditation techniques. They'd spend their evening hours practicing what they called mind darkening, essentially training their thoughts to slow down and fade to black on command. It was mindfulness meditation disguised as a sleep competition, and it actually worked surprisingly well. But then there were the cheaters. Oh yes, even Bronze Age sleeping competitions had their scandals. Some miners would secretly consume fermented beverages before the challenge, figuring that alcohol-induced drowsiness should count as legitimate sleep speed. Others would claim they'd fallen asleep when they were actually just lying very still with their eyes closed, hoping the timekeeper wouldn't notice the difference. There were heated debates about whether these tactics were within the spirit of the competition. That's not real sleep, Copper Arm. Real sleep means dream activity. You were just pretending. Prove it, Bronzetooth. You can't measure dreams with a water clock. These arguments would sometimes go on for hours, which kind of defeated the entire purpose of a rapid sleep competition. The most elaborate cheating scheme involved miners who would practice falling asleep during their lunch breaks, essentially training for the evening competitions like athletes preparing for the Olympics. They'd find quiet spots in the mine, set up their own timing systems, and work on perfecting their sleep-onset technique during work hours. This led to the somewhat stressful situation where supervisors had to watch for miners who were too good at falling asleep. If you could doze off too quickly during the day, you might be suspected of practicing for the evening competitions instead of focusing on your actual job. Why were you able to fall asleep so fast during lunch break, Tin Hand? Are you training for tonight's darkness challenge when you should be thinking about copper extraction? Imagine having to defend your natural sleepiness as evidence that you weren't being competitive about bedtime. It was like being too good at relaxation for your own good. The competitions also created an unexpected side effect. Miners became incredibly sensitive to sleep disruption. A snoring neighbour, a creaking roof beam, or an unusually active mouse could completely ruin your competitive sleep time. This led to elaborate pre-competition rituals involving soundproofing attempts, neighbour negotiations, and what can only be described as Bronze Age white noise machines, usually involving controlled water dripping or rhythmic tool tapping. And just when you thought it couldn't get more complicated, the communities started developing seasonal variations of the challenges, with different rules for winter sleeping versus summer sleeping, new moon versus full moon nights, and pre-mining versus post-mining sleep sessions. It was the kind of thing that started as simple fun and evolved into a complex subculture with its own rules, strategies, and social hierarchies. Because apparently, even sleep needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency and competitive advantage. Who knew Bronze Age miners were the original life hackers? Just when you thought Bronze Age sleep habits couldn't get any stranger, we encounter what might be the most peculiar phenomenon of all, the singing sleepers. And no, this isn't about miners who hummed lullabies to help themselves drift off, though that would be charmingly normal compared to what actually happened. You're lying in your Bronze Age bed. Remember, it's still that pile of straw that's definitely seen better days. And from somewhere in the darkness comes a sound that's part melody, part moan, and entirely mysterious. It's your neighbour, Bronzebeard, engaging in what the mining community called sleep singing, a phenomenon that was part medical condition, part social ritual, and entirely fascinating to everyone who witnessed it. Sleep singing wasn't like the occasional snoring or sleep talking that you might be familiar with. These weren't random mumbles or unconscious vocalizations. The singing sleepers produced elaborate melodic compositions while completely unconscious, often lasting for hours and featuring complex harmonies that they couldn't reproduce while awake. The weird part, as if it wasn't weird enough already. The songs seemed to follow the rhythm of mining. The melodies matched the tempo of pickaxe swings. The harmonies echoed the sounds of copper being separated from stone, and the overall compositions had a distinctly geological quality that somehow made perfect sense if you'd spent enough time underground. Imagine trying to explain this to your modern sleep specialist. Well, doctor, I seem to be composing symphonies in my sleep, but only ones that sound like mining equipment, and I can't remember any of it when I wake up. The mining communities didn't treat this as a medical oddity to be cured. They embraced it as a form of entertainment and in some cases divine communication. Families would actually adjust their sleeping arrangements to be closer to their household sleep singer, and neighbours would sometimes request specific songs by leaving symbolic objects near the singer's bed. Want to hear the copper vein discovery song? Leave a small piece of copper ore by the sleeper's head, hoping for the safe journey underground melody. A mining tool placed just so might do the trick. It was like having a prehistoric jukebox that operated on unconscious request fulfillment. But here's where things got mildly stressful for the sleep singers themselves. They started feeling performance pressure even while unconscious. Some singers reported anxiety dreams about not producing good enough nocturnal concerts, or nightmares about forgetting the melodies their communities had come to expect. Bronzebeard might wake up feeling exhausted, not from physical labour, but from the psychological pressure of being the neighbourhood's primary source of nighttime entertainment. Imagine the responsibility of knowing that your sleep quality directly affected everyone else's enjoyment of their evening. Did you hear Bronzebeard's performance last night? Usually his underground flooding song is much more dramatic. I hope he's not coming down with something. The phenomenon created its own social dynamics. Sleep singers became informal community leaders, their unconscious musical choices influencing group decisions about mining locations, safety protocols, and even interpersonal conflicts. If the sleep song featured harmonies about avoiding a particular tunnel, the mining crew might genuinely consider changing their plans. It was like having a focus group that operated entirely through dream state musical compositions. The practical challenges were considerable. Sleep singers couldn't control their nocturnal performances, which meant they might launch into a rousing mining anthem, just when everyone else was trying to fall asleep. This led to the development of singer schedules, informal agreements about when different sleep singers would be allowed to perform. Bronzebeard gets the first part of the night, Copper Voice takes the middle shift, and Tin Throat handles the pre-dawn slot. That way everyone gets some quiet sleep time and some musical entertainment. But scheduling unconscious performers is about as reliable as predicting the weather using tea leaves. Singers would sometimes sleep through their designated performance windows, leaving their audiences disappointed. Other times they'd have particularly energetic nights and sing right through someone else's scheduled quiet time. The communities developed surprisingly sophisticated ways to manage these challenges. Some groups appointed sleep conductors, people whose job was to gently influence the singers' performances through subtle, environmental cues. They'd adjust the temperature, introduce specific scents, or create gentle background sounds that might encourage certain types of songs. It was like being a DJ for unconscious performers, trying to create the right atmosphere for the kind of musical dreaming that would benefit the entire community. The most talented sleep conductors could allegedly influence not just the style of the songs, but their content. Want songs about successful mining ventures? Create an environment that feels prosperous and secure. Need melodies that would calm pre-mining anxiety? Focus on comfort and safety cues. Of course, this system was about as reliable as you'd expect when dealing with unconscious minds, environmental manipulation, and Bronze Age technology. Sleep conductors would spend hours preparing the perfect conditions for inspiring mining-themed lullabies, only to have their featured singer produce 3 hours of what sounded like rocks falling down a mountain. I specifically arranged everything to encourage the peaceful underground journey composition, and instead we got 4 hours of avalanche in a copper mine. What am I doing wrong? The pressure on both singers and conductors led to the development of backup entertainment systems, storytellers, musicians and other performers who could fill in when the sleep singing didn't meet community expectations. Because apparently even unconscious entertainment needed understudies. By now you've probably realised that Bronze Age miners had turned sleep into something resembling a complex logistical operation. But just when you think you've got a handle on their nocturnal peculiarities, we encounter what might be their most ambitious sleep-related innovation, the Great Sleep Migration. Picture this. You're copper arm again, and you've just discovered that your usual sleeping spot, that carefully chosen corner of your hut where the straw is just the right density and the roof doesn't leak too much, is no longer providing quality rest. Maybe the sleep-singing neighbour has changed their repertoire to something that sounds like rocks having an argument. Maybe the local mouse population has decided your sleeping area is prime real estate. Or maybe you've simply outgrown your current sleep environment the way you might outgrow a favourite coffee shop that suddenly starts playing music that makes your teeth hurt. The logical solution would be to adjust your sleeping arrangements within your existing space. Add more straw, negotiate with the neighbour, declare war on the mice. But Bronze Age miners, as you've learned, weren't particularly interested in logical solutions when creative ones were available. Instead, they developed a system of seasonal sleep migration that would make modern minimalists weep with envy and digital nomads nod with understanding. The concept was beautifully simple. Instead of trying to perfect one's sleeping location, why not rotate through multiple sleeping spots throughout the year, following optimal sleep conditions the way birds follow favourable weather patterns? This wasn't just about comfort, though comfort was certainly part of it. The miners had observed that different sleeping locations seemed to produce different types of dreams, different quality of rest, and different levels of preparation for the next day's underground work. Some places were better for deep restorative sleep. Others seemed to encourage the kind of light, alert rest that kept you ready for unexpected mine emergencies. The migration routes weren't random. Mining communities developed elaborate maps of optimal sleeping locations, complete with seasonal ratings, dream quality assessments, and detailed notes about environmental factors that affected rest quality. The sleeping alcove behind Stonejaw's hut is excellent for deep winter rest, but avoid it during the rainy season unless you enjoy the sound of water dripping directly onto your forehead every 37 seconds. The elevated platform near the mine entrance provides superior ventilation for summer sleeping, but the sunrise light makes it unsuitable for anyone who values sleeping past dawn. These sleep migration maps became highly valued community resources, passed down through families and traded between mining settlements like precious commodities. A detailed sleep location guide could be worth several days' wages, and experienced sleep migrants were consulted like travel advisors. I'm thinking of trying the rocky outcrop near the eastern mine shaft for my autumn sleep rotation. What's your assessment of the wind patterns and rodent activity in that area? The migration system created its own social dynamics. Popular sleeping spots would become overcrowded during peak seasons, leading to reservation systems and waiting lists. Prime locations might be booked months in advance, with miners planning their sleep schedules around availability rather than personal preference. Some entrepreneurs, yes, Bronze Age miners had entrepreneurs, started offering sleeping location rental services. They'd scout new spots, test them for optimal sleep conditions, and then lease them to other miners for premium rates during high-demand periods. For just 3 extra copper pieces per moon cycle, you can have guaranteed access to the sheltered grove with a natural sound dampening and built-in morning sun alarm. No mice, no leaks, no snoring neighbours. Premium sleep location with a satisfaction guarantee. But the migration system also created unexpected challenges. Miners would sometimes get so attached to particular seasonal sleeping spots that they'd refuse to migrate when conditions changed. They'd stubbornly remain in summer locations well into winter, suffering through cold and discomfort rather than give up their favourite sleep environment. This led to the development of migration counsellors, community members who specialised in helping miners make healthy transitions between seasonal sleeping locations. They'd provide emotional support for miners who are having trouble letting go of unsuitable sleeping spots, and practical advice for adapting to new sleep environments. I understand your attachment to the moss-covered boulder formation, Tintooth, but it's been flooding regularly for 3 weeks now. Perhaps it's time to consider the elevated platform option we discussed. The most dedicated sleep migrants would maintain detailed journals documenting their experiences in different locations, noting factors like dream quality, morning energy levels, and overall satisfaction ratings. These journals became valuable references for future migration planning and were sometimes shared with other miners seeking optimal sleep solutions. According to my records, the Hollow Tree sleeping spot provides excellent dream recall but poor neck support. The cave entrance location offers superior protection from weather, but tends to produce anxiety dreams about cave-ins. The meadow area is perfect for summer but becomes completely unsuitable once the seasonal flooding begins. Some miners took the migration concept so seriously that they'd spend more time travelling between sleeping locations than actually sleeping in them. They'd become so focused on finding the perfect sleep environment that they'd exhaust themselves with constant relocation logistics. The communities eventually had to establish migration limits to prevent miners from wearing themselves out with excessive sleep location optimization. Too much time spent searching for perfect rest could actually cause worse sleep quality than just settling for good enough. It was like the Bronze Age version of analysis paralysis, except instead of endless research about mattress types and thread counts, it involved geographical surveys and seasonal weather pattern analysis. And just when the system seemed to be working smoothly, some innovative miners started experimenting with micro-migrations, changing sleeping locations multiple times within a single night to optimize different phases of their sleep cycles. Because apparently even migration needed to be optimized for maximum efficiency, now we're approaching what might be the most extraordinary aspect of Bronze Age mining sleep culture: the systematic attempt to industrialize dreaming. Yes, you read that correctly. These ancient miners tried to transform their dream lives into a kind of underground think tank, and the results were equal parts brilliant and completely bonkers. You're settling into your current migration location. Let's say it's the early autumn rotation, so you're probably in that nice spot near the stream with the natural windbreak, and instead of simply hoping for good dreams, you're participating in what the mining community called dream crafting. This wasn't just about encouraging helpful dreams, it was about manufacturing specific types of dreams for specific purposes. The concept emerged from the observation that miners who dreamed about their work often came up with creative solutions to underground challenges. Someone might dream about a new way to shore up unstable tunnels, or visualize a more efficient method for extracting ore from difficult veins. These work-related dreams seem to access a kind of problem-solving capability that conscious minds couldn't always achieve. Naturally, mining communities decided to systematize this process. Dream crafting involves elaborate pre-sleep preparation rituals designed to encourage specific types of dreams. Want to dream about finding new copper deposits? Spend your evening handling copper samples, studying geological formations, and mentally rehearsing successful mining scenarios. Hoping for dreams that would solve structural engineering problems? Focus your pre-sleep attention on support beams, tunnel design, and architectural challenges. It was like programming your unconscious mind to work on specific projects while you slept. The communities developed specialized roles for dream crafting support. Dream preparers would help miners set up their pre-sleep environments with appropriate visual, tactile, and olfactory cues. Dream recorders would be standing by when miners woke up, ready to capture and document any potentially useful dream content before it faded from memory. Quick, copper arm. You're mumbling something about twisted metal bindings and spiral support structures. Can you remember any details about the dream? And you'd be lying there, still half asleep, trying to reconstruct a complex engineering vision, while someone frantically takes notes about your drowsy mumbling. The most ambitious dream crafting experiments involved group dreaming sessions. Multiple miners would prepare to sleep together, focusing on the same challenges and hoping to generate complementary dreams that could be combined into comprehensive solutions. It was like forming a dream-based research and development team. Tonight we're all going to focus on the flooding problem in the eastern tunnels. Bronzebeard, you concentrate on drainage solutions. Tin Hand, focus on waterproofing materials. Stonejaw, see if you can dream up some kind of early warning system for water detection. The success rate for these group dreaming projects was about what you'd expect when trying to coordinate unconscious minds working on complex technical problems. Occasionally the miners would awaken with innovative, complementary solutions that seamlessly blended together like a puzzle. More often, they'd produce a collection of unrelated dreams about fish, childhood memories, and that embarrassing incident with the pickaxe from 3 summers ago. But the occasional successes were impressive enough to keep the system going, and some mining communities became quite sophisticated in their dream crafting techniques. They developed what we might recognize as early versions of lucid dreaming training, teaching miners to recognize when they were dreaming and to maintain some level of conscious control over their dream narratives. The goal was to stay focused on work-related problem-solving even while asleep. Remember, when you realize you're dreaming, don't get distracted by flying or other dream nonsense. Focus on the tunnel ventilation challenge. Use your dream state to visualize solutions that might not occur to your waking mind. This created some mildly stressful situations where miners felt pressure to be productive even while unconscious. Imagine the anxiety of knowing that your sleep performance was being evaluated not just for rest quality, but for creative problem-solving output. Sorry everyone, my dreams last night were completely useless. I spent the whole time dreaming about a giant copper-coloured rabbit that kept giving me mining advice that made no sense. I don't think we can use dig tunnels like carrot burrows as a viable engineering strategy. The communities eventually had to establish dream failure forgiveness policies to prevent miners from developing sleep anxiety that would actually reduce their dream productivity. Some of the most dedicated dream crafters started keeping detailed dream journals, documenting not just the content of their dreams, but the pre-sleep preparation techniques that seemed to produce the most useful results. These journals became valuable community resources, like recipe books for generating specific types of dreams. For dreams about ore quality assessment, I recommend spending the evening examining different metal samples while thinking about colour variations and density testing. Avoid eating fermented foods before sleep, as they seem to introduce random elements that distract from metallurgical focus. The most successful dreamcrafters developed personal specializations, becoming known for their ability to generate specific types of problem-solving dreams. Some became specialists in structural engineering dreams, others focused on geological survey dreams, and a few became known for their uncanny ability to dream about workplace safety solutions. These specialists would sometimes be consulted by other mining communities facing similar challenges. They'd travel to different settlements, learn about local mining problems, and then attempt to dream up solutions that could be implemented by the visiting community. It was like having Bronze Age consulting services powered by REM sleep and unconscious creativity. But the system also produced some wonderfully unexpected results. Miners who were trying to dream about technical solutions would sometimes come up with innovations in completely unrelated areas. Someone focusing on tunnel support might dream up new food preservation techniques. A miner concentrating on ore extraction might wake up with ideas for improved textile manufacturing. The community started maintaining unexpected innovation logs to capture these accidental discoveries, leading to a kind of Bronze Age cross-pollination of ideas between different industries and crafts. And just when the dream crafting system seemed to be reaching peak sophistication, some innovative miners started experimenting with dream trading, attempting to share their dreams with other people through detailed storytelling and visualization exercises. This suggests that even unconscious creativity required optimization for maximum distribution and collaborative efficiency. As you're drifting towards sleep in your modern bed, with your climate control and blackout curtains and probably a dozen different apps designed to optimize your rest, it's worth considering what happened to all this Bronze Age sleep innovation. Did these elaborate systems simply disappear when mining techniques evolved, or did they leave traces that still influence how we think about rest and dreams? The answer, as you might expect, is wonderfully complicated. Some of the Bronze Age sleep practices evolved into traditions that persisted for thousands of years. The concept of sleep migration, for instance, influenced the development of seasonal living patterns in many cultures. The idea that different environments produce different qualities of rest became embedded in various folk wisdom traditions about optimal sleeping conditions. Dream crafting techniques found their way into religious and spiritual practices where directed dreaming became associated with divine communication and prophetic vision. The systematic approach to dream incubation that Bronze Age miners developed can be traced through various mystery traditions, shamanic practices, and even early medical applications where dreams were used for diagnostic purposes. The competitive aspects of Bronze Age sleep culture evolved into more formal sleep-related customs and ceremonies. Various cultures developed rituals around bedtime, sleep quality assessment and dream sharing that echo the miners' systematic approach to rest optimization. But perhaps the most significant legacy was the fundamental idea that sleep could be actively managed and optimized rather than simply endured. Bronze Age miners were among the first people to treat sleep as a skill that could be developed, a resource that could be managed, and a tool that could be used for specific purposes. This conceptual framework laid the groundwork for later developments in sleep medicine, dream research, and what we now call sleep hygiene. The miners recognized that environmental factors, social dynamics, and psychological preparation could dramatically affect sleep quality, which was remarkably sophisticated for its time. Their understanding that different types of rest served different purposes, that deep sleep, light sleep, and various dreaming states each had distinct benefits, predated modern sleep science by thousands of years. They were essentially conducting primitive sleep studies, using themselves as test subjects and developing practical applications for their discoveries. The social aspects of their sleep innovations were equally influential. The idea that individual sleep quality could affect community well-being, that sleep patterns could be coordinated for group benefit, and that sleep-related skills could be shared and taught became embedded in many cultures' approaches to rest and community living. Even some of their more unusual practices left lasting influences. The concept of sleep singing evolved into various traditional lullaby practices and bedtime musical customs. The idea of sleep location optimization influenced architectural approaches to bedroom design and the development of sleeping spaces in different cultures. Their systematic approach to managing sleep-related anxiety, recognizing that worry about sleep quality could actually interfere with rest, became a cornerstone of later therapeutic approaches to sleep disorders. Bronze Age miners were essentially practicing primitive cognitive behavioural therapy for sleep problems, but perhaps most importantly, they established the precedent that sleep was worth paying attention to, worth investing effort in, and worth treating as a serious aspect of human health and productivity. This wasn't just about getting enough rest, it was about getting the right kind of rest, in the right environment, with the right preparation and support systems. Modern sleep research continues to confirm many intuitive findings. We now know that sleep environments do significantly affect rest quality, that social factors can influence sleep patterns, that pre-sleep routines can improve sleep onset and quality, and that different types of sleep serve different physiological and psychological functions. The contemporary interest in sleep optimization, sleep tracking, and sleep-related wellness products reflects the same basic impulse that drove Bronze Age miners to develop their elaborate sleep management systems. We're still trying to solve the same fundamental challenge: how to get the kind of rest that sustains our demanding, often stressful lives. Of course, we have advantages that Bronze Age miners couldn't have imagined. We understand sleep physiology, we have effective treatments for sleep disorders, and we can create sleep environments that are safer and more comfortable than anything available 4,000 years ago. But we may have lost some of their wisdom about the social and psychological aspects of sleep. Their recognition that rest is not just an individual activity, but a community resource, that sleep quality affects not just personal performance but group well-being, and that the journey towards sleep can be as important as the sleep itself, offers insights that remain relevant today. As you settle into your sleep routine tonight, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those ancient copper miners who refused to accept poor sleep as an inevitable part of difficult work. They understood something that we're still learning: that good sleep is not a luxury but a necessity, not a passive experience, but an active skill, and not just about rest, but about preparing for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Their legacy lives on in every person who takes time to create a comfortable sleep environment, who develops bedtime routines that work for their individual needs, and who recognizes that rest is an investment in productivity and well-being rather than time lost from more important activities. So tonight, as you adjust your pillow and settle into your carefully chosen sleep position, you're honoring thousands of years of human innovation in the art of rest. You're the beneficiary of countless generations of people who refused to accept that sleep was simply something that happened to them, rather than something they could actively improve. Your memory foam mattress and your smartphone sleep tracking apps would probably amaze the Bronze Age miners, but they'd immediately understand your desire to optimize your rest for tomorrow's challenges. They'd recognize the familiar human impulse to turn even unconsciousness into an opportunity for improvement and innovation. And maybe, in their honor, you could take a moment to appreciate not just the sleep you're about to enjoy, but all the creativity, experimentation, and stubborn determination that made it possible. From their underground napping experiments to your white noise machine by the bed, it's all part of the same ongoing human project, the quest for rest that truly restores. Sweet dreams. The Bronze Age miners would be proud of how far we've come and how much we still have in common with those ancient seekers of perfect sleep. After all, some things never change. We all just want to wake up feeling like we can face whatever the day might throw at us, whether it's a dangerous mine shaft or a challenging Monday morning. And in that universal desire for restorative rest, we're connected across thousands of years to those ingenious, sleep-obsessed miners who turned bedtime into an art form and dreaming into a collaborative enterprise. Rest well, knowing you're part of a very long tradition of people who take their sleep seriously and aren't afraid to get creative about it.